Big brother, wake up." The crying tore at my eardrums. I forced open my heavy eyelids, my head splitting with pain. The moment I saw my surroundings, my heart began to pound like a war drum. A mud brick courtyard, a cluster of gaunt, sallow-faced children gathered around me. Faces I would never forget as long as I lived. They were my younger brothers. My younger brothers, who had died long ago. I thought I was dreaming. Just as I moved to pull them into my arms, a shrill woman's voice sliced through the air. "Bah! A pack of little brats, clinging like flypaper. Come near me again, and I'll skin you alive." My aunt-in-law, Wang Tsuefen. That sour, vicious face was branded into my bones. I pinched my thigh hard. Pain. Not a dream. I had been reborn. Memories flooded my mind like a rising tide. 1963, Zhoujia village at the foot of the Changbai Mountains. The 3 years of Great Famine had just ended. Mother had starved to death half a year ago. Father, a few months back, had gone up the mountain to hunt wild boar, only to be gored to death, his entrails spilled across the ground. He had left behind 9 children, in an era where people truly starved to death. The village had gathered a sack of relief grain, 70 or 80 pounds, the very thing keeping us alive. The day after the grain was delivered, my aunt-in-law came smiling and gathered my brothers close. "Leave the grain at Auntie's house. You're too young to guard it. Come eat here from now on, and you'll never go hungry." We hadn't even eaten 3 full meals before her face turned. She claimed the grain had all been used up and threw us out. And then my brothers and sisters starved to death, one after another. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms. In my last life, I was cowardly, depressed, and died alone. This life, I would make them live. The first thing to do, take back the grain. My memory told me only Wang Tsuefen was home today. My uncle and my 2 cousins had all gone off to earn work points. I rose to my feet, walked up to her, and looked her dead in the eyes. "You mad bitch. If not for my mother's charity, you'd have starved long ago. Rotten to the core. Watch out, or you'll die with no one to bury your corpse." In my last life, I never dared raise my voice before an elder. Wang Tsuefen froze for a moment, then swung her hand to slap me. "You little runt. You dare curse at your elder." Years of farm labor had given her strong hands. I was only 16 now, thin as a skeleton, but my heart held decades of an adult's experience. Her hand swept toward me. I dodged aside and drove my leg hard into the small of her back. Every ounce of strength in my body went into that kick. She shrieked and crumpled, clutching her back. "Second brother. Third brother. Pin her down. Don't let her run." My brothers stared, dumbstruck. They had never seen me fight, let alone strike our aunt. But if I said it, they obeyed. 2 of the children pounced and pressed her firmly to the ground. I rushed into the house. This woman was the cautious type. The grain was surely hidden deep. Under the bed. A full sack, untouched. What a find, all eaten up. I dragged the sack out and called to my second and third brothers. "Lend a hand. Let's carry it home." Wang Tsuefen thrashed on the ground, screaming, "You little bastards. You dare steal my family's grain. When my man gets back, he'll beat you to death." I sneered. "Your family's grain? Does it have your name on it?" Another kick, same spot. Plus 2 ringing slaps to the face. Call it interest. My brothers were even more stunned. The big brother of before hadn't dared speak a harsh word. And now here I was, slapping faces left and right. Shocked as they were, none of them dared dawdle. The children hoisted the sack and scrambled out in a swarm. On the way, I told my 4th brother, "Go fetch the village chief. Tell him our aunt stole our grain and is trying to cut off our means to live." "Right away, big brother." He took off running. Back home, I barred the door, though the door was nothing but a rotten plank, and barring it did little good. I set down the sack and hurried to the bedside. On the bed lay 2 little infants, my youngest sisters, twins, 1 or 2 years old. 7 older brothers, and only this 1 pair of daughters, the treasures of the whole family. They were frighteningly thin, their heads disproportionately large, so weak they couldn't even cry, their voices fainter than a kitten's. In my memory, they were the first to leave. Less than half a month from that day. My eyes stung. I had to get some food into them, fast. The infants had barely any teeth. They could only drink rice porridge. I lit a fire in the earthen stove, set the pot, and washed the rice I'd reclaimed, grabbing a few extra handfuls. My brothers were half-starved too. I boiled a pot of thin porridge and skimmed the rich, milky rice film off the top to feed my sisters. The rice was still bubbling in the pot when a furious roar came from outside. My uncle's family had come fast. "Damn it, you little brats, get out here." My uncle, Zhou Dazhu, pounded the door plank with fists the size of sandbags, rattling it violently. Two of my little brothers, 4 or 5 years old, burst into terrified tears, trembling in a heap. "Boo-hoo. Big brother, uncle's going to kill us. Maybe we should just give the grain back." I crouched down and wiped the tears from their faces. "Don't be afraid. I won't let anyone hurt you." Just as the door was about to be kicked off its frame, the village chief arrived. Zhou Yutian was nearly 60, high in seniority within the village, a man whose words carried weight, and an honest man. That sack of relief grain was the one he had gathered door to door. "Zhou Dazhu, what do you think you're doing?" The pounding fist froze in midair. "Chief, these little brats stole my family's grain. Talk inside." The chief's face darkened. I opened the door. The moment Wang Tsuefan came in and saw the porridge in the pot, she slapped her thighs and wailed, "You little bastards. Stole the grain and threw it straight in the pot. Black-hearted things." I didn't trade curses with her. I only put on a wronged expression and dabbed at the corners of my eyes. "Auntie, this is the grain keeping us alive. My brothers, sisters, and I were so hungry we finally cooked some. And even this you want to take?" Wang Tsuefan was so furious she stamped her feet. "Nonsense. This is my family's grain, and you stole it." I ignored her, turned to the chief, and pointed at the corner. "Grandpa Chief, this grain wasn't stolen. You and the villagers delivered it to us." Zhou Yutian glanced at the sack and recognized it at once. It was the one he had delivered with his own hands. His expression turned stern. "This is clearly what the village gave to these children. Zhou Dazhu, on what grounds do you call it yours?" My uncle opened his mouth to argue, but the chief cut him off. "Have a little conscience. These children have lost both parents. Now you'd snatch away the grain keeping them alive. Are you trying to drive children to their deaths?" Seeing the situation turn against her, Wang Tsuefan softened her tone. "Chief, we only worried the children were too young to manage on their own. We wanted them to come eat at our house." I jumped in at once. "Thank you for your kindness, Auntie. But I can cook and run the household. No need to trouble you." The chief nodded. "The meal here looks well made to me. No need for your concern." That single line left my uncle and aunt speechless. They knew that with the chief present, the grain was not going back. As they left, Wang Tsuefan turned and hissed under her breath, "You just wait. I'll get this grain back sooner or later." The chief's hearing was sharp. His face went cold. "This is these children's lives. If anything happens to them, your whole family will be murderers. Don't blame the village for turning on you and handing you to the police station." My uncle's family went pale. The chief was a man of his word. This was no joke. They could only slink away, resentful. Even from a distance you could hear the couple cursing and grappling with each other. Before he left, the chief patted my shoulder, his eyes full of sympathy, yet helplessness too. In those years, every household struggled. "Good boy, hide the grain well, and take care of your brothers and sisters." "Thank you, Grandpa Chief." The battle to defend the grain was a resounding victory. My brothers gathered around me, their scrawny little faces bursting into smiles. But my heart wasn't at ease. A sack of grain would run out one day. Even rationed to the bone, it would last only a few months. And after those few months, the era of communal meals had passed. The land belonged to the collective. To survive in this village, one had to earn work points. And at my age, a full day's labor counted for only half an adult's points, with so many mouths to feed at home. I shook my head. Enough thinking. First, get them full. I skimmed the topmost layer of rice film, thick and sweet, perfect for infants. My own stomach growled, but still I let my brothers and sisters eat first. Spoonful by spoonful, I fed my sisters, while my brothers bent over their bowls. Plain white porridge without a single grain of sugar was, to them, the finest delicacy. 1,000, 10,000 times better than bitter wild greens and hard, dry tree bark. Only someone who has eaten chaff can understand the weight of a single bowl of white porridge. At that moment, a mechanical voice exploded in my mind. Fullness +5. Fullness +5. Fullness +5. I looked around. My brothers were absorbed in their food. None of them had heard a thing. This voice came from inside my own head. Then I looked again. Above each brother's head floated a number, still ticking upward. I rubbed my eyes. The numbers were still there. A cheat ability? Watching my brothers and sisters get full, what use was that? My brothers set down their bowls, the numbers over their heads settling in the 70s. I gave a bitter smile. Useless as chicken ribs. I kept feeding my sisters. Their values were still very low. As I fed them, ding, accumulated fullness has reached 500. Redeem the Tier 1 mystery box gift. The instant I heard the words, mystery box, my eyes lit up. A virtual panel appeared before me. Tier 1 mystery box, price 500 points. 2 buttons below, yes or no. I didn't hesitate, yes. Mystery box gift, 20 pounds of fish. Please collect at the abandoned pond on the eastern edge of the village. I nearly jumped up. Fish, 20 pounds. My sisters were severely malnourished. Rice water alone might not be enough to keep them alive. But if they could drink fish soup, this time, heaven was on my side. I swore in my heart. In this life, I would never again taste the agony of being separated by death. My second brother, Zhou Fu, brought me a bowl of porridge and pressed it into my hands. He was 14. Poor children grow up early, and his maturity was heartbreaking. In my last life, after our sisters passed, it was he who starved to death. I stroked his head. Eat. When you're done, come with me to the pond to catch fish. Okay, big brother. I picked up my homemade fishing rod, a length of bamboo, a bit of line, a small iron hook. I dug up a box of red earthworms, and the two of us headed to the eastern edge of the village. The pond wasn't small, about the size of a swimming pool. During the famine, the villagers had fished it nearly empty. I baited a worm and cast the line. The moment it hit the water, someone came sauntering over. When I saw who it was, I spat. Enemies always cross paths on a narrow road. The two rotten boys from my aunt's family. The elder, Zhou Hu, about my age. The younger, Zhou Bao, about my second brother's age. Both fed fat and strong. They lorded over the village, despised by people and dogs alike. The moment my second brother saw them, he shrank back and tugged my sleeve. Big brother, maybe we should just hide. I patted his shoulder, not a trace of fear on my face. Don't be scared. If they dare mess with us, they'll get what's coming. Zhou Hu came close, his face full of mockery. Are these two dimwits starving mad? This pond's got no fish left. Huh, you'd have to be sick in the head to fish here. Zhou Bao crossed his arms. I didn't even give them a glance. None of your damn business. Get lost. Zhou Hu was taken aback. This was the first time the coward had ever spoken to him that way. Oh ho, the coward's flipping the sky over, huh? Honestly, I wasn't sure of myself either. Was this system even reliable? 5 or 6 minutes passed. Just as I began to worry, my hand suddenly dropped. A powerful pull. Got a bite. My spirits sharpened. I reeled steadily toward shore, not daring to use brute force for fear the fish would slip the hook. Big brother, there really is a fish. My second brother leapt up. A crucian carp, 7 or 8 ounces. Not big, but enough to bring a smile to my face. Crucian carp makes a milky white soup, the best nourishment for infants. I tossed the fish into the bucket and rebaited. Behind me, Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao could no longer stay calm. Their family didn't go hungry, but even they rarely saw meat all year, and now they were swallowing hard with craving. Zhou Hu quietly circled behind me and reached out to grab the bucket and run. My second brother had been watching him. He snatched the bucket into his arms. Cousin, don't take it. This is the fish we caught. Zhou Hu gripped the bucket and refused to let go. Who says it's yours? Is your name on it? Hand it over. As the two of them locked in a standoff, my rod dropped again. This time the pull was even fiercer. A big one. The moment the fish landed on shore, Zhou Hu's mouth fell into a round O. A grass carp, 7 or 8 pounds. Enough to feed a whole big family. He let go of the bucket and plopped down beside it. Zhou Bao, anxious, leaned to his ear and whispered, Brother, why didn't you grab a fish that big? Idiot. Zhou Hu pushed his brother down. Wait till he's done fishing, then take the whole lot. Scheming, and not even bothering to keep his voice down. I watched the two little punks coldly. Just wait, you'll get what's coming. The fish after that were smaller, 2-pounders, some just a few ounces. What surprised me most was a mandarin fish. Over 2 pounds, tender and delicious, hard for even city folk to taste even once, more precious than that big grass carp. 10 minutes passed with no bites. The bucket was nearly full, about 20 pounds, the system's reward, in hand. I reeled in and lifted the bucket to stand. Zhou Hu sprang up, malice all over his face, and blocked my path. My second brother put his hands on his hips and braced himself. Move, or I'll tell the village chief. Zhou cracked his knuckles. Go ahead and tell. This bucket of fish is mine. I tossed the rod to the ground, gripped the bucket, and shifted my feet lightly, closer to the edge of the pond. You spineless punk, come grab it if you dare. Zhou couldn't stand it. He lunged headlong to seize the bucket. The moment we wrestled, I realized how weak this body of mine was, and I began to lose ground. Quietly, I fished the thin iron spike I kept for self-defense out of my pants pocket. Zhou stood on the side nearer the water, one hand clamped on the bucket. I held the bucket with one hand and the spike in the other, and with a quick, sharp strike, I jabbed the back of his hand. He shrieked and yanked his hand back. All his strength had been in the tug of war, and with that sudden release, he lost his balance and toppled straight toward the water. I timed it and added a kick. The pond's edge was shallow, its center deep. In a flash, so fast no one could react. By the time Zhou Bao came to his senses, his brother was already flailing in the water. Brother, swim over here. Village boys were all decent swimmers. Once past the panic, Zhou could easily climb out on instinct. But I would not give him that chance. Brother Hu, I'm coming to save you. I set down the bucket and dove into the water, swimming to his side, seeming to rescue him. But my hand seized his collar and dragged him under. He gulped a huge mouthful of water and thrashed even harder, water spraying everywhere. I pretended I couldn't get a grip. While underwater, I secretly tugged at his clothes, making him swallow mouthful after mouthful. It's over. Neither of them can get up. Zhou Bao stood dumbstruck on the bank, then ran off crying for help. I kept my eyes on the shore. Only when the working villagers had nearly reached the pond's edge did I grab Zhou's collar and drag him swimming toward the bank. He'd already choked into unconsciousness, his limbs no longer flailing. Much easier to haul. Under the eyes of dozens of villagers, I dragged the unconscious Zhou ashore, then laid down on the ground and didn't move. Not an act. I was truly exhausted. That fierce battle in the water had left my arms and legs like jelly. Quick, lend a hand. Xiaoan, are you all right? Xiao, wake up. The boy choked on water and passed out. Slap him. Quick. Several uncles hoisted Zhou upside down and pounded his back and chest, over and over. After a good while, the water came up and he slowly came to, so weak he couldn't even speak. The villagers turned and gathered around me. Xiaoan, you all right? With a frame that thin, he actually pulled Xiao out. I lay half-propped and waved a hand. I'm fine. As long as Brother Hu's okay. Their eyes were full of praise and pity. This child has a kind heart. Bitter as things are now, he's bound to have great fortune ahead. But how did Xiao fall in? Doesn't he know how to swim? My second brother rushed to answer. We came to catch fish, and cousin who tried to snatch them. Then fell in himself. Only then did the villagers notice how many fish were in the bucket. Whoa, there are still fish in this pond. If you ask me, Xiao got what he deserved. Those two boys of Zhou Daju's are always bullying people. Served him right. The tide turned. No one pitied Zhou anymore. He was full of rage but too weak to make a sound, able only to glare. An auntie helped me up and stroked my head. Good boy, take your fish and go home. Under everyone's watchful eyes, my second brother and I left. Exhausted, truly, but my heart was light. A whole bucket of fish, a vented grudge, and on top of that, the name of little hero who saved a life, spreading through the village. In a village of that era, reputation was an invisible thing, but from then on it made everything easier. At home, my brothers crowded around, overjoyed. Wow, big brother and second brother are amazing. A fish this big, we haven't eaten one in ages. I carried the bucket into the kitchen. It was bare, nothing but a pot, some bowls, and the rice sack. No scallions, ginger, or garlic, no chili, and salt had run out nearly half a year ago. Going without salt for a short time won't kill you. But long-term salt deficiency causes swelling, cramps, and weakness. I stared at the empty salt jar, and a scene from my last life surfaced. My brothers clearly starving, their bellies empty, yet their hands and feet swollen and shiny. So it hadn't all been hunger. It was salt deficiency, down to the bone. My chest felt as if pricked by 1,000 needles. Second brother, bring me a basin. I put the mandarin fish into a water-filled basin. Lock the door and stay home. I'm heading out. I'll be back soon. Taking the empty salt jar and the mandarin fish, I stepped out. No matter what, I had to get some salt for my brothers and sisters today. For a 16-year-old, getting salt was no easy task. In those years, everything required coupons, salt coupons, sugar coupons, soap coupons. Even a block of tofu needed one. Our family couldn't produce a single coupon. But I had a way. At the eastern edge of the village stood a brick and tile house, one of the best-off homes in the village. In the yard, a woman of about 40 was picking vegetables, her expression gentle. Auntie Chunxia. She smiled, a sincere smile, unlike the hands-on hips, street-cursing women of the village. Zhao Chunxiao was well known in the village. Widowed young, she had raised 3 sons alone, and each had gone on to work in a factory. In those days, becoming a factory worker was a great honor. A monthly wage, monthly coupons. 3 shares combined, with few people at home, meant more salt than they could ever use. Oh, it's Shaoan. Something the matter? I lifted the mandarin fish from the basin. Auntie, I caught a mandarin fish today. Would you like it? She shook her head gently. The fish in that pond are hard to catch. It wasn't easy for you. Keep it for your brothers and sisters. I pressed my lips together. Auntie, there's more fish at home. Please take this one. A flicker of understanding crossed her eyes. The boy wanted to trade for something. In that era, speculation and profiteering was the greatest taboo. Private trade, if caught, meant prison. But gifting between neighbors was harmless. She chose her words with great care. Since it's a gift from Shaoan, Auntie will accept. Is there anything you need? Auntie will give you some too. From start to finish, she never spoke of trade, only of gifts. Warmth spread through my heart. I looked at the salt jar in my arms, feeling a little embarrassed. Auntie, the salt at home. Before I could finish, she had agreed. Give me the jar. Come inside. The house was neat and orderly. She brought out a large salt jar, nearly the size of another family's pickle crock, and poured into mine, halfway, and I quickly called for her to stop. That's enough, that's enough. A mandarin fish of over 2 pounds, traded for 2 or 3 pounds of salt. I'd already come out far ahead. But she added still more. Shaoan is a sensible child. If you're ever in trouble, Annie will help however she can. My nose stung. There were good people in this village after all. In my last life, when my brothers and sisters were starving to death, few in the village reached out. Not because everyone was cold-hearted, but because my uncle's family had gone around shouting that they helped us every single day, blocking others' goodwill. Everyone was struggling to get by. Hearing someone else was looking after us, they simply asked no more. Back then, I only ever buried my head digging for wild greens and roots, never opening my mouth to ask anyone for help. This life was different. The false fronts that needed tearing, I would tear. The helping hands I needed, I would no longer stay silent for. Carrying most of a jar of salt home, I found my brothers dutifully guarding the fish bucket. My 3rd brother Zhou Gang and 4th brother Zhou Qiang were 10-year-old twins, of stronger constitution than the others. In my memory, those 2 didn't starve to death, they froze to death. Zhoujia village sat at the foot of the Changbai Mountains. Come winter it could drop to 20 or 30 below zero, a bone-piercing cold that still makes me shudder to recall. The villagers stockpiled firewood to heat their Kong beds, but the children in our house were too starved and weak to gather much. In the dead of winter the house was like an ice house, the stiff, frozen quilts offering no warmth at all. That year my 3rd and 4th brothers came down with high fevers, babbling deliriously, and in 2 or 3 days they were gone. Big brother, you're back. My 4th brother clung to me like a little tail. I stroked his head. Good boy. Today big brother will make you fish. I killed 2 small crucian carp and kept the rest alive in the vat. Crucian carp soup would keep my 8th and 9th sisters going. I couldn't bear to throw away the scraped-off scales, either. Half the big grass carp I hung from the roof beam to eat tomorrow. My 2nd and 3rd brothers picked up bamboo baskets to head out. Big brother, we're going to gather some wild greens. Just at the foot of the mountain. Don't go into the deep woods. After father was gored to death by the wild boar, all my brothers feared that mountain. In the deep woods there were wild boar, black bears, and tigers too. Beasts don't single people out, but they do single out the unprepared. 3rd brother, you don't know. Big brother was so impressive today, one fish after another taking the hook, and that punk Zhou who got what was coming to him. August was warm, and wild greens grew thick at the mountain's foot. In my last life, without these greens, the children would have died even sooner. But greens alone had no nourishment. The more you ate, the thinner you got, until at last you couldn't even swallow the greens. 2nd brother, I'll pull up some wild scallions to take the fishy smell off. Wild scallions look like garlic sprouts. Pull a handful and your hands are fragrant with the scent. They'd be wonderful in meat dumplings. A pity there was no meat at home. Just get some shepherd's purse today. Dandelion greens are too bitter. Don't ruin the fish soup. Salt was the only seasoning we had now, and I wanted to do my best to make it taste good. I split open the grass carp. It was so fatty it oozed oil, unlike the wild fish left to fend for themselves in the pond. I cut off the fat to render for the base of the pot, fried the Crucian carp golden on both sides, then added water and salt and simmered slowly until the flesh fell apart and the broth turned milky white. I chopped the grass carp into chunks, added plenty of wild scallions to cut the fishy smell, and sprinkled in shepherd's purse just before taking it off the heat. The plain wild greens, steeped in the fresh taste of fish and salt, had my brothers swallowing hard with longing. I didn't waste the bowl of scraped-off scales either. I rinsed off the slime, boiled them with water and wild scallions, strained out the solids, and let the remaining broth cool until it set like jelly. A fish scale aspic, full of collagen. In days of poverty, what must never be wasted is anything that can save a life. Dinner's ready. A big bowl for each, the aroma filling the house. Big brother, today's like New Year. Better than New Year. Look how big these chunks of fish are. Watching those smiling faces, warmth filled my heart. Decades later, people would want for nothing in food or clothing, yet often couldn't manage a smile. But the children of this era, one full meal, a little meat, was the greatest joy in the world. The system's chime rang without pause, the fullness values climbing steadily. At this dinner, everyone was above 90. Today's points totaled 826, enough to open another Tier 1 mystery box. I had figured out the system. The boxes came in 10 tiers, and the higher the tier, the more points it cost. Tier 1 was 500, Tier 2 1,500, Tier 3 doubled to 4,000. Beyond Tier 10 was a string of zeros I couldn't be bothered to count. Open a Tier 1 now, or save up and open a Tier 2 tomorrow. I decided to wait. Tier 2 would surely be far better than Tier 1. The moment darkness fell, the mud brick house was so black you couldn't see your own hand. There was still no electricity at the mountain's foot. Better off households lit kerosene lamps. We had none. When it got dark, we slept. The house had only one big Kong, built by father years ago, with a fire chamber underneath. It was long, and 9 children slept in a row, packed tight. There were only 2 quilts. My second brother, third brother, and I covered ourselves with tattered clothes, our feet sticking out. That night, my brothers slept especially soundly. Before, my 8th and 9th sisters would cry from hunger all night, waking several times over. Tonight, full at last, their stomachs settled, they didn't cry once and slept sweetly until dawn. With the system, I no longer had to scrimp and pinch. Even breakfast, I would make sure they ate their fill and ate well. I deboned the remaining half-grass carp and chopped it into a paste. I boiled the rice until half-cooked, added the fish paste, and kept simmering. A big pot of fish porridge that needed only a pinch of salt to taste wonderfully fresh. My brothers rose early and went off to chop firewood the moment they woke. With no land or livestock at home, there wasn't much work. The main task was stockpiling firewood for winter. Winters in the Changbai Mountains were frighteningly cold. During the coldest 4 months, the firewood could never run out, or the house would become an ice house. Recently, they'd been too starved and weak to gather much. But after eating their fill yesterday, their strength had returned, and the children couldn't sit still first thing in the morning. My second brother was only 14, so he could only cut branches as thick as a wrist. There were trees right by the door, no need to go far. Second brother, bring the little ones back to eat. I ladled out the fish porridge. I couldn't wait any longer. What, exactly, was in the Tier 2 mystery box? When my brothers came back and saw the breakfast on the table, they all froze. Villagers didn't fuss over breakfast. A bowl of thin gruel and a wild greens bun, and that was that. In our house, it was even worse. When things were dire, we simply skipped it. But this porridge today was so thick a spoon could stand in it, and the fragrance of fish wafted up the moment it reached the bowl. Fish porridge. The rice grains were crystalline and soft, mouth-watering just to look at. Wow, big brother, we eat this well in the morning too? But there was no joy in my second brother's eyes, only worry. Big brother, let's just eat something simple in the mornings. We don't have much grain left. What'll we do when it's gone? I stroked his head. Don't worry. With big brother here, from now on you'll all eat your fill and eat well every single meal. The porridge was cooked very soft, just right for the infants. I held my eighth sister in my arms and fed her spoonful by spoonful. My second brother held my ninth sister and fed her. Though starvation had left my two sisters with big heads and tiny bodies, they were truly adorable. Round, apricot eyes brimming with moisture, dainty little noses and mouths, more endearing the longer you looked. Once I'd fed them full, I opened the virtual panel. This morning's 803, plus yesterday's 826, was enough for a Tier 2 box, with 100 or so points to spare. I drew a deep breath and unlocked it. Congratulations on unlocking the Tier 2 mystery box. Gift: 2 rat snakes, 1 clutch of snake eggs. Please collect near the wheat field in the village. Snakes. Good stuff. When I was small, Father had caught a snake of 2 or 3 pounds, taken its gallbladder to drink with wine, and boiled the meat in plain water. Not even any salt. At first I'd found the thing creepy, but one taste stunned me. The flesh was fine and tender, snow white, purely fragrant, without a trace of off flavor. A shame it was small. I only got to taste 2 pieces, and I'd hankered after it ever since. And there was a clutch of snake eggs, too. That was even more of a treasure. We didn't even have a hen at home. How long had it been since my brothers and sisters had tasted an egg? Eggs are the most nourishing food, steamed soft and tender, perfect for toothless infants like my 8th and ninth sisters. I told my brothers to guard the house, took my tools, and went out. The wheat field was crowded, and I feared someone would beat me to it. Nearing the wheat field, sure enough, it was busy with farm work. The spring wheat was at harvest time, and there were plenty of people cutting wheat and pulling pig fodder. The village raised 3 communal pigs that needed several baskets of grass each day. I kept my head down and hurried on, but someone still recognized me. Shawan, why didn't you come to work yesterday? You're already 2 hours late today. They'll dock your work points. I'd always earned work points in the village. Yesterday, I hadn't gone, because I'd gone to my aunt's house begging for food, been shoved down, hit my head, and then I arrived. Since arriving, I had no intention of earning those measly work points anymore. At 16, a full day's labor counted for only half an adult's, and with so many mouths at home, it was a drop in the bucket. Besides, with the system, my brothers and sisters wouldn't go hungry. I mumbled a few responses and kept walking. A man blocked my path. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear? Early 20s, fair-skinned, unlike the dark and gaunt others. Round-framed glasses, a notebook tucked under his arm, a fountain pen clipped to his pocket. I remembered him, Zhao Zhifei, an educated youth sent down from the city who'd been to high school. His family had connections. He didn't do heavy field labor, but landed the cushy job of work point recorder. Full points, easy work. He fancied himself a city man and looked down his nose at everyone. Something you want. He rolled his eyes, impatient. You skipped a whole day yesterday, and today you're this late. Your points get cut in half at the very least. My mind was full of that clutch of snakes. I gave a perfunctory grunt and made to leave. He blocked me again. What kind of attitude is that? You have to file a report to take leave. You think that's just noise in your ear? Do it again, and I'll dock you double. My temper rose too. So what if you came from the city? Waving a chicken feather around like it's a commander's arrow. Dock however much you like. I won't be coming to work anymore anyway. Zhao Zhifei's eyes went round, as if he'd seen a ghost. Before, I'd been most deferential to him, not begging for lighter work, but instead pleading for heavy work, because heavy work earned more points. Now these words left him stunned for a good while. What did you say? Not coming to work? Your family's so poor you can't scrape together a meal. If you don't work, your whole family starves. Are you sleep-addled? I was thoroughly sick of him. I said I'm not working. What are you still standing here for? Get lost. I stepped around him and walked on. He flushed red to the neck with rage. Fine, fine, fine. You said it yourself. Don't come begging me later. The nearby villagers were dumbfounded too. Shaoan's usually so easygoing. What's gotten into him today? Maybe something happened to him. Forget it. Back to pulling grass. Having shaken off Zhao Zhifei, I followed the system's directions and found the spot, about 100 meters from the wheat field, where the villagers could see me but couldn't make out what I was doing. A pitch-black hole. A snake hole. I wasn't afraid. Rat snakes were non-venomous. A bite would ache for a few days at most. I'd brought an axe and a sturdy wooden stick. I probed the stick gently into the hole and stirred, not daring to use force, for fear of breaking the eggs. When it poked something soft, I'd barely stirred twice before the snake inside grew furious. A huge snake head suddenly shot out. Damn, this snake is way too big. The head was bigger than my fist. I'd thought it might be 3 or 4 pounds. Now I saw it was 10 pounds at the least. Yellow-green mottled with black, its body as thick as a child's arm, more than half of it now sliding out of the hole. My palms began to sweat. I remembered the saying, strike a snake at its 7 inches, but where were its 7 inches? Seeing it about to slither its whole body out and escape, I couldn't be bothered with 7 inches. I swung the axe and brought it down straight on the snake's head. The blow was fierce. The head fell to the ground at once. The body twitched a few times, then went still. I hefted it, a full 15 pounds. A fine, big fellow. Using the same method, I dragged out the second one, 12 or 13 pounds. Only my axe struck off-center and cut it clean in two, roughly 3 parts to 7. I'd come thinking they were just 2 small snakes and had brought only 1 bamboo basket. The 2 snakes coiled inside filled it completely. No wonder the non-venomous rat snake was called King of 100 Snakes. This size alone gave it the upper hand. I reached into the hole and felt around, and soon pulled out a mound of oval things. Snake eggs. No hard shell, just a thick, tough membrane, slightly smaller than a hen's egg. A full clutch of 12, 20 or 30 pounds of snake meat and a clutch of eggs. Enough to feed the family for a good while. I could only return the way I'd come. I hurried along carrying the basket, dreading being seen. But luck wasn't with me. A sharp-eyed Annie sidled up and reached out to open my basket. "Shawan, what's this colorful thing you've got?" "Nothing, nothing." She'd already cried out. "Good heavens. Snakes. Snakes this big. And so many eggs." Villagers gathered one after another. "Shawan, what incredible luck. Enough to eat for ages." I sighed. Both my legs had run themselves ragged, and still I'd been caught red-handed. "Something's come up at home. I'll be going." Before I could finish, an unwelcome guest arrived. It was Zhao Jifei. He stared at the snake meat and eggs in the basket, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down as he unconsciously swallowed. His parents were factory workers. His family wasn't badly off, sending coupons and money every other month, so he never went hungry. But meat was still a rarity, 1 or 2 meals a month at most. He hadn't touched any in the past half-month, and now his eyes were green with craving. He mustered a rare smile. "Shawan, good luck, eh? This much? Can you even finish it all?" I turned to leave. He grabbed the basket, a smile that wasn't a smile on his face. "Wait. These snakes came from communal land. They belong to the collective. Take the heads and eggs home, and leave the rest." I nearly laughed with anger, but the fire surged up in me. "I got these myself. If you want to eat some, go catch your own. By your logic, the deep mountains and old forests belong to the collective too, and the hills are full of bears and tigers and leopards. How come I never see you going up the mountain to bring some back and share it around?" Someone immediately chimed in for me. "That's right. Whoever catches it, keeps it. Hunters don't turn in the game they catch on the mountain either. The boy got these by his own strength. On what grounds do you snatch them? Shawan's family has it so hard, and you, a city fellow, are fighting a child for it. Aren't you ashamed?" The ones speaking up for me were Uncle Zhou Gui and his wife. In my last life, when I was near starving to death, it was Uncle Zhou Gui who had brought over a sack of grain. His family wasn't well off either, and that had been all they had. A good man, yet cursed with a bitter fate. His son died in an illegal coal pit, and his daughter, married off, was beaten to death. In a world where good people meet no good reward, it's all the more vital to remember who once brought charcoal in the snow. I pulled the basket back and looked Zhao Jifei dead in the eye. "My family can't even eat its fill. I finally got a little food, and you want to snatch it too? Leaning on the fact that your family has factory workers, you bully the poor and lower-middle peasants. Are you trying to sabotage the unity of the collective? In that era, having a label like that pinned on you was no laughing matter." His face changed abruptly, and he waved his hands frantically. "No, no, I was only joking with you." I shot him a scornful glance, then took the small 3-part section of snake head and meat from the basket, 3 or 4 pounds, and pressed it into Zhou Gui's hands. "Uncle Gui, from now on I'll be at home looking after my brothers and sisters. I won't come to work anymore. Take this snake meat." Zhou Gui shook his head like a rattledrum. "No, no. Take it home and eat it with your brothers and sisters." Auntie Gui wouldn't accept it either. They'd only come over to help me out of a jam, certainly not to ask for anything. "Don't worry, we have food at home." I pressed the meat into their hands and dashed off in a streak. At home, my brothers stared in amazement. Big brother, where did all this snake meat come from? Ran into them by the wheat field, two big rat snakes. My third brother took the basket, his face beaming with vindication. That's my brother for you. I knew big brother was the best. That look of adoration made even me a little bashful. Snake meat for lunch. With no oil and no sauce. I could only boil it in water, cut into chunks and half-cooked, then deboned, chopped fine, and simmered with rice, with wild greens sprinkled in before taking it off the heat. My eighth and ninth sisters, just over a year old, could eat meat now too. Spoonful by spoonful I fed them, and they ate with gusto. After a few full meals, the two sisters' spirits visibly began to improve. Over the next 2 days, I didn't open a mystery box. I saved up points. A Tier 3 box cost 4,000, and I wanted to see if there'd be a pleasant surprise. With no new food coming in, we could only eat from our stores. They say a half-grown boy can eat his father into the poorhouse, and it's no lie. My 2 sisters ate little, but my 6 brothers had astonishing appetites. To let everyone eat their fill and build up points, every meal cost a great deal. Even mixed with wild greens, the rice vat was visibly shrinking. Those 20 pounds of snake meat and eggs from before had long since vanished. At this rate, 70 or 80 pounds of rice wouldn't last long. I hoped the Tier 3 box would yield more grain. Grain filled the belly. The more we stockpiled at home, the more at ease my heart would be. By dinner time, the points were nearly enough. Apart from that vat of rice, all we had left were 2 crucian carp. The milky fish soup went to feed my sisters, and the less than 2 pounds of fish my brothers divided among themselves. They sucked the heads and tails clean, then cracked the bones joint by joint to suck out every bit of marrow. Watching this pack of little gluttons, I clenched my fist and silently prayed. This time, I had to draw something good. I opened the panel, spent 4,000 points, and opened the Tier 3 mystery box. When I saw the result, I was dumbstruck. Tier 3 mystery box opened. Congratulations on obtaining 1 Tier 1 spirit pet. What I wanted was food. Food to fill my brothers' and sisters' bellies. What use was a spirit pet? Just as I was fretting, a few cats' meows came from outside the door. My 4th brother ran to open it. Wow, big brother, there's a little black cat at the door, so cute. I sighed and walked over. A small cat, glossy black all over, with round eyes and gorgeous green irises. By its size, it couldn't have been more than a few months old. My second brother crouched to stroke its head, and it obediently nuzzled his hand. My second brother adored it, but he also knew, when people themselves couldn't get by, how could they afford to raise a cat? Off you go, little cat. We need to close the door. Privately I mused, the spirit pet the system mentioned. It couldn't be this cat, could it? The thought had barely passed when a soft little boy's voice bored straight into my mind. That's right, master. I'm your spirit pet. I looked left and right. No one else was around, and my brothers clearly hadn't heard a thing. What the am I hearing things? Or can this cat talk? The black cat walked over and lay down on top of my shoe. It's me, master. Our hearts are connected, so we can talk. I crouched down, scooped it up, and turned to go inside. My brothers were both startled and delighted. Children always take genuine joy in cats and dogs. Big brother, are we going to keep it? My second brother started worrying again. I lifted the cat to eye level. First, let's see if it behaves. If it doesn't, out it goes. Keep it if it's useful. Don't feed a freeloader. My inner words were heard loud and clear. Humph. Master, how can you say that? I'm plenty useful, you know. I asked it with my mind. What use are you? Let's hear it. The little black cat puffed out its chest, its face full of pride. I can sense the location of prey, and I can help with hunting. My eyes lit up. You mean, you can go up the mountain and hunt? Of course. Now you know how precious I am, right? I grinned from ear to ear. Good, good. From now on you stick with me. I'll go make you a nest right away. I sent my second brother to fetch dry grass. The moment my brothers heard we were making a nest for the cat, they all cheered. A nest meant we were keeping it, didn't it? I lined a bamboo basket with soft grass. My third brother cradled the little cat and touched its nose. This cat's so gentle, not like that stray at the head of the village, fierce enough to scratch you. Big brother, are we really keeping it? I nodded. We're keeping it. From now on, it's family. Hooray. I've got a kitten too. Children are pure like that. An adult would only calculate how much grain the cat would eat. A child only knows the family has gained a new member. Big brother, give it a name. I cupped my chin and thought. Let's call it Black Panther. So fierce. From now on, you're Black Panther. Once Black Panther was settled, we lay down on the calm. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Tomorrow I'd take it up the mountain to test its skills. If it really could catch prey, the days ahead would be worry-free. I rose at the first light of dawn, boiled a pot of rice porridge, and got ready to set out. Black Panther, stop sleeping, let's go. The little cat in the basket was sleeping soundly, still groggy when woken. Master, you're too impatient, I haven't slept enough. Cats eat meat, don't they? If you don't go up the mountain to hunt, you'll go hungry. I hoisted the back basket onto my shoulders, sack, rope, a handy stick, and a firewood knife. One ought to bring a hunting rifle up the mountain, but sadly we didn't own one. In these years, the households with guns could be counted on one hand in the whole village. Most hunters still relied on traps and bows and arrows. One person and one cat headed up the mountain. I didn't dare go deep. They said there were black bears, tigers, and leopards in there, and with no gun, only a stick and knife, running into one would most likely be the end of me. After nearly an hour's walk, I reached the area where the village hunters often came. Far from the village, yet not too close to the deep mountains. I set Black Panther down. Black Panther, get to work. Show me what you've got. You got it. Black Panther leapt from the basket, stretched lazily, sniffed the wind with its nose, and stepped into the woods. I followed behind, gripping the firewood knife, my palms sweating. Cat steps make no sound, and I held my breath too. After a few minutes' walk, Master, there's prey ahead. I looked all around, and only after a good while did I spot it. On the top of a tall tree dozens of meters away perched a hazel grouse. Its dull gray feathers bore dark markings, and it was tiny, even fully grown, no more than 8 ounces. Anyone with less than sharp eyes wouldn't have noticed it at all. Small as it was, its meat was so fresh and tender it could stop you in your tracks. Stewed with mushrooms, it was what mountain folk called flying dragon, dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. In these parts, a single hazel grouse was hard currency. It could be traded for rice and grain on the black market. Black Panther, can you get it down from a tree that tall? Just watch. It crept soundlessly to the base of the tree, climbed up ever so softly, and circled from behind onto the branch beside the grouse. Its 2 green eyes locked on tight. Then, with a sudden pounce, its front claws pierced the bird's body, and its mouth clamped down on the neck. The grouse flapped twice, then went still. It gripped the prey in its mouth and made to come down. The tree was very tall. A straight drop would surely injure it. But a cat's sense of balance was truly astonishing. It tumbled along the branches as steadily as if on level ground. I rushed to the base of the tree to catch it. This 4-pound little fellow, carrying a 7 or 8-ounce bird, had bagged what was, for it, big game. I planted a hard kiss on its forehead. Black Panther, you're amazing. Haha, now you know how capable I am. Honestly, hunting a hazel grouse was no easier than hunting a roe deer or deer. It was alert, and at the slightest sound it would take wing and flee. Its dull coloring made it nothing but a gray blur from dozens of meters away. Hunting rifles in these years had no scopes, relying entirely on feel, and even old hunters often missed. Besides, a bird that was only 8 ounces, firing a shot at it would be a waste of a bullet. So mountain folk mostly used slingshots to stun them, but a slingshot was even harder to master than a gun. Without 3 to 5 years of practice, you'd never become skilled. One person and one cat pressed on, and we came upon another hazel grouse nestled in the grass. Black Panther pounced and pinned it, biting through its neck. Nice work. Its tail shot up to the sky. I'd figured it out by now. This cat was a proud one and loved praise dearly. The more you praised it, the harder it worked. In less than an hour, 4 hazel grouse were in hand. Then we ran into something different. Master, do you want that colorful bird ahead? Colorful bird. Dozens of meters away, beneath a tree, a wild pheasant pecked at insects, its plumage as brilliant as a peacock in full display. This was a ring-necked pheasant. Mountain folk called it Little Phoenix. The male had a coat of blue, red, and white, trailing long-tail feathers. Wow, a little phoenix. I want it. Its meat was plentiful and filling. A grown one could weigh 2 or 3 pounds. This one before us was probably just under 3 pounds. Black Panther circled wide and crept up behind it, then pounced. But this time it met a tough opponent. The little phoenix was nearly as heavy as the cat itself, its wings beating wildly, and its 2 feet kicking. Black Panther bit down and refused to let go, and the 2 of them rolled into one tangled mass. kicking up dust everywhere. The little phoenix thrashed so fiercely that Black Panther couldn't get a grip on its neck and could only clutch its body. Seeing it deadlocked, I rushed over and wrung its neck with one twist. Black Panther, you all right? It stood up and licked the dust off its coat. Small stuff. Once I'd patted the dirt off it, we continued. We added 2 more hazel grouse and 1 more little phoenix. A fine haul, but I had my heart set on big game. Black Panther, can't you sense the location of prey? Let's go bag a deer or a wild boar. Its tail, held high, drooped down with a whoosh, and it meowed a few times, full of grievance. Master, I'm only a low-tier spirit pet. Look at this little frame of mine. Do you think I can catch a deer or a wild boar? I thought about it. True enough. Just now a single little phoenix had fought it to a draw. A deer of 100+ pounds or a boar of 200 or 300 pounds would leave it half dead. Then catch some rabbits? There are plenty on the mountain. The wild rabbits of these Changbai mountains were no small thing. A grown one weighed 7 or 8 pounds. Master, those rabbits weigh as much as the 2 of us. I need to grow more first. I felt a little let down. I thought a spirit pet could do anything, snatching up roe deer, and boar with ease, when in fact all it could catch for now were wild pheasants. Still, it truly worked hard. After a whole morning of labor, it collapsed on the ground, exhausted. I couldn't bear it, so I tucked it into the back basket and carried it down the mountain. This morning's haul, 13 hazel grouse and 7 little phoenixes, filling the sack, a hefty 20 or 30 pounds. Nearing the foot of the mountain, I spotted 2 people. Sister-in-law Tsohua from the village and her 6 or 7-year-old son Go Dan, crouched picking mushrooms, their basket not even holding 2 pounds. August was drawing to a close, just the season to go up the mountain and gather mountain goods. There was much to be found: wild ginseng, lingji, birch fungus, and 2 kinds of mushrooms fresh enough to make your eyebrows fall off: pine mushrooms and hazel mushrooms. Authentic chicken stewed with mushrooms called for hazel mushrooms. Gathering mushrooms was hard work, running all over the mountain, then bringing them back to dry and store, so you had them to eat all year round. I could have taken another path to avoid her, but I chose not to and strolled right on over. Sister-in-law Tsuehua looked up. "Oh ho, Shaoan, where are you coming back from?" Sister-in-law Tsuehua, "Picking mushrooms, I see. I went up to hunt." "What? You can hunt too." I pulled out my slingshot and waggled it. "Use this to shoot wild pheasants." Her gaze fixed rigidly on my big sack. "What's in that sack? Let your sister-in-law have a peek." I just set the sack down and untied its mouth. Mother and son craned their necks to look, and their shrieks nearly split my eardrums. Heavens above, how did you get so many pheasants? Brother Shaoan, you're amazing. Godan grabbed my hand and shook it. Brother Shaoan, give me 2, won't you? Sister-in-law Tsuehua's eyes darted around, and she broke into a beaming smile. Shaoan really has a gift. You can't finish this many. What a shame if they spoil. Give your sister-in-law a few, and come eat at our place someday. As she said this, she swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Her family hadn't touched meat in over half a year either. I stared straight at the 2 of them, my eyes as good as saying, "Do you take me for a fool?" This body was only 16, but tricks meant to coax children didn't work on me. Sister-in-law Tsuehua was a neighbor. But in my last life, when my brothers and sisters starved to death one after another, she never once lent a hand. The day I buried my brother, she even complained it was bad luck and shooed me farther away. For those who had helped me, I was never stingy. For cold-hearted people like her, don't even think about getting the slightest bit out of me. The human heart. It's only in times of ruin that you see it most clearly. I hoisted the sack back onto my shoulder and smiled. Sister-in-law, the pheasants up the mountain are quite easy to shoot. Make yourself a slingshot. You could do it too. With that, I turned and left. Black Panther in the basket heard the whole thing and was puzzled. Master, you don't like her. So why didn't you just take another path? By rights I should have. Sister-in-law Tsuehua was the most famous blabbermouth for miles around. Within a day, word of my hunting would spread through the entire village. That was hardly good for hiding away to eat meat in secret. But that was exactly what I wanted. Black Panther, this is too complicated. That little head of yours won't figure it out. At home, I dumped all the prey on the ground. My brother's mouth gaped wide enough to stuff an egg in. Big brother, where did you get so many pheasants? I rubbed my nose. Haha, shot him with a slingshot. That's what I'd tell anyone who asked. I couldn't let anyone know the cat had caught them, or Black Panther would surely become a target. It was noon. I picked out the biggest little phoenix, plucked and cleaned it. A 3-pound phoenix yields 70% meat, so about 2 pounds. I chopped it into chunks, blanched it, and simmered a big pot of chicken porridge, golden fat floating on top, a sprinkle of salt, and it was wonderfully fresh. It had been ages since we'd tasted chicken. We ate our fill at this meal, and the points came rolling in again. After the meal, I boiled a kettle of water in the yard and scalded the pheasant's feathers off. Once plucked clean and gutted, I dug out the innards. Heart, liver, and lungs were all nourishing, too good to throw away. I didn't spare even the intestines, rubbing them with a handful of wood ash and rinsing them to clean off the off-smell and filth. I'd only cleaned 3 or 4 when guests arrived. The ramshackle courtyard, usually deserted, today received 2 women comrades, educated youths sent down from the city, whom I'd seen in my last life. Both around 18, high school graduates, a bit fairer than the village girls. The one on the left with a ponytail was called Luo E, oval-faced, tall, and slender. The one linking arms with her, with ear-length short hair, was called Wang Ye, a brisk, outspoken type, and from what I'd heard, from a well-off family. "Hello, you must be Comrade Shaoan?" Wang Ye wasn't shy at all. "I'm Zhou, something I can help you with." She didn't answer, her eyes fixed on the pheasants in the basin. "I heard you shot some pheasants today. I never imagined it'd be this many. Amazing. Just something I threw together." I waved a hand. She glanced inside the house. "There's something I'd like to talk with you about. Could we go inside?" I already knew what was going on, but I still had to play along. "Sure, come in. I'll pour you some water." There was no tea in the house, so it was 2 bowls of plain water. Wang Ye made herself right at home, going over to the bed to play with my 2 sisters. "These are your little sisters, right? Twins, so adorable." Luo E looked around the bare 4 walls and the crowd of children, her eyes welling with sympathy. They had only heard about my family's situation by chance, both parents gone one after the other, leaving behind a house full of children. "We're from the Educated Youth Station. I'm Wang Ye, and this is Luo E. I think I've seen you 2 at work. I just didn't know your names." Wang Ye set the big bundle in her hands on the table and, pulling things out, said, "We brought you a few things. See if you like them. A bag of rice, a bag of white flour, a bag of white sugar, a jar of canned yellow peaches, and a handful of colorful fruit candies." My brother's eyes glued themselves to the candy and wouldn't budge. Sugar was precious in those years, 70 cents a pound, more than ordinary folk would spring for, let alone this kind of colorful candy found only in the city. The number of times they'd eaten candy in their lives could be counted on their fingers. My 4th brother pressed his lips together and asked softly, "Big sister, is this really for us?" Wang Ye pressed a candy into his hand. "That's right, it's all for you." My 4th brother's eyes went wide. "Wow, thank you, big sister." I understood perfectly. No reward comes without merit. Pies don't fall from the sky. This big bundle of theirs was to trade for my pheasants, which suited me just fine, all within my calculations. I deliberately let word of my hunting slip to that blabbermouth sister-in-law at Sawa today, precisely to let the villagers, and especially the Educated Youth Station, know I had hunting skills and I'd bagged quite a few pheasants today. These educated youths all came from worker families and lived better than the villagers, never short on rice and flour. The one thing they lacked was meat. In these years, even city folk found it hard to get. To eat meat, their best route was to get in with a hunter. Private trade was taboo, but the exchange of favors and gifts between fellow villagers was something no one could object to. So the educated youths often paid visits to hunters' homes, brought a few things, and received some meat in return, each willing, and no one able to catch a fault. This pile of pheasants I wanted to trade for grain. There were 2 routes. 1, go to the black market in town. High risk, and if caught it meant a charge of speculation and profiteering. 2, cooperate with the educated youths. I chose the latter, which was why I'd used sister-in-law Tsuawa's mouth to spread the word. "Thank you, Sister Yeya, for looking after us. I hunted some pheasants today. Take a few home to eat too." She understood at once, and we exchanged a knowing smile. Everything left unsaid. I'd already tallied up everything on the table in my head. At the supply and marketing cooperative, rice was 12 cents a pound, white flour 15. This was about 15 pounds of rice, 10 of flour, 2 pounds of white sugar, 70 cents a pound, 70 cents for the canned peaches, a few cents for the candy, roughly 6 yuan in all. What's more, these things didn't just require money. They required coupons too. Chicken was 55 cents a pound, and pheasant tasted even better, so it ought to be dearer. I took out the old steelyard and weighed 7 hazel grouse and 2 little phoenixes, a full 10 pounds. Sister Yaya, will these do? She smiled into 2 crescent moons. Yes, 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 thank you so much. Packed into her big bundle, she lifted it with a beaming face. Whenever you've got something good, don't forget the 2 of us. Come straight to the educated youth station. Luo E, who had hardly spoken all this while, now opened her mouth. Shawan, just tell us what your family needs, so we can prepare it in advance. I didn't stand on ceremony. Sister Luo E, could you help me gather more cloth coupons? Luo E glanced at the children's clothes, patch upon patch, and nodded. Making clothes wasn't for looks. August was still warm, but come September the Changbai Mountains would turn suddenly cold, dropping into the single digits morning and night. He and my brothers and sisters all wore single-layer clothing, no match for it. Wang Yiya thumped her chest. I can get cloth coupons. How many do you want? I looked back at my brothers and sisters and thought it over carefully. Quite a lot. Counting me, 9 of us, 2 outfits each, with a double layer of cotton batting in between, plus a bedsheet and 2 new quilts. She frowned, but agreed all the same. I don't have that many on hand. I'll write home to ask for some. It'll take a while. No rush. Thank you, Sister Yaya, Sister Luo E. Once I'd seen them off, I went back to cleaning the remaining pheasants. After the ones I'd traded away and the ones we ate at noon, 6 hazel grouse and 4 little phoenixes remained. I'd keep a few to eat over the next couple of days and smoke the rest into jerky as backup provisions. Big brother, what's wrong with Black Panther? It's been listless and sleeping ever since it got back. My second brother stared at the black cat in the basket, worried. Black Panther had slept the moment it returned from hunting, not a few pieces of chicken at noon, and then slept straight through to evening without waking. It's just too tired. Let it sleep a while longer. But the next day, it was still just as listless, sleeping the entire day. I grew anxious. Black Panther, what's going on? Where does it hurt? It lay in the basket, its voice soft and weak. It's nothing, master. I just spent too much energy. I need to rest a few days. I stroked its head and sighed. All right, rest up well. No mountain for the next couple of days. No mountain meant opening another mystery box. After lunch, I spent 1,500 points and opened a Tier 2 box. Last time it was 2 big snakes and a clutch of eggs. What would it be this time? The box opened. Congratulations on unlocking the Tier 2 mystery box. Gift, 120-pound crossbow. My eyes lit up. I'd thought it would be food, and instead it was a hunting weapon. Truly, a pillow delivered right when I was nodding off. After the meal, I sent my brothers off, then slipped into the woodshed to take it out. In the picture it looked like wood, but the moment I held it I knew it was the real thing. Heavy, a heft that couldn't produce. I gave it a tap, carbon steel, coated on the outside with a wood grain lacquer. It came with 10 bolts, likewise carbon steel finished with lacquer. I broke into a grin. This system truly understood me, even thinking of the disguise on my behalf. Had it been a gleaming steel crossbow, taking it out carelessly would have brought trouble. During the Great Steel Smelting Campaign a few years back, all the iron implements in the village had been handed over. Even iron pots, cleavers, and door hinges were removed. Iron implements were scarce now. Even the beat-up pot in my house had been obtained only through connections. If anyone saw me with a steel crossbow and pressed me on where it came from, I'd have no explanation. But this one looked like would even up close. Only when you held it did you sense the difference in weight. I hugged it to my chest and looked for a place to hide it. Black Panther woke and watched me bustle about from its nest. Master, is that the treasure you opened today? Yes. Once you've recovered, we're going up the mountain. I sighed. It probably won't work as well as a rifle. If I can bag a wild rabbit, I'll be content. Truthfully, I'd rather have drawn a hunting rifle. But in these years, having a gun wasn't a good thing. Though guns weren't banned, they weren't something ordinary people could possess. Among the few villages nestled against the Changbai Mountains, the hunters with guns could be counted on one hand, and most still relied on traps and homemade bows and arrows. Traps had a low success rate, and bows and arrows lacked power. If I suddenly produced a gun and couldn't account for its origin, there'd be trouble. Black Panther propped itself up, its face full of surprise. Master, this crossbow is no worse than a hunting rifle. A 120-pound crossbow. Forget wild rabbits. It'll take down a boar with ease. It was my first time handling a crossbow, and I had no concept of pounds. Only after hearing it did I understand how formidable the thing in my hands was. An ordinary 40-pounder could already hunt boar, and this 120-pounder could fell large beasts. With a range beyond 300 meters, its bolts able to pierce armor, its power rivaling a small-caliber rifle. I grinned from ear to ear. Haha, this box was worth opening. But Black Panther doused me with cold water. Do you even know how to use it? A crossbow is harder to hit with than a gun. No aim, no good. My face fell. In my last life, I'd never so much as touched a gun, let alone a crossbow, where I was a total novice. Even a good blade needs a hand that knows how to wield it. No matter how sharp the tool, without skill in the hand, the prey slips away right from under your nose. Don't worry, I'll drill hard these next couple of days, and once I've got the hang of it, we'll go up the mountain. Only when I actually handled it did I discover the crossbow's marvel. Black Panther, doesn't a 120-pound crossbow need 100 pounds of pull? How did I draw it in one go? I'd thought that being reborn had awakened some divine strength, but lifting other things still felt just as heavy. Black Panther stretched. It's tailor-made for you by the system. Once it recognizes its master, you can draw it without effort. Oh, is that so? Then I'd rather it just gave me innate divine strength. There's that in the boxes. It just depends on whether your luck can draw it out. Over the next few days, apart from cooking, I spent all my time practicing with the crossbow. I set up a straw target post in the yard and shot from varying distances and angles. Firing the bolt wasn't hard. Hitting the target was. At first, 9 out of 10 shots missed. Only after a whole day's practice did I begin to get a feel for it. Hit. Big brother hit it again. Amazing. My third brother became my little lackey, scrambling to fetch and pull out the bolts for me, his eyes full of adoration. After 3 straight days of practice, I'd worked out some of the knack. Though I couldn't hit 9 of 10, better than half was solid. Black Panther had recovered too. I decided, up the mountain. After nearly half an hour's walk, I reached the area where I'd hunted pheasants before. I sat on a rock to rest. Black Panther, any big game around here? It shook its little head. I looked last time. Only pheasants and rabbits, no big stuff. As expected, this area was close to the village, and villagers often came to gather mountain goods, so the scent of people was strong. Clever big beasts wouldn't stay where there were many people. They only hid in the deep mountains where human traces were rare. I rose. Then let's head into the deep mountains. We walked for another half hour and more, and the deeper we went the quieter it grew, until nothing remained but bird song and the chirp of insects. I gripped the crossbow, my heart uneasy. Mountain-born though I was, from childhood I'd only wandered around the mountain's foot, never truly entering the deep mountains. The villagers didn't dare go in without reason. The legends of the mountain grew more terrifying one after another. Black bears that could crush a man's skull with one swipe. Mountain lords, tigers, that could carry off several pounds of human flesh in one bite, and deadly venomous snakes. I wanted to fill my brothers' and sisters' bellies, but to say I wasn't afraid would be a lie. When a person walks step by step into the unknown, what carries them forward is never a lack of fear, but the people in their heart they cannot bear to leave unprotected. Black Panther, take a look at these woods. Any big game? There won't be any black bears, will there? Black Panther glanced left and right, then lay on the ground and sniffed. Master, there's big game nearby. No black bears. To find one, we'd have to walk another hour plus into the deep mountains. I shook my head like a rattledrum. Right here is fine. I've got no interest in black bears for the moment. The truth was I had the ambition, but not the nerve. Strong as the crossbow was, a black bear's hide was thick and its flesh tough. One bolt might not kill it. In the moment it took to reload, it could catch me, and I'd suffer terribly. Black Panther's little nose sniffed without pause, leading me left and right for a dozen minutes. Master, the smell of a foolish roe deer. My heart leapt with joy. A grown roe deer weighed 50 or 60 pounds, its meat lean and firm, the best for restoring the depleted, just right for my brothers and sisters as they were now. Take me there quick. I followed behind on tiptoe, not daring to breathe. Get down. Behind that big tree, see them? I crawled into the bushes and looked in the direction. Behind the tree were actually 4 roe deer, 2 big ones leading 2 little ones, browsing at their leisure. They were like little deer, with slender necks and grass-yellow coats. I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from rising. 4 of them. Surely I'd hit at least one. The distance was about 180 meters. I aimed at the head of the nearest one, held my breath a long while, and loosed a bolt. But at that very moment the roe deer jerked its head, off by an inch or two. My teeth ached with frustration. That foolish creature. Why swing its head for no reason? Before I could knock a second bolt, all 4 roe deer kicked off their hind legs, made a few leaps, and vanished in the blink of an eye. I punched the ground, full of regret and anger. Who says roe deer are foolish? These fellows are sharp, faster runners than anyone. It seemed that anything that had survived to now without going extinct was never truly foolish. I stowed the crossbow and was about to move to another spot when I suddenly heard a rustling not far off. 40 or 50 meters away, it was those very roe deer from before. They stared at me with round, jet-black eyes, their faces full of curiosity, wanting to see clearly just what was hiding in this direction. And they were closer now. My heart, which had dropped to the bottom of the valley, lifted again. This time I learned my lesson. I wouldn't aim for the head. A roe deer's head was small and it loved to jerk it about. A headshot for an instant kill was fine, but without the skill, don't try to show off. I settled the sight on its belly. The crossbow had power enough. Even if it missed a vital spot, it could gravely wound, and wounded prey couldn't run far. The nearest was an antlered male roe deer, still staring foolishly at me. The bolt shot out with a whoosh and buried itself squarely in its belly. It bolted, but with its innards pierced through, it hadn't run 100 meters before it toppled over. The other 3, hooves flying, fled deep into the woods. Black Panther hit it. Let's go quick. This was the first time I'd bagged big game with my own hands, and the sense of achievement was beyond words. I jogged over. The male roe deer had already breathed its last, a full 60 pounds. I pulled out the bolt and loaded it into the back basket. What's with these roe deer? They all ran off. Why come back to look? Black Panther stretched. Curiosity. These foolish creatures' curiosity is heavier than the old ladies at the village gate. Roe deer had keen senses of smell and hearing. Only their curiosity was too great. After fleeing a stretch, they couldn't help wondering, just what was that? So they'd retrace their path to see for themselves. A carnivore could only be toyed with like this again and again. But a hunter had a crossbow in hand. Across the distance, he could still take its life. No wonder they call it the foolish roe deer. It seemed they really were foolish. Dragging the roe deer along made hunting inconvenient, so I used hemp rope to hoist it up onto a tree fork, planning to retrieve it on the way back. We wandered another dozen minutes, and Black Panther lay on the ground sniffing scents. Master, the smell of a badger. Good stuff. Find it quick. I'd never eaten badger, but I'd seen one, shaped like a dog but rounder, with short, thick limbs and rows of black and white stripes across its face, very easy to identify. A grown one weighed 20 or 30 pounds. Anyone who'd been to school knew this was the Ja from Lu Xun's writings that stole watermelons. Black Panther tracked the scent and found the burrow. It's right in this hole. I crouched down and frowned. The entrance was fairly large, and inside it was pitch black, so deep the bottom couldn't be seen. Badgers were the best at digging burrows, able to build long, wide castles underground with 2 entrances and exits. I should have known to bring a hoe. When mountain folk caught badgers, it was mostly done in winter during their hibernation. Dig one out, and you could get several from a single den. It's only autumn now, no hibernation yet. Bringing a hoe would have been useless too. By the time you dug, it'd have long fled. I stared at the black hole, at a loss. Can't dig it out, and it's holed up in there. How do we catch it? Black Panther rubbed against my trouser leg. UVE still got me. With that little frame of yours, you can't even catch a rabbit. Can you manage? It led me to a small burrow entrance. I can't catch it, but I can drive it out. This is the exit. You just guard it. My eyes lit up, and I stroked its head. Be careful. Once it comes out, run off a ways. Don't let the bolt hit you by mistake. You got it. Black Panther slipped into the burrow. I guarded the exit. Bolt knocked. Eyes locked on the hole. Faint sounds came from within the burrow. It was driving the badger out. About 5 minutes later, an animal darted out. Without hesitation, I loosed the bolt. At such close range, one bolt ran it clean through. But only after firing did I realize this wasn't a badger. It was half the size of a badger, its coat a dark brown, like a dog and like a fox, with a ring of black fur around its face, as if wearing a mask. Had Black Panther judged wrong? No time to think. The burrow entrance stirred again. Something shot out fast as lightning, its four legs leaving after images. Before I could fire, it had vanished. But I'd seen it clearly. That was the badger. Sturdy and round, plainly fat at a glance. 20 or 30 pounds of meat had just slipped away. My heart filled with regret. I hadn't regretted long before the entrance stirred again. I set my hand to the crossbow, not daring to blink. Another badger darted out. I loosed a bolt into it, and it twitched twice and fell. The burrow fell silent. Black Panther, any more? All done. I'm coming out. Don't shoot me. Don't worry, come on out. I pulled the bolt back out and looked first at the badger, a grown one, 25 pounds, plump and round. To survive the hibernation of the Changbai Mountains tens of degrees below zero winter, it had been packing on autumn fat. You could imagine its coat of fatty grease without even cutting it open. Then I looked at the other one. Black Panther, what's this? Why does it look like a dog and a fox? That's a raccoon dog, the badger's gatekeepered. I still didn't get it. What's a raccoon dog? UVE heard birds of a feather, literally, raccoon dogs of the same hill. That's this. Folk call it the earth cart. Oh, the earth cart. That I know da. Raccoon dogs often shared a burrow with badgers, serving as gatekeepers. Alert by nature, at the first sign of danger they'd cry out, warning the badger inside. Not bad. Small, but it's still meat. I loaded it into the back basket and kept searching. Master, a wild rabbit, want it? I do. But with that little frame of yours, can you catch it? I can't catch it, but I can chase it. I'll herd it over next to you, and you find your chance to strike. All right. Thank you for your trouble, little Black. Before the words were out, Black Panther shot into the grass like a bolt from a string. A gray rabbit sprang out with a whoosh. There were many rabbits in the woods, but they were truly hard to shoot. Their coloring was dark and dull, easily hidden and hard to spot. Their ears were extremely sharp, and at the slightest sound they'd take off, fast enough to leave after images. I raised the crossbow and stood there dumbstruck. Whoa, this rabbit can really run. Black Panther gave chase relentlessly, one moment driving it into the woods, the next herding the rabbit back to my side. Master, shoot already. You're wearing me out. All right, I'll find my chance. I aimed at the rabbit's line of flight and fired a bolt ahead of it. Black Panther dodged aside, and the rabbit ran squarely into the bolt. I lifted it by the ears. 6 pounds, not bad. Black Panther pawed at my trouser leg. Next time, can you strike a little sooner? Do you have any idea how exhausting chasing rabbits is? I crouched down and stroked its head. All right, herd a few more, and when we get home, I'll make you braised rabbit. It gave 2 grumbling meows. Your house doesn't even have oil, salt, soy sauce, or vinegar. What braised rabbit are you going to make? I'll figure something out. We hit 4 more in a row. It was getting late, so we prepared to head down the mountain. Master, I'm too tired. Can I get in the back basket? It lay limp on the ground. My heart ached for it, and I picked it up. Sure, rest. I'll call you when the food's ready. The back basket was stuffed with the roe deer, the raccoon dog, and 3 rabbits, full. I tucked Black Panther in too and covered it with a layer of cloth. Prey caught by my own skill, I didn't fear anyone's gossip. But today's haul was too much, too fine, so it was best to keep a low profile, lest I become a target. I carried the back basket on my shoulders, a badger and 2 rabbits in my hands as well. So heavy my thin, frail body swayed. I'd deliberately taken a small path, but with so many people about I ran into them anyway. Several white-haired old women gathered in a cluster, embroidering shoe patterns and chatting. This household's affairs and that once. I lowered my head and hurried on, but their eyes were sharp, and they swarmed around me. Oh ho, isn't this the Zhou family Shaoan? Just down from the mountain. I gave a grunt and made to leave. One old woman tugged at my sleeve, her eyes fixed rigidly on the badger and rabbits in my hands. Shock, envy, jealousy, and greed too. In these years, even children could scarcely get a taste of meat, let alone these elders with half their bodies already buried in the yellow earth. Shaoan, did you catch this? Look how fat this badger is. What's in the back basket? Let me have a look. One old woman reached out to lift the cloth. I sidestepped and dodged her. It's nothing. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. They acted as if they hadn't heard, clustering around and refusing to disperse. My grandson hasn't had meat in over half a year. Shaoan, you can't finish this much. Share some with Granny. We're all fellow villagers. Share a bit, won't you? Looking at this ring of wrinkled faces, my heart went cold. Every family had it hard, but mine had it hardest of all. In my last life, when my brothers and sisters starved to death, Not one of them came to help. Now here they were, coming to split my meat. The me of my last life was thin-skinned, afraid to make a scene, and would probably have given it away. But the reborn me cared only for my own family. I stepped back 2 paces, my face cold. There's plenty of game up the mountain. If you want to eat it, send your own sons and grandsons up to hunt. The old women couldn't keep their faces. Hey, Shawan, what kind of talk is that from a child like you? I sneered. And what kind of talk was that from you? My parents are dead. I've got a whole crowd of little brothers and sisters, and you're still fighting me for me? Shameless. With that, I turned and left. Only when a person is poor is it revealed who truly cares. At home, my brothers were chopping firewood in the yard. Too weak to lift much, they could only manage the thin pieces. My second brother, Zhou Fu, was inside minding the 2 little sisters. He had a gentle temper and patience. I dumped all the game in the yard. My brothers swarmed around, their eyes full of excitement. Wow, big brother, did you catch all this? Amazing. From now on, I want to go up the mountain with you too. Bathed in this stream of flattery, my heart felt light. It was so good to have crossed back to these 1960s. My brothers and sisters were all here, and I was no longer alone. I carried Black Panther inside and set it in its little nest. Sleep well for a few days. Last time up the mountain, it had slept 2 whole days. Today, it was even more worn out. It half opened its eyes, still thinking of food. Don't forget the braised rabbit. Don't worry, little glutton. I picked out 2 rabbits and put them in a bamboo basket, about to head out. My third brother called me back. Where's big brother going? Sister Yaya gave us so much last time. When you catch game, you've got to return the favor, right? My third brother nodded earnestly. Give some to Sister Luo Yi too. Oh, why's that? He scratched his head and smiled shyly. Sister Luo Yi is pretty. I want her to be my sister-in-law. Ha ha, you little rascal. Only 10 years old and already playing matchmaker for me. Still, come to think of it, after the new year I'd be 17, and in these years, 17 or 18 was old enough to marry in the village. In my last life, I grew old alone. In this life, if I could start a family, that wouldn't be bad. Only I had no such thoughts about Luo. Not because she was a year older than me, but because she was a female educated youth, bound to return to the city sooner or later. Why would she stay in this poor mountain hollow? Just as I reached the courtyard gate, I ran headlong into someone. Who's got no eyes in there? The other person cursed halfway. Then, seeing it was me, forced the words back down. It was my aunt-in-law, Wang Suifan. I frowned, full of wariness. She'd come to my door for no reason. Even a dog could guess what she was after. Surely those old women had spread word of my hunting, and she'd come for the game. I blocked the gate, cold. What do you want? She heaped on a rare smile. Shawan, what kind of talk is that? Haven't seen you in so long. Your aunt came specially to check on you all. As she spoke, she slipped past into the yard, and instead invited me in. Don't stand at the gate. Come in and sit. The guest taking over as host. I laughed in anger. Her eyes fell at once on the game on the ground, and they went wide, the corners of her mouth curling up. Last time, when she'd heard I shot pheasants with a slingshot, she'd been half doubtful, taking it for a child's game. Now, one look, and she saw this good-for-nothing wild child in a new light. She fawned, untying her cloth sack and leaning close to me. Shawan, these are mushrooms your aunt gathered up the mountain, specially for you all. Inside were 2 pounds of hazel mushrooms. They were fresh and delicious, best for chicken stewed with mushrooms, but a chore to gather, crouching on the ground, parting the pine needles 1 spot at a time. A whole day's picking yielded a dozen pounds at most. The her of my last life hadn't even sent over so much as a handful of wild greens. Now this false kindness. I looked down on these 2 pounds of mushrooms all the more. She tried to shove the sack into my hands. I forced it back hard. I don't want your things. Take them away. She kept smiling and pressed it into my arms anyway. Don't stand on ceremony with your aunt. Take it. If you feel bad about it, just give your aunt a little something in return. With that, she crouched down and reached out to drag off the roe deer. Haha, your aunt won't ask for much. Just give me this roe deer. As she spoke, she tugged at the roe deer's leg, her face full of greed. My eyes could have shot fire. Wang Suifan was robbing me outright. Did she really take me, Zhouan, for a child? I rolled up my sleeves to step forward. Dare rob my family's things, and don't blame me for getting rough. Sister-in-law Suifan, what are you doing? At the courtyard gate stood 2 young women, Wang Yaya and Luo Yi. Wang Tsuefan glanced back and curled her lip. I'm talking business with my nephew. What's it to you two? The usually reticent Luo, you walk straight in. Nonsense, you're plainly robbing him. Wang Yeye was furious too. Is this road deer yours? Where are you dragging it off to? Wang Tsuefan's eyes flickered, but she craned her neck and shouted. I'm keeping it safe for them, so no one else covets it. We're family, what's this talk of robbing? The two of them had long since asked around the village about my family's situation and knew how mean this aunt's family was. How would they believe her lies? Wang Yeye grabbed hold of the roe deer's other leg. With meat in the house, you think they wouldn't know to eat it? This is robbery, don't think we can't see it. Let go. This is a family matter. You outsider girl, mind your own business. Even if I'm not from this village, I still won't let you rob him. The two of them were deadlocked. Luo, he stepped forward. Aunt Tsuefan, keep this up and we'll go find the village chief. Wang Tsuefan pressed her lips together. Over that sack of grain last time, she'd already been warned by the village chief. But she really couldn't bear to give up this roe deer. Luo Yi's fine brows knit. By then I'll bring the militia. Seizing someone else's things like this, how are you any different from a bandit? Wang Tsuefan's face turned the color of a vegetable. Discipline and conduct were strictly enforced in these years. Petty disputes didn't matter much, but once a label was pinned on you, you'd suffer greatly. She hurriedly let go, but unwilling to give up, she pointed at the things in Wang Yeye's hands. Then what did you two come for? What you're carrying, you want to trade for meat, don't you? Speculation and profiteering. That's an even bigger crime. A flicker of guilt crossed the bottom of Wang Yeye's eyes, but she straightened her back at once and threw an arm over my shoulders. Shaoan is the sworn little brother we've taken on. A big sister bringing her little brother some things. Any problem with that? Luo, he came over too, resting a hand on my other shoulder. That's right. From now on, if you dare bully him again, we'll report you to the commune. I turned my head. Luo Yi's lashes were long, her braid falling over her shoulder, and a faint scent of soap pod drifted over. My heart warmed. Though I knew they were here to trade for meat, this show of protection still moved me. Wang Tsuefan was so aggrieved, she hadn't even the strength left to curse. Domineering for so many years, and now she'd stumbled at the hands of two young girls. She picked up her mushroom sack and made to leave in a huff. With the female, educated youths present, I couldn't strike openly. As she passed by me and no one was watching, I hooked out my leg. A gutter-level move, hardly honorable, but effective. She was walking fast, and this trip sent her sprawling straight to the ground. Still clutching the mushrooms, her hands weren't free to catch herself, and her forehead split open, blood smearing half her face. I curled my lips. That probably hurt a bit. You bastard little brat. I'll tear you apart. I ducked behind the female, educated youths and put on a look of utter grievance. Auntie, you fell on your own. How can you pin it on someone else? Wang Yeye pointed at her nose. You fell on your own and you're blaming him? We're all witnesses. Leave now or we really will fetch the militia. Who tripped her? No one saw, and instead there were two witnesses to speak for me. Wang Tsuefan ground her teeth, swallowing her bitterness in silence, and clutching her head, slunk off in defeat. Everyone in the yard was in high spirits. Wang Yeye came inside, set a big bundle on the table, and, pinching a thick stack of coupons, smiled. I gathered enough cloth coupons, and I even found you some cotton coupons. I took them, treasuring them beyond measure. In my last life I'd been so poor I hadn't even had grain coupons. In some places a whole family shared a single pair of trousers. Whoever went out wore them, which shows just how precious cloth coupons were. Cotton coupons were even rarer. In cotton-producing regions, everything was under unified purchase and sale, and city folk were allotted only £1 a year, so making one cotton quilt took the whole family pooling together. Sister Yeye, thank you so much. Cotton coupons aren't easy to come by. She scratched her head. It's not much. Luo, E and I pooled for a good while, and it's only enough for one quilt. That's plenty good. In truth, it was far from enough. With winter approaching, I and my 8 brothers and sisters had to rush to make winter clothes. The clothes alone would take a lot of cotton, and quilts were even more lacking. Where would all this cotton come from? The thought gave me a headache. Wang Yeye kept pulling things out. First was a jug of oil, 3 or 4 pounds, clear pure rapeseed oil. Then a big bag of salt, about 5 pounds. Last time I traded a single mandarin fish for just 3 pounds of salt from Aunt Chuanxia, and had to use it sparingly. Now there was enough for a good long while. Besides that, There was soy sauce, vinegar, chili, Sichuan peppercorns, and star anise. It was Luo E who reminded me. Otherwise, scatterbrained as I am, I'd never have thought of it. Luo E had seen my kitchen last time. Apart from salt, there was hardly any seasoning at all, and she'd kept it in mind. These seasonings were sent right to my heart's need. Carrying 2 rabbits today, I'd been meaning to trade for seasoning at the educated youth station anyway. Without seasoning, rabbit could only be boiled in plain water, with a rank, gamey smell, bland and hard to swallow. Braised, it was fragrant and tender, worlds apart. Thank you, Sister Luo E. Luo E smiled, her almond eyes curving into crescents. Don't mention it. It's your sister Yaya who prepared the good stuff. She pulled 2 cans from the bundle. I took them and looked. They were actually Xinjiang Tuanjia brand milk powder. My eyes went wide. Milk powder was rare in these years. During the famine a few years back, even grass roots and tree bark had been eaten clean, and even now some people couldn't get enough to eat. In my last life, my family hadn't even had grain. Now here I was, actually getting milk powder. Wang Yaya scooped up little ninth sister. Last time I saw how pitifully hungry the 2 little ones were, so I had my dad pull some strings to get this. Mix it for the sisters to drink. It'll build them up. The children in poor mountain villages all drank mother's milk. If the mother had none, they could only be kept alive on rice water. Milk powder was beyond even daring to imagine. I stroked the cans, delighted, yet frowned. Sister Yaya, this milk powder is expensive, isn't it? Take all the game in the yard. Luo, he said gently. Take it and don't worry. We'll bring some game away too. We won't stand on ceremony with you. I could figure out just how expensive it was even with my toes. In these years, milk powder factories were few and output low. A small half-pound bag was 5 or 6 yuan. This kind was a full pound. You couldn't buy it for under 10 yuan. A city worker earned only 40 yuan a month. A pure luxury item. I gripped the cans, my feelings complicated. I thought they only wanted to trade for meat, but now it seemed they truly cared. To trade for meat, ordinary things would do. Why take out rare treasures like cotton coupons and milk powder? My eyes couldn't help reddening. In my last life, after my parents died, no one had ever been this good to us. All I'd felt was malice. Why was I born into such a poor family? Why did my brothers and sisters die one after another? Why did I alone have to shoulder all the suffering? And after being reborn, little by little, I tasted what it was like to be cared for. There is always true feeling in this world. So that saying wasn't empty after all. Wang Yaya patted my shoulder. I said I'd take you as my sworn little brother, so I'll look after you. These are all trifles. Luo Yi added. From now on, just tell us what you're short on. Whatever we can help with, we will. She also gave me a bag of hand-milled flour, not as white as the modern kind, but especially good tasting. I accepted the things and went out to divide the meat. Take this roe deer. The meat is lean, but the flavor's good. Roe deer meat was called the king of lean meat. Lean but not tough, more nourishing than beef or mutton. Wang Yaya shook her head. No, it's 60 pounds. How could the 2 of us finish it? Luo Yi agreed too. That's too much. Half is enough. I lifted the 2 biggest rabbits again. Then take 1 rabbit each too, and make braised rabbit when you get back. All right. Can you help us skin them? We don't know how. No problem. I fetched a small knife, small but sharp. I skinned with great care, afraid of nicking the fur. The rabbit hide was a drab gray, not much to look at, but warm. Made into a little jacket, it was excellent against the cold, and a complete, top-grade one could be traded at the supply and marketing cooperative for a few cents. Once the rabbits were done, it was the big fellow's turn. Skinning the roe deer, I was even more careful. Roe deer hide was dense and thick, a prized thing that Northeasterners scrambled for. Made into a mattress or a hunter's coat, it let no rain or snow through and no cold wind in. This hide could be traded for money too, but I wouldn't sell it. In the dead of winter, tens of degrees below zero could freeze a person to death. Spread on the bed, my brothers and sisters would be a little warmer. Skin off? I opened it up and divided the meat. The 2 young women watched intently. Wang Yaya pointed at the pair of antlers on the roe deer's head. Do you want these antlers? The male roe deer's head bore antlers shaped like deer velvet, but smaller. I shook my head and cut them off with 1 stroke. No use to me. If you want them, take them. The roe deer's proper name was dwarf deer, and this pair of antlers had properties close to deer velvet. It could tonify kidney yang and strengthen the sinews and bones. Useless to the poor, It couldn't fill a belly. Only the wealthy bought it to build up their bodies. Wang Yaya took them and smiled. Then I'll keep them and have my dad find a buyer. It can get you some money too. I warmed again. I thought she wanted them for herself, when in fact it was to trade for money on my behalf. Thank you, Sister Yaya. Once the roe deer meat was divided, I went ahead and skinned the badger and the raccoon dog. The raccoon dog was only a dozen pounds, thick-furred, with not much meat once skinned. While I skinned the badger, all three of them stared in amazement. It was plump and round, and Wang Yaya couldn't help touching it. Whoa, this is way too fat. I patted its belly, the flesh rippling wave after wave. It's autumn now, packing on the autumn fat. The moment I peeled back a bit of skin, underneath was all white, glistening fat, greasy oil coating my hands and knife. I took off that slab of leaf lard, 3 fingers thick, heavy, weighing 7 or 8 pounds in the hand. A 20 or 30-pound badger, with 7 or 8 pounds of it fat. What a body fat ratio. I'll render this oil out this afternoon and give you some. Badger oil was a top-grade thing, and Wang Yaya couldn't refuse. She agreed with a smile. Don't give too much, keep it for yourselves. In winter, people went up the mountain to dig out badgers precisely for this oil. Old texts recorded that it could tonify the center and boost qi, and was especially good for treating burns and frostbite. The northeast was bitterly cold, and people's hands easily got frostbite, swollen and red like radishes, painful and itchy. In severe cases, the flesh would crack open, deep at the knuckles, almost to the bone. Rubbed with badger oil, the effect was excellent. Once I'd seen the two of them off, I got back to work. Black Panther was clamoring for braised rabbit, and now that I had seasoning, I could make it. Of the remaining 3 rabbits, each yielded 3 or 4 pounds once skinned and gutted. So I indulged for once and cooked them all. Chopped into chunks, it came to about 10 pounds, a full big pot, which I brought straight to the table. The 2 sisters played on the Kong while the 7 boys crowded around the table to eat. I'd thought there'd be leftovers, but it was wiped clean, even the sauce mopped up with steamed buns. A half-grown boy eats his father into the poorhouse. Growing children really can eat. I finished off my share in a few bites and went to mix milk powder for my sisters. The moment I opened the can lid, a rich, milky fragrance wafted out. The milk powder of these years had clean ingredients. Only raw cow's milk, best suited for children. I poured a bit over half a bowl of warm water and scooped the powder with the utmost care, aching over spilling even a bit. These 2 cans looked like a lot, but they wouldn't last. Drink freely, and they'd be gone in half a month. Littling, big brother's going to feed you milk. The twin sisters, the elder was called Zhou Ying, the younger Zhou Ling, looked so alike I often couldn't tell them apart. I held little Ying and fed her spoonful by spoonful. She was very good. The moment her little mouth tasted the milk, her eyes lit up at once, her little hands opening and closing as if pinching something, and she smiled after each sip, showing a dimple. Once I'd fed her, I fed little Ling. Both little ones, bellies full, soon fell fast asleep. I set the bowl by the bed, and my second brother Zhou Fu carried it to the kitchen to wash. Once I'd lulled my sisters to sleep, I went into the kitchen and saw a scene that made my heart ache. The dishwater had been poured into a bowl, diluted to a faint white, and several brothers were taking turns cradling it, each drinking a mouthful with great relish. That trace of milk residue, thin to this degree, how good could it taste? Yet they drank it as if it were delicious. My third brother, Zhou Gang, saw me first, and his face flushed scarlet as he wiped the corner of his mouth. Big brother, we're not being greedy, we just didn't want to waste it. My fourth brother, Zhou Qiang, hurriedly nodded. The milk powder's all for the sisters. We don't like this stuff. My heart clogged up further. What child doesn't like drinking milk? Seeing them cradle the rinse water, they plainly loved it dearly. They clearly wanted to drink it, yet said they didn't like it. Not because they weren't greedy, but because they were so understanding it made your heart ache. I stroked the heads of my third and fourth brothers. Don't worry. Once Big Brother makes something of himself, I'll have you drinking milk every day. Yes, we believe in Big Brother. Once the pot was washed, I began rendering the oil. I cut the fat into thin strips and put it in the pot. As the firewood burned, it sizzled, the oil gradually seeping out, growing clearer and clearer as it rendered, the fat shrinking into cracklings. What I rendered out, poured into an enamel basin, came to a full 3 or 4 pounds. Decades later, this oil could sell for several hundred a pound, but right now, It was my brothers and sisters' hope for getting through the winter. Black Panther, come, have a crackling. Having eaten the braised rabbit, Black Panther was much more spirited. It crouched by the stove watching me render the oil, chewing the cracklings with a crunch. Master, why don't you seem happy? I stroked the fur on its back, worrying over milk. If only I could get a dairy goat, then my brothers and sisters wouldn't have to worry about milk. Almost no one in the village raised sheep or goats. The ox belonged to the commune, plowing fields every day, and it was a bull that gave no milk. Milk powder was too expensive. With a dairy goat, it would be perfect. That was a milk-producing marvel, 6 pounds a day, with a lactation period lasting over 200 days. Black Panther stretched. If you want a dairy goat, just open a mystery box, isn't that it? I shook my head. What comes out is random. How could it be that lucky? It looked up at me, its eyes a touch exasperated. You don't know there's a targeted mystery box? I stared, wide-eyed, scratching my head. What's that? It pawed at my shoe. One look, and it's clear you've never studied the system. A targeted box lets you open a specified item. It's just that the price is high. I immediately opened the system panel and searched a long while before finding it in a corner. The points cost was double that of the specified item. A dairy goat was priced at $5,999, so opening it would take about $12,000. That was enough for 3 Tier 3 boxes and would take many days to save up. Was trading for a dairy goat worth it? I agonized over it all night. The next morning I made up my mind, buy it. My 8 brothers and sisters were all growing. Drinking milk would help their development. People in these years lacked nutrition from childhood and generally didn't grow tall, and I didn't want my brothers and sisters to all end up short in the future. After breakfast, I spent $12,000 to order the targeted mystery box. I could choose the drop location. Dropping it at home was convenient, but a goat suddenly appearing would be impossible to explain. So I shouldered the crossbow, took Black Panther up the mountain, walked for over half an hour, and found a stretch of deserted forest. All right here. Can't be bothered to walk further. I selected the drop location, right nearby. The next second, a brown dairy goat fell out of thin air into the forest. Thankfully, no one was around, or they'd surely have thought they'd seen a ghost. It hit the ground hard, looked around in terror, and kicked its hooves, wanting to flee. I grabbed hold of it, pulled out the hemp rope I'd prepared, tied it around its neck, and led it like a dog. Once I had it steady, I examined it closely. Its coat was brown, exactly like the roe deer I'd hunted before, and its shape was close to a wild goat. If anyone asked later, I'd say it was a wild goat I'd snared in the mountains. Thankfully, it wasn't pure white, or there'd truly be no explaining it. It was about 130 or 40 pounds in its lactation period. The bulging part between its 2 hind legs was astonishingly large. I couldn't help giving it a couple of touches and grinned. One look at this goat, and you can tell it's full of milk. From now on, the family won't be short on milk. Going down the mountain, I picked the small paths, but there were people everywhere in the village, and I couldn't fully avoid them. Sure enough, I ran into some on the way. Hey, a goat. And it's a nanny goat. Shawan, where'd it come from? 2 aunties pulling pig weed spotted it first, their eyes glued to the goat, stroking its head and back without stopping. I didn't halt my steps. A wild goat I ran into while hunting up the mountain. Got lucky, snared it with 1 rope. Having lived several decades, I could lie without my face reddening or my heart racing. The aunties already had loud voices, and now they were even more excited, drawing over the 6 or 7 villagers nearby, who surrounded me and watched like I was a monkey. Someone crouched to peer under the goat's belly. Whoa, look, it's a milk-giving nanny goat. The udder's so swollen. My daughter-in-law's useless. The baby lost her milk at 5 months, and I've been worrying over it. My heart grew irritated. The more they talked, the further afield it went, plainly with designs on my goat. I pushed through the crowd. My brothers and sisters are still waiting at home. I turned and left, nearly at a jog, as if afraid of being chased. In their eyes was envy, and even more, jealousy. Mock those who have nothing, resent those who have. In a place like this, you dared not flaunt good things. At home, when my brothers saw the live goat, every one of them broke into a grin. All I'd brought back before had been dead prey. This was the first time I'd brought back something alive. 8-year-old 5th brother Zhou Chuan stroked the goat's head, revealing a little dimple. Big brother, this goat is so cute. Can we keep it and not eat it? I was in the corner of the yard building a simple pen with boards. Of course we won't eat it. We're keeping it for milk. This goat has milk. It's specially for producing milk. Go get the basin. Its udder was too swollen. I had to milk it first to relieve it and ease its discomfort. I'd never milked a goat, but it wasn't hard to pick up. Right hand holding the basin to catch it. Left hand first needing to clear the mammary glands, then squeezing in a loose and tightened rhythm, white milk streaming down into the basin. My brothers craned their heads to watch, and when they saw milk really fall into the basin, they were all overjoyed. There really is milk. The sisters won't be short on milk anymore. Not just the sisters. From now on, you'll all have milk to drink every day. My second brother, Zhou Fu, worried. Is it enough for all of us? I reckoned I'd milked about enough. I couldn't drain it all at once, afraid of hurting it. There were already 3 pounds in the basin. Enough. We'll milk this much first, and we can milk it again after dinner. Third brother Zhou Gang and fourth brother Zhou Qiang shouldered the back baskets. Big brother, we'll go gather some tender grass for the goat. I carried the milk into the kitchen and boiled it in the pot. Raw milk carries bacteria, and drinking it gives you an upset stomach. Soon it was bubbling and rolling, the milky fragrance wafting everywhere, a thick skin forming on the surface. I picked up a piece and put it in my mouth, so rich it made a person happy. This milk is really good. Freshly squeezed pure milk was far more fragrant and nourishing than the boxed kind of later ages. For children, goat's milk was even better than cow's milk. Many people were lactose intolerant to cow's milk and got diarrhea, but goat's milk was easily absorbed. 3 pounds seemed like a lot, but with so many people, it came to a small half bowl each when shared out. Drink a little at noon first. We'll milk again tonight. Zhou Fu cradled his bowl obediently. This is plenty. My brothers drank with the utmost care, terrified of spilling a single drop, their expressions rapt, as if they were drinking nectar. Compared to yesterday's rinse water, this was truly top-shelf liquor. After dinner, I milked another 3 pounds, boiled it before bed, a small half bowl each. Having drunk the warm milk, I fell asleep almost the moment I touched the bed. In the middle of the night, I felt something treading back and forth on my body, furry and nuzzling my face. I rubbed my eyes and looked. Black Panther. It was standing on me, poking my nose with its paw. I pushed it away. What are you doing in the dead of night? I'm sleepy, don't paw at me. The paw pressed on again. Stop sleeping. Someone's come into the yard. Who'd come in the middle of the night? You must have misheard. Someone really came in. Climbed over the wall. They're stealing your goat right now. Stealing my goat. My drowsiness vanished in an instant. This goat was my treasure. Whoever dared steal it, I'd fight them to the death. I stepped lightly into the kitchen. That window faced right at the goat pen. I grabbed the cleaver on the way and crouched by the window to look. There was a moon tonight, so the yard wasn't too dark and my eyesight was good. I saw clearly. 2 people by the goat pen, one already leading the goat away. By the moonlight, I recognized them. One was Zhou Hu, my aunt's eldest son, the village's little hellraiser. Last time when he tried to snatch my fish, I'd pushed him into the pond and half drowned him. And yet he still wouldn't behave, actually coming to steal chickens and filch dogs. The other was his buddy Zhou Tiniu, another rowdy boy, only 17 but sturdily built, cast from the same mold as his pig butcher father. I set down the cleaver and grabbed a rolling pin, long and thick, the wood extremely hard. As a child, my father had struck me with it twice, and even without much force it had hurt terribly. I charged into the yard like a gust of wind, not saying a word. No words, only collision. I swung the stick like a madman, a whole set of dog-beating staff technique, every blow landing on flesh. The yard was full of dull thuds and ghostly howls. I showed no mercy, the force so great it made the web of my hand ache, avoiding only the fatal spots like the temples and the back of the skull. Ow! Stop! It hurts like hell, stop hitting. I acted as if I hadn't heard. Damn thieves. I'll teach you to steal. I'll teach you to steal. The 2 of them regretted it to the bottom of their guts. Wasn't sleeping better? Why steal a goat? Having climbed over the wall to get in, they could only climb over it to flee. My courtyard wall was built of adobe, not tall. A running start could get you over. Zhou Hu clawed both hands onto the wall's edge and was just lifting a leg. I aimed a blow at his backside, soft and springy. My butt. He screamed and reached back with his right hand to protect it. His left couldn't hold on, and he tumbled down whole. Zhou Tiniu was sharp-eyed and glimpsed a dog hole at the base of the wall, big enough to crawl through lying flat. Quick, through the dog hole. He crawled through first, Zhou Hu second. In the wait, Zhou took several more hard whacks. Once the two of them had crawled off, the yard finally went quiet. My brothers and Black Panther stood at the edge of the yard, mouths gaping wide enough to stuff an egg in. They'd heard the commotion and gotten up, meaning to help, only to find there was nothing for them to do. This was no fight. This was my one-sided massacre. I hadn't yet set down the rolling pin when there was a knock at the courtyard gate. I opened it to find second Grandpa Zhou from next door, over 60, his face full of worry. "Shaoan, all that shouting and howling, what happened?" "It's nothing. Two thieves tried to steal my family's goat, and I drove them off with a stick." He looked at the goat. "Leaving the goat in the yard isn't safe. Bring it inside." "All right. Second Grandpa, get to bed early. Thanks for your concern." I led the goat into the kitchen. From now on, it would stay here at night. Goats have straight guts and relieve themselves anytime, so I could only clean up in the morning. My courtyard was as good as a decoration. It guarded against gentlemen, but not against scoundrels. In a poor mountain village, when a household had something good, people really would covet it. If these two hadn't come today, someone else would have made a move in a few days. A dairy goat was too great a temptation. "What are you standing there dumbly for? Back inside and sleep." My brothers lay back down on the calm, all drowsiness gone, chattering away. "Big brother, you were so mighty. Those two just now, why did they look like Brother Zhou and Brother Tinyu?" I winked at them and smiled. "Those were thieves, not your Brother Zhou or Brother Tinyu. Don't breathe a word of this to anyone, got it?" The older ones caught the meaning too and chuckled. The next day, just as dawn broke gray, the courtyard gate was pounded with a bang, and later it was as if they meant to knock the door panels off. "Coming, coming, what's all the knocking?" I opened the door to find a black mass of people at the gate. At the head were my uncle, aunt, and their two sons. Zhou, whose nose was bruised and his face swollen, his leg limping. He had to lean on my aunt to stand straight. There was also Zhou Tinyu's family and relatives. The village chief had come too, followed by a crowd of villagers there to watch the excitement. My aunt's eyes spat fire as she spoke first. "You wretch, Zhouan, look at what you've beaten my son into. And my son too. You bastard, see if I don't beat you to death." The one speaking was Zhou Tinyu's father, Zhou Erlingzi. He'd been a pig butcher for a few years, radiating a killing air and ugly to boot, quite intimidating to look at. The me of my last life would surely have been cowed, but the me of now wasn't the least bit afraid. I stood with my arms crossed, indifferent. "Your sons got beaten. What's that got to do with me? I never touched them." "Bullshit. My son said it was you who beat him. You're the one talking bullshit. I haven't seen your son at all these past days." I sneered. "You say I beat him. Then tell me, where did I beat him? When did I beat him?" "You beat him last night at..." Wang Tsuifan gave the time, but was vague about the place. Both families' adults knew about the goat theft last night. Not only did they not stop it, in their hearts they backed it. Adults stealing bore the risk, and being caught was shameful. Children stealing, if caught, could be waved off with a "they don't know any better," and if the theft succeeded, they'd get a milk-giving nanny goat for free. What they hadn't reckoned on was that the children failed to steal it and instead got beaten to this state. Seeing their sons come back limping, they'd come to my door first thing in the morning to demand an accounting. Seeing that Wang Tsuifan felt guilty and didn't dare say her son had been beaten while coming to steal the goat in the dead of night, I cleared my throat. "Your sons, I never touched them with half a finger. However, last midnight, something did indeed happen in my yard. Two thieves climbed the wall to steal my goat. Against such evil forces that corrupt public morals, I must fight to the end." I gestured. So I grabbed a rolling pin and drove the two of them off, protecting my family's goat. And I finished with a proud, praise-seeking look on my face. Both families' parents turned green in the face. All the watching villagers came to their senses. Surely these two dishonest boys had gone to steal the goat in the middle of the night and got beaten as thieves. The crowd showed looks of contempt, went to be thieves themselves, got beaten, and still came to the door demanding an accounting. Utterly shameless. I smiled slyly. Yesterday, I only beat two thieves. As for what happened to your sons, I really wouldn't know. I turned toward the village chief, my face all innocence. "Village chief, this kind of home burglary is a sentencing matter, isn't it? They'd be hauled off by the police station to prison, wouldn't they?" In these years, discipline was strictly enforced. Midnight home burglary, escorted to the police station, really could get you several years in the big house. The village chief already loathed these thieving behaviors in the village, and knowing how hard my family had it, he leaned a bit in my favor and took up the thread. That's right. Detestable thieves like that should be hauled off by the militia for a few years of labor reform. I spread my hands, my face full of regret. What a pity. Had I known, I should have caught those two thieves and not let them get away. The veins on both families' parents' foreheads throbbed. Their sons were only 16 or 17. If they were sent to labor reform for a few years over theft, their lives would be ruined. They dared not make another sound, clamping their mouths shut tight. Seeing them eat this setback, I was secretly delighted. By the way, who exactly beat your two sons? This needs to be investigated clearly. I looked at the two sorry sights and shook my head. Beaten this badly, legs all limp. It'll take months to heal, won't it? Shouldn't you go find that person and demand a hefty sum for medical bills? How could they dare demand medical bills now? Wang Tsuifan laughed awkwardly, her words all tangled. It must be these wretched kids ran out in the middle of the night, tripped over something somewhere, and are just talking nonsense. It is not. It was plainly Zhou who opened his mouth in fury to tell the truth, and Wang Tsuifan, panicking, hurriedly clapped a hand over his mouth. He struggled to pry it off. The next second, my uncle Zhou Dezhu delivered a resounding slap that knocked Zhou Hu's face sideways. He'd never taken such a heavy slap. He froze on the spot and fell silent. Zhou Dezhu bowed and smiled repeatedly to the village chief and the villagers. This boy of mine is a handful. Made a fool of myself before you all. Then, grabbing Zhou Hu by the ear. You rotten brat, get yourself home. Once the people were led away, the onlookers gradually dispersed too. My heart. There was no describing how gratified I felt. Not only had I vented my anger, I'd also let the whole village witness my methods. Both Zhou Hu and Zhou Tiniu were sturdier than me, yet fighting 2 against 1 I'd still beaten them both black and blue. From now on the villagers would surely be wary and no longer dare treat my family as a soft persimmon to squeeze. With the trouble resolved, my mood was excellent, and I wanted to make something good for my brothers to eat. My third brother, Zhou Gang, brought over a basin of freshly squeezed milk. Milking was a task my brothers had all mastered by now. I took out the flour Wang Ye had given me, planning to steam buns, but I didn't need the dough with water. I used pure goat's milk, adding a spoonful of white sugar too. Steamed, they came out soft, fragrant, and sweet, full of that milky flavor. Biting into a goat's milk bun, I was filled with emotion. When I'd first been reborn, the family couldn't even keep the pot going. Now we had rice, flour, and meat, and even goat's milk buns to eat. Probably even a city family with 2 working parents couldn't match this. After dinner, I milked another big basin. Setting aside my sister's share, I decided not to let my brothers drink the rest. We won't drink this milk today. We're sending it to your sister Yaya and sister Luoyi. They've looked after us so much, we can't be stingy, right? My brothers weren't the least bit unhappy. On the contrary, they all agreed. Right? They're both really good people. Seeing how grateful they were, I felt gratified. So who'll carry this basin of milk to the educated youth station? My second brother Zhou Fu, afraid someone careless might spill it, volunteered. Big brother, let me go, I know the place. The sky was gradually darkening, and there were few people on the road. Zhou Fu didn't want anyone to see the milk and stir up jealousy, so he took the small path and got there in a dozen minutes or so. The village had 28 educated youths in all, 13 of them women. Men and women lived separately, all in ordinary adobe houses. Just then they'd finished dinner. Some of the female educated youths were washing clothes, others chatting. The moment Zhou Fu entered the yard, he was surrounded. Hey, there's a little boy. Looks familiar, like the Zhou family's second son. Little one, what are you doing here? Zhou Fu was thin-skinned and surrounded by a group of big sisters. His face flushed scarlet at once. I'm looking for Sister Yaya and Sister Luo Yi. The 9 Zhou children were all good-looking, uniformly double-lidded with long lashes. Zhou Fu had eaten more meat lately, and the flesh on his face made him even cuter, tempting the female educated youths to tease him. We hear you're also Yaya's sworn little brother. Come specially to bring your sworn sister's milk? He didn't dare look up. Yes. Ha. Then take me as a sworn sister too? Everyone burst into laughter, and Zhou Fu hung his head lower, his face blushing crimson. Wang Yaya came out and threw an arm over his shoulder. Don't bully him. This is my sworn little brother. We're not. He's just so cute we're teasing him for fun. Zhou Fu held up the basin. Sister Yaya, my big brother had me bring goat's milk, specially for you and Sister Luo Yi. The goat's milk in the basin was pure white and flawless, fragrant just to look at. The female educated youths were terribly envious. Yaya, you've really chosen a good sworn little brother. And he even brings goat's milk specially. Wang Yaya was quite touched. Goat's milk couldn't be bought for money in these mountains. And here he was bringing so much, plus a full bottle of badger oil yesterday, asking nothing in return. These children, pitiful in their circumstances yet knowing their place. How could one not adore them? She patted Zhou Fu's shoulder. Then sister won't stand on ceremony. Come inside and pour the milk out for me. Once inside, Wang Yaya closed the door. Luo Yi was there too. The two of them shared a room, and just now she was rummaging for something. Once the milk was poured, Luo Yi came over and pressed something into Zhou Fu's hand. The moment he saw clearly what it was, he was startled out of his wits. Lying in his hand were 2 10 yuan Great Unity notes. In these years there were no 100 or 50 yuan notes. 10 was the largest. In all his life, the biggest Zhou Fu had ever seen was the 2 yuan note in his father's hand. But he knew how precious this money was. A pound of rice was only 14 cents, cornmeal 7 cents. These 20 yuan could buy over 100 pounds of grain. He shook his head like a rattle drum and hurriedly set the money on the table. No, 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 my big brother only had me bring the milk. He didn't say to take money. Wang Yi pressed it back into his hand. This is a little token from me and your sister Luo Yi. You must take it. I can't. My big brother will be angry if he knows I took money. Luo Yi explained gently. Last time we gave grain coupons, cloth coupons, cotton coupons, but coupons alone won't do. Without money, how do you buy? Your clothes are all worn out. You should make new ones to wear. Wang Yi simply stuffed the money into his trouser pocket. Don't be shy. We're still counting on your big brother for meat in the future. Take it. Your big brother won't blame you. Zhou Fu hesitated a long while before finally giving a bow. Thank you, Sister Yaya, Sister Luo Yi. I won't forget your help. Luo Yi stroked his head. I've mailed out that pair of roe deer antlers from last time. Once they sell, I'll give you the money. Zhou Fu came out carrying the empty basin and was surrounded by the female educated youths again. Honestly, do you still have room for more sworn sisters? Even if not, can we be friends? He sensed their goodwill and nodded. We can be friends. One female educated youth leaned close to his ear. Since we're friends, can we share food with each other? For instance, your goat's milk. Just spare me a small bowl. I've got lots of good things to eat here. Whatever you want, I'll give you. Zhou Fu understood. She wanted to trade things privately too. I can't decide that. I have to go back and ask my big brother. All right, then help me ask, okay? She pulled out a big handful of spiced melon seeds and poured them into the basin. The one beside her grabbed a handful of candy and mixed in 4 or 5 white rabbit sweets. I've got mung bean cakes here. Take them back to try. Everyone tossed in a handful, and in the blink of an eye the basin was piled full. No, no, I really can't take these. But they pushed him toward the gate. Just some snacks. They're not worth much. Take them. It's getting dark. You can't see the road. Hurry back. And so Zhou Fu, all muddled, carried a basin of things back home. Coming in, he first handed me the 20 yuan. After hearing the whole story, I accepted it with an easy conscience. It wasn't taken for nothing. I'd certainly send over good things in the future. He then held up that basin of snacks and told me the whole story in detail. I listened, pleased at heart. These female educated youths all came from the city, with decent family backgrounds. If I could get connected with all of them, would I ever need to worry about where to offload the game I hunted? Now that they were actively wanting to barter, it saved me from having to work connections. With this group of female educated youths, it'd be hard to have a bad life even if I tried. Still, I wasn't willing to trade away the goat's milk for now. The family had only one goat, producing 6 pounds a day. Divided among 9 mouths, it was only 6 or 7 ounces each, just enough for our own drinking. To trade, I'd use meat. Once I'd saved enough points, I'd exchange for another goat. Split these snacks with your brothers, and go to sleep after you've eaten. I led the goat back to the kitchen and shut it in properly. A night of good dreams. The next day, just as it grew faintly light, I was woken by knocking at the door. I opened it to find second Grandpa Zhou from next door, a big back basket on his back. Second Grandpa, what is it? I was puzzled. He looked ready to head off to work, but I hadn't worked in a while, so why call on me at the crack of dawn? Second Grandpa Zhou was all smiles. Shaoan, the village cabbage harvest is in. This morning they're dividing it by work points. Grab a back basket and come with me. I suddenly understood. All right, let me get my back basket. Besides grain, Zhou family village also grew some vegetables, monotonous in variety, nothing but string beans and cabbage. The cabbage planted in summer. August was just the time to harvest it. My third brother Zhou Gang was awake too and insisted on coming along. So I took him and set off with second Grandpa Zhou. On the road we met quite a few villagers, everyone beaming. This cabbage was the lifeline for getting through winter. Winter in the Changbai Mountains sealed the mountains under heavy snow for 4 or 5 months, without a speck of green to be seen. People couldn't go without vegetables, so they counted entirely on pickling this cabbage into sour cabbage to last the whole winter. By the time we reached the village's big threshing ground, where meetings and grain divisions were held, it was already bustling. Shaoan, Shaoan. I looked toward the voice. It was Wang Yaya waving. I jogged over. Sister Yaya, Sister Luo Yi, you've come for the cabbage too. That group of female educated youths beside her, who in my last life had barely exchanged a word with me, now grew warm and friendly. Shaoan, haven't seen you in a while. You seem to have grown taller. And put on weight too. You used to be so skinny and gaunt. This is your little brother, isn't it? How cute. Hello, big sisters. I leaned in and lowered my voice. The goat's milk supply is small. My brothers and sisters all need to drink it. I can't spare any. But I can hunt up the mountain. Help yourselves to whatever game I catch. That I couldn't spare goat's milk left them a bit disappointed, but the moment they heard game was theirs for the taking, they all broke into grins. These female educated youths were from well-off families and wanted for nothing, except meat. During the famine a few years back, there wasn't even enough grain, let alone surplus to feed livestock. So animal husbandry shrank and meat was scarce everywhere. All right, Shaoan, you're such a good person. Your sisters won't shortchange you either. The village chief raised his voice. Everyone quiet down, line up properly. We're dividing the cabbage. This year's harvest was good, and the cabbage heaped behind the village chief was like a small mountain. Zhou Gang looked up. Big brother, such a big harvest. The family won't be short on vegetables. I managed to smile. I hadn't worked since being reborn, and even when I did I only counted as half a work point. How much I'd get divided, I had no idea. My uncle's family and Zhou Tiniu's family had come too. Because of what happened last time, not squabbling on sight was already good. No one greeted anyone. Zhou Tiniu ran up fast and cut into the line, afraid of missing out. The beating last time hadn't hurt his leg, and after a day or two of rest he was lively and vigorous again. Zhou Tiniu's family had many people, his parents, grandparents, and 3 older brothers all worked the fields earning work points, and they'd been divided 3 full big back baskets, heavy loads that made everyone around green with envy. He was very smug, and even after his family's share was done he didn't leave, standing to the side with his arms crossed, watching the line. Soon it was my turn. The point keeper Zhao Zhifei looked up and rolled his eyes hard. Before, I'd caught 2 rat snakes in the wheat field and hadn't shared them with him, and this petty man had held the grudge ever since. He looked at his little notebook and said to Zhang, the auntie dividing the cabbage, Auntie Zhang, give Zhou 5 pounds. Auntie Zhang was taken aback. Before, even the least anyone got was 20 or 30 pounds. But she could only comply. A head of cabbage was about 2 pounds, so 2 heads came to 4 pounds 1 ounce. She reached for another head to cut open and make up the difference. Zhao Zhifei snatched it away. Cutting it open ruins it. Just peel off the outer leaves. With that he peeled off the outermost old leaves and tossed them all into my back basket. I almost laughed in anger. Fine, dividing me only 5 pounds, but he deliberately peeled the old cabbage stalks off for me. Was this a thing a human being does? However little, it shouldn't come to just 2 heads of cabbage. This was bizarrely little, plainly deliberate meddling to spite me. Zhou Gang stared at the 2 lonely heads of cabbage and pile of old stalks in the back basket, his face full of shock. Big brother, why do other families get so much and we get just 2 heads? I fixed a sharp gaze on Zhao Zhifei. You've divided this cabbage wrong, haven't you? He pushed up his glasses and said disdainfully, it's divided by work points. What's wrong with it? Take it and go, don't hold up the work. Zhou Tiniu, watching the excitement to the side, laughed out loud. Last time he'd taken a beating for nothing with no way to vent his grievance, and now, catching this chance, How could he not mock me viciously? Oh ho! Two people coming to divide cabbage. I thought it'd be a lot, and it's just two heads. His second brother Zhou Tiezhuang chimed in sarcastically too, carrying such a big back basket, and only two heads to put in it. The two of them played off each other, growing more worked up. Who told him not to work? Serves him right to have no vegetables to eat. Winter's long. Two heads enough to eat. Enough my foot. The whole family won't be able to take a shit. Ha ha ha. Zhou Gang had a hot temper, and, furious, clenched his fists and was about to charge. I held him back. Don't listen to those people bark like dogs. He unclenched his fists, his eyes full of worry. Big brother, with just this bit of cabbage, how do we get through winter? The village chief had actually noticed something was off, but Zhao Zhifei's family had a bit of backing, and he didn't want to slap his face in public, so he came over and patted my shoulder. Shaoan, how about this? I'll divide you some of my own cabbage in a bit. You two head back first. I knew the village chief was a decent man, just afraid of offending people with connections. Since there was injustice, then I'd resolve it myself. I bent as if to shoulder my basket and leave, but my hand shot out swiftly and snatched Zhao Zhifei's point-keeping notebook. The movement was so fast that before anyone could react, the notebook was already in my hand. Zhao Zhifei was enraged. What's the matter with you? Give it back. I signaled Zhou Gang to block him. I think you've counted the work points wrong. I need to check. A flicker of guilt crossed the bottom of his eyes. Then he turned hard. You dirt-legged peasant can't read a single character, and you want to check? Ridiculous. Few could go to school in these years. The vast majority in poor mountain villages were illiterate, unable even to recognize 1-2-3-4-5. The 16 or 17-year-old me really was illiterate, but I'd lived several more decades afterward, attended night school while working, and could read and do arithmetic. By now I was at least at a junior to senior high level. This account book, I could read without the slightest trouble. The more I read, the tighter my brows knit. At first I'd only suspected, but I hadn't expected these work points to really have a problem. Zhao Zhifei, your work points are simply miscalculated. His heart panicked, but he still argued. Where's the error? Don't make baseless accusations. You didn't come to work, and you're only counted as half a work point. Getting less is perfectly normal. I sneered, held up the notebook, and said loudly, I didn't come to work, so just don't count me any work points. Why are you deducting instead? I'd seen the problem at a glance. Since I hadn't worked, there should simply be no points recorded, yet he deducted a day for every day I was absent, deducting more and more until there was almost nothing. The villagers immediately fell to discussing. Not working and still getting deducted? I didn't know that. I've been absent several days too. I won't get deducted, will I? That's not reasonable. Could it be Zhou and talking nonsense? Can he even read the educated youth's writing? Zhao Zhifei panicked. Wasn't this fellow illiterate? Could he really read it? But he absolutely could not admit it. The moment he did, he was finished. I did not. Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. The villagers actually set their minds at ease again. Educated youth Zhao is an intellectual. He wouldn't do such a thing. Zhou and surely making it up, I don't believe it. I grew anxious. The villagers were all illiterate and blindly trusted the educated youths. How was I to prove I was right? Bring the notebook here, let me look. A female voice came from behind me, standard Mandarin with a touch of Beijing flavor. It was the female educated youth Chun Yao, a genuine Beijing girl, nearly 1.70 meters, sturdily built, not outstanding in looks. Yet the male educated youths sent down all vied to curry favor with her, simply because her family had solid connections in the capital. I was overjoyed and hurriedly presented the notebook with both hands. Seeing this, Zhao Zhifei's face went ashen, but he didn't dare step forward to snatch it, freezing in place. Chun Yao flipped back and forth, and reading to the end, she sneered. You wretch, Zhao Zhifei, you really dared tamper with the work points. No, I didn't. His legs went weak. Chun Yao shoved the notebook right in front of his eyes. Still quibbling. Look for yourself. You deducted for every day Zhou and didn't come. But then again, why didn't you deduct mine? Chun Yao was cheerful but couldn't bear hardship. She'd never done physical labor in the capital, and on her first day in the village, she collapsed from exhaustion in the field and lay in bed for 3 days. From then on, she always worked half a day and rested half a day. Yet in the notebook, her absences had never once been deducted. Zhao Zhifei slapped his own head. I miscalculated. I got little brother Zhouan's wrong. I'll fix it right now. And afterward, he was secretly pleased. As long as it wasn't malicious tampering, no one could pin a fault on him. Chen Yao gave him a disgusted eye roll. Zhou An's was a careless mistake. Then what about Uncle Daiyong's? Why deduct his? Miscalculated too. Uncle Daiyong was in his 40s, hot-tempered, and had feuded with Zhao Zhifei several times. Zhao Zhifei held a bit of power and could assign tasks. Back then he'd assigned Uncle Daiyong the filthy job of scooping out manure. Others could only hold their noses and do it, but Uncle Daiyong jumped up on the spot and refused. The two had been at odds ever since. You son of a bitch bastard. You dare deduct my work points. Uncle Daiyong charged out of the crowd like a cannonball, his face ferocious, even the wrinkles on his brow straining. Just because you feuded with me you deduct? My 4 kids are waiting to eat. See if I don't beat you to death. His left hand seized Zhao Zhifei's collar, his right hand clenched into a sandbag-sized fist, blazing fury in his eyes. In these years, grain was life. For Zhao Zhifei to dare deduct work points over a personal grudge and make someone get less grain, people really would fight to the death over it. The villagers hurried to wrap their arms around Uncle Daiyong's waist. Daiyong, don't be rash. The work points can be discussed slowly. Beating him won't do any good either. Zhao Zhifei was so frightened, he broke into a cold sweat, his legs trembling. He'd been point keeper for nearly 2 years, and the accounts had always been his alone to reckon, with no one to question or check. The villagers were illiterate, and the educated youths didn't much interfere. So his nerve had grown greater and greater. Toward anyone who dared oppose him, he'd secretly omit an entry or deduct a little, not doing it too outrageously. And for 2 years it hadn't come to light. This time he deducted Zhou An's too harshly and finally showed the horse's hoof. Several educated youths gathered around to look at the notebook together, and after some study, everyone who had a feud with Zhao Zhifei had been deducted to some degree. Those without feuds were all normal. Wang Yeye clapped her hands. What more is there to say? He's plainly using public office to settle private grudges. A crowd had gathered around the village chief too, everyone indignant. This is too dishonorable. We can't let him be point keeper anymore. No conscience, unworthy. It should be reported to the commune too. At the words, reported to the commune, Zhao Zhifei's face turned deathly ashen, his eyes vacant. His family's connections weren't actually solid, and with a blunder this big no one could protect him. Though it wouldn't come to prison, a session of struggle criticism was unavoidable. The coveted point keeper post couldn't be kept, and a stain would be left on his life, spoken ill of behind his back in the village from then on. Without this post, he'd have to go do rough labor in the fields. His hands didn't even have calluses. How could he bear it? The village chief was actually quite pleased at heart. He too loathed such base behavior. He'd been unwilling to stick his neck out earlier, but now that the villagers were jointly reporting it, he had nothing to hold him back. He cleared his throat. Educated youth, Zhao acted wrongly in this matter. I will report it to the commune. Then he patted Zhao Zhifei's shoulder. I hope you recognize your mistake and reflect well. Zhao Zhifei slumped to the ground as if his soul had been pulled out. Every villager felt vindicated. Serves him right. We may be uneducated, but we're not for you to bully as you please. Now he can't be point keeper anymore. The cabbage has to be redivided, right? But who'll do the reckoning? Let educated youth Chen do it. She's reliable. The village chief looked to Chun Yao and nodded in agreement. In terms of family background and connections, this position ought more properly to be hers. Only she'd never deigned to compete for it. Just now she'd stepped forward to expose Zhao Zhifei. She was a good child with a sense of justice. Keeping work points didn't require much learning. Character was what mattered most. Educated youth Chun, from now on the work point keeping is entrusted to you? All right. Chun Yao didn't put on airs. All right. If everyone trusts me, I'll do it. She took up the pen and recalculated, simply adding back what Zhao Zhifei had secretly deducted. Refund the excess, make up the shortfall. Shaoan, this time you get 26 pounds. The shortfall will be made up to you. Thank you, Sister Chen Yao. 26 pounds, a dozen or so heads, filled half the back basket, many times more than the 5 pounds just now. But with so many mouths at home, it still wasn't enough to eat through the winter. Carrying it home, I fried the cabbage with a big spoonful of badger oil. Vegetables fried with animal fat are the fragrant kind. My brothers unanimously approved. Big brother, this cabbage is way better than wild greens. My family had always eaten wild greens from the mountain, bitter on the tongue. This fresh cabbage was sweet, crisp, and refreshing. Zhou Fu placed a chopstickful in my bowl. Big brother, don't eat the rest. Let's make it into sour cabbage, so we won't be without vegetables in winter. He said this remembering last winter. That year our mother had already passed. Our father was still alive, and the cabbage harvested was more than this time. Father had meant to pickle sour cabbage to keep, but the children were so unbearably hungry that they could only eat it all up early. That winter of hunger and cold, wild greens vanished from the mountain, and there wasn't a single vegetable leaf at home. For 4 or 5 months the whole family didn't touch a vegetable. The result was severe constipation. The older children could still strain on their own, but the little ones couldn't manage, held up until they cried. Then 5-year-old 6th brother Zhou He and 3-year-old 7th brother Zhou Rui had bellies swollen huge, wailing night after night. Father, aching for them, could only help dig it out with his hands when they relieved themselves. Zhou Fu had watched then, feeling not disgust, but only heartache. Listening, I too recalled those days, and, my heart aching, I stroked his head. All right, we won't eat the rest. We'll make sour cabbage. Every family in the Northeast knows how to pickle sour cabbage. The method is simple. Wash the big vat clean, scald the cabbage in boiling water for a few dozen seconds, sprinkle salt at the bottom of the vat, a layer of cabbage and a layer of salt, about 4 ounces of salt for 20 pounds of cabbage, then pour in cooled boiled water to cover the cabbage and seal it. Well-pickled sour cabbage stewed with pork and vermicelli was fragrant beyond description. That afternoon, I pickled the sour cabbage. The next day, I rose early, planning to go up the mountain and hunt more game. The female educated youths were waiting to trade for meat, and I also needed to stockpile smoked and cured meat for winter. Now the family was low on both vegetables and grain, with half a sack of grain left plus the 50 pounds of grain coupons from Wang Yeye and the others still unredeemed. Hunt more game, and at least we wouldn't starve in winter. Zhou Fu fed firewood at the stove while I put in rice to boil porridge for breakfast. Little Fu, I'm going up the mountain in a bit. You and your brothers and sisters lock the door while at home. Zhou Gang came in too. Big brother, second brother, and I want to go up the mountain as well. I frowned, thinking they wanted to come hunting. The mountain's dangerous. Don't come along. Stay home and behave. Zhou Fu explained. Big brother, we won't go with you. We'll stay at the foot of the mountain to gather some mushrooms. I nodded in assent. Gathering mushrooms is fine. Don't wander far. Just stay at the foot of the mountain. Mid-August in the Changbai Mountains was just the good season for gathering mushrooms. Pine mushrooms and hazel mushrooms had emerged, and there were lion's mane mushrooms too. The picking season was short. Once August and September passed, there'd be none left on the mountain. Whenever the villagers weren't working, they went up to gather, then dried them at home to keep for winter. Dried mushrooms, once soaked and reconstituted, were fresher than vegetables and could also help the bowels. But mushrooms weren't easy to gather. At the foot of the mountain, there were many villages and many gatherers. So many spots had already been picked over once. Pine and hazel mushrooms mostly hid beneath pine needles and dead leaves, requiring you to crouch and dig them out bit by bit, time-consuming and laborious. An adult gathering all day getting a dozen pounds counted as doing well, but 10 pounds of fresh mushrooms dried down to only 1 pound. After the meal, I took my brothers up the mountain, parting ways at the foot. I led Black Panther into the woods, and as I left I reminded them, gather as much as you can, don't go to dangerous places. You got it, big brother. Not having entered the mountain for many days, Black Panther romped with abandon the moment it got up there, its 4 legs flying. Black Panther, slow down. Wait for me. Master, hurry up. I smell lots of animals. As I chased after it, something suddenly darted past not far off. Extremely fast. I only glimpsed a shadow, small in build, 2 or 3 pounds, with fluffy brown fur. Black Panther, what was that just now? A squirrel or a weasel? Black Panther halted and looked back. I saw it. That thing ran so slowly, and you still didn't spot it. After all, it was a cat, and a spirit pet at that. Its ability to catch movement was no joke. I shot it a look. If I'd seen it clearly, would I be asking you? Not a squirrel and not a weasel. That was a sabled. My voice shot up an octave. What? A sable? Yeah, there are plenty of sables on this mountain. My eyes went wide, my palms sweating. Such a fine chance to strike it rich right before me, and I hadn't even thought of it. Earning money was hard in these years. Private trade wasn't allowed. Even setting up a stall counted as speculation and profiteering. Without a diploma, it was hard to get into a factory, and factory workers earned only 30 or 40 yuan a month. But the family was short on money, making winter clothes, making quilts, buying grain, and I even wanted to rebuild the old house that had fallen into utter ruin. Everywhere needed money. Where would this money come from? I'd thought of going to the black market to trade for money, but the risk was high. Money of unclear origin couldn't be laundered clean, couldn't be spent. And right before me was an above-board method. The supply and marketing cooperative had always purchased animal pelts. Hunters skinned pelts and turned them in for money, earning by skill and strength, reasonable and legal. Before, I'd only hunted pheasants and rabbits, and a rabbit pelt was worth only a few cents, so I hadn't thought along these lines. But sables were different. Sable and fox pelts were solid top-grade goods at the supply and marketing cooperative. A grade A fox pelt fetched 10 yuan and came with 5 feet of cloth coupons. Sables were small. A grown fox was over 10 pounds, a sable only 2, less than half a rabbit, and the pelt was small too, but the purchase price was still considerable. In these years, the sable pelts purchased were mainly exported to earn foreign currency. A top-quality one could sell for around 20, equal to half a month's workers' wages. It was simply because sable fur was truly fine. No one who'd touched it failed to marvel at its softness and density. Its color and appearance were hard for other beasts to match. Sable coats had been high-end goods since ancient times, and in these years only a few wealthy people could afford to wear them. There were many kinds of martens, but only the sable was the finest, and the wild sable of the Changbai Mountains was harder still to come by even with a fortune. I crouched down and pinched Black Panther's face. With so many sables on the mountain, why didn't you say so earlier? Black Panther pried off my hand. You said you wanted big stuff. This sable's smaller than a rabbit. What would I mention it for? I scratched my head and gave a sheepish laugh. All right, then today we won't do anything else. We'll focus on sables. All right, I'll lead you to find them. Black Panther's little nose sniffed, and it soon locked onto a target. Master, there's a sable ahead. Get ready to shoot. Beside the grass was a sable, and the instant its eyes met Black Panther's, it took fright and darted far away. Black Panther sprang up to chase, and after a stretch looked back. I was standing in place, crossbow not even raised. It couldn't be bothered to keep chasing, its round eyes full of puzzlement. Master, I chase it for you, and you don't shoot? This sable's smaller than you. Just help me catch it, no need to shoot. Black Panther pressed a little paw on my shoe. Master, you're getting lazier and lazier. I laughed and explained. It's really not laziness. What I want is the pelt. Wouldn't a bolt ruin it? Preparing pelts is all about being intact. Holes or wounds lower the price, and sable pelts were scarce to begin with, so they mustn't have the slightest damage. So catching sables absolutely couldn't use bolts or guns, only traps to snare them. But sables were alert by nature and nimble, and traps had a pitifully low success rate. For a hunter, catching 2 or 3 in a month counted as tremendous luck. I stroked Black Panther's sleek fur. If I don't help, can you handle it? Black Panther puffed out its chest and lifted its head, full of confidence. Of course, as long as you don't hinder me, I can catch even more. It tracked the scent to a burrow. Master, this is a sable den. The smell inside is really strong. The entrance was extremely hidden, covered by dead leaves. Without Black Panther, I never would have found it. I brushed it clear to find the entrance very small. Even Black Panther couldn't fit in. The sable's body was even more slender and long. I stared at the entrance and thought, then had an idea. Black Panther, I'll smoke it out, and you find your chance to catch it. I gathered dead branches and fallen leaves and heaped them at the entrance, struck a match, and thick smoke poured straight in. Before long, a wisp of white smoke rose not far off. Black Panther, hurry and guard that. It's the exit. Black Panther dashed over, its keen eyes fixed on the small opening, poised to strike. A few minutes later, there was movement in the burrow, and a sable darted out. Black Panther pounced fiercely. Don't use your claws. Don't tear the pelt. It had meant to grab with a claw and bite the neck, but now could only pin it down hard with its body. Startled, the sable opened its mouth to bite. It was a carnivore too, and its bite hurt. Black Panther could only step on the sable's head with a paw and press its whole body on top. I hurried over, pinched its throat, and within a few movements it breathed its last. Holding it in my hands and examining it closely, this little fellow was truly beautiful. A female, its coat a pale yellowish brown. Even prettier, its tail fluffy and soft, the touch of it exquisite. Black Panther and I worked in seamless coordination, and by noon we'd caught 7 in all with a bountiful morning's haul. 2 of them were only a pound, not yet grown, with poor pelts, so I released them, netting 5. That was quite good. 5 pelts could sell for 80 or 100 yuan. Besides that, I also shot 5 pheasants and 8 wild rabbits. Sables were small with little meat, not enough to fill my brother's teeth gaps, let alone share with the female educated youths. Back home, the door was locked as before, my brothers and sisters obediently inside. Zhou Fu and Zhou Gang hadn't returned yet, probably too absorbed in gathering mushrooms. I processed the sables in the yard, skinning with an extremely light touch, terrified of damaging a single strand. Big brother, is this a weasel? Are we eating weasel today? Fourth brother Zhou Qiang stared, chin in hands. Sables and weasels did look alike. No, this is a big leaf. In the Northeast, everyone called sables big leaf. Oh, so it's a big leaf. My skill was good, and I peeled off all 5 pelts intact, without any damage. After gutting them, there really was little meat left, only 7 or 8 ounces. Big brother, why does this meat look like rat meat? Is it tasty? During the famine, everyone had eaten rat meat. The taste was mediocre and off-putting. I washed the meat clean and chopped it into chunks. It's totally different from rat meat. Big leaf meat is really delicious. I'd eaten it once in my last life. Sable meat was fine and tender, wonderfully fragrant braised. Decades later, there were even specially raised meat sables, just for this taste. A big pot of braised sable meat went on the table, but the 2 brothers still hadn't returned. I dished out some to save for them. Little Chong, keep an eye on your brothers and sisters. Big brother stepping out for a bit. I shouldered my back basket and headed to the educated youth station. In the basket were 5 pheasants and 8 rabbits, about 60 pounds. 13 female educated youths, over 4 pounds each. I hadn't run into big game today, or I could have shared more. Let them have some meat first. It was just the noon rest, and the female educated youths had finished eating and were washing dishes. Seeing me enter the yard, they gathered around one after another. How come Shaoan's here? Don't you see the back basket? He's surely brought good things. Let us have a look quick. Surrounded by so many young women, I felt a bit shy, and scratching my head, I tipped out the back basket. The pheasants had brilliant feathers, the rabbits were all plump and large, and heaped together it really was quite a lot. The female educated youth's eyes all lit up. Wow, so many pheasants and rabbits. These rabbits are so fat. Shaoan, are these for Sister Yeya and Sister Luo Yi, or for everyone? For all the big sisters, to split together. Wonderful, I've been craving meat. The last time I ate meat was half a month ago. Bought half a pound from the supply and marketing cooperative, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Now we can have a change of taste. In these years, a rural family able to eat plain congee and steamed buns every day counted as doing all right. But the educated youths from the city found it hard. They had to eat meat for it to count as a good life. Shaoan, you're so good to us. We can't shortchange you either. Wait, let me get something from inside. One came out with a stack of coupons in hand. This is 10 feet of cloth coupons for making clothes for your brothers and sisters. 10 feet was quite a lot. Making a double quilt took 7 feet. Making a pair of trousers 3 feet, so it was enough. In these years, meat was worth money, but I could tell the big sisters were giving me special care. Then I'll accept it. Thank you, sister. With so many children at home, no amount of cloth coupons was too many. I could make a few more quilts and a few sets of spring-autumn clothes. Shaoan, these are soap coupons, kerosene coupons, and some miscellaneous coupons. Take them all. I took them, more delighted the more I looked. There were far too many things the family lacked. Without soap, my brothers and sisters were dirty as little monkeys, their clothes filthy black. Without electric light, the house was pitch dark at night, and we badly needed kerosene. There were also toilet paper coupons. In these years, there was no soft toilet paper, and wiping mouths and bottoms all relied on the stiff, coarse kind. This was sent right to my heart's need. Lately, I'd been pulling up wild grass to wipe when I relieved myself. I took the miscellaneous coupons, and another female educated youth pressed over 3-something yuan on me. I don't have any spare coupons. Take this. I looked at the money, then at the game on the ground. This scene really did look like speculation and profiteering, hard to explain if an outsider saw it. I glanced around warily. But fortunately the yard gate was tightly shut and no one was about. That female educated youth noticed my unease and quickly said, "New Year's coming soon. Just count it as New Year's money. I'm giving your brothers and sisters in advance." Another pressed money over too. Right, New Year's money. The corner of my mouth twitched. New Year was still 4 or 5 months off. But with that pretext, I accepted it. Chen Yao also handed over 5 yuan, and I waved my hands again and again. "Sister Chen Yao, this game isn't worth 5 yuan, and besides, I have a favor to ask of you, so the money really isn't necessary." Chen Yao was straightforward and didn't force it. "All right then, tell me what it is, and see if I can help." My gaze fell on the bicycle in the yard. Something that would be everywhere decades later was a rare treasure in these years. You'd hardly see one in a whole village, and even town workers might not bear to buy one. Any old one cost 1 or 200 yuan, nearly half a year's wages. This was a Shanghai Forever brand 28-inch full-size frame, retailing near 200 and requiring a precious bicycle coupon on top of that. "Sister Chen Yao, could I borrow the bike this afternoon to make a trip to town? I've caught some big leaf. I want to sell the pelts at the supply and marketing cooperative and buy a few things while I'm there." Chen Yao didn't hesitate. "Of course, just write it off." "Thank you, Sister Chen Yao. Just for one afternoon. I'll definitely bring it back tonight." She nodded, then remembered something. "All right, can you ride? Shall I teach you?" Of course I could. But now I was only 16, and by rights had never touched one. "It's fine, I'll give it a try." I mounted the bike and rode around the yard, first pretending to be unsteady, then gradually growing steadier and steadier, circling around. Chen Yao and a few others were amazed. "Wow, riding this well on your first try. It took me a whole week to learn. Shaoan, your sense of balance is really good." As I wheeled the bike out the gate, Luo Yi came to see me off. "Shaoan, that pair of roe deer antlers from last time. I had someone sell them for 20 yuan. Take it." I was both surprised and delighted. "So much. Thank you, Sister Luo Yi." I thought it'd be 5 or 8 yuan at most, an unexpected joy. Back home, I fetched the sable pelts, gave my brothers instructions, and set off. From Zhou family village in the mountain hollow to town, it took 2.5 hours on foot, 5 hours round trip, enough to wear a person flat. This old-style 28-inch frame, though slower than later models, was much faster than walking. Pedal hard, and you'd get there in an hour or so. The road from village to town wasn't a highway but a dirt path trodden out over the years by villagers. Fairly level actually, not too jolting, just a bit narrow. After riding an hour and a quarter, I reached the town supply and marketing cooperative. This cooperative was large in area with a full stock of goods, for sales clerks in trim uniforms with ponytails, every one of them glowing. Being a sales clerk in these years was a good job, not something just anyone could do. Near 2 in the afternoon, there were many people buying things. Afraid the bike might be stolen, I parked it deep inside, nearly wheeling it into the store. I carried the basket to the counter. The saleswoman, 30 or 40, looked up and asked, "What are you buying?" I set the sable pelts on the counter. "Sister, I'm selling pelts. Will you take a look at whether you'll buy them?" The woman had been full of drowsiness, but the moment she saw the sable pelts her eyes went wide. "Buy? Of course we'll buy. Such fine sable pelts. And you've got so many." Mountain folk occasionally caught a sable and brought it in. 2 or 3 at a time was already good. This thing depended on luck and was hard to catch. She hadn't expected this young man to have 5 at once, all in such good condition. "Sister, what price?" "It depends on the condition, graded by tier." She examined them carefully and pulled out 2. "These are all flawless. These 2 are slightly larger. I'll count them at 24 yuan. The remaining 3 are a bit smaller, 20 yuan. All right." I nodded like a chick pecking rice, my heart stuffed full of the joy of earning money. All right. Thank you, sister." The 5 pelts exchanged for 108 yuan total. No small sum, equal to 2 or 3 months' wages for a city worker. Added to the money I'd gotten from the educated youth sisters lately, gathered together it came to 1 or 200. Now I wouldn't have to worry about buying things. The first thing was to buy cloth, to make quilts and winter clothes for my brothers and sisters. In mid-August, the days weren't cold, and even in the dead of night, it was only 12 or 13 degrees. The family's 2 quilts were tattered and small. When a brother rolled over, those on either side had no quilt to cover them. Lately, I'd kept waking in the middle of the night from the cold. No matter what, I had to add a quilt. In these years, there were tailor shops for making clothes and bedding, all state-run. Pick cloth, agree on size and style, hand over coupons and money, set a date to come collect. Convenient, but the fees were steep. So most people bought cloth at the supply and marketing cooperative and made it themselves at home. I didn't have that skill, but there were many aunties in the village who could sew. Finding a villager was cheaper, so I decided to buy cloth. The saleswoman who bought the pelts saw me browsing the fabric section and came over enthusiastically. Buying cloth, little brother? I pointed at the white cloth. Sister, how much per foot is this plain white cloth? 29 cents, the cheapest. Plain white cloth was undyed, unpatterned raw cloth spun straight from cotton. I felt it, soft, just too plain. What about this black cloth? 32 cents. Black cloth hid dirt, suitable for the brothers to wear. I looked at the printed cloth too, printed with pretty flowers. This printed one, 38 cents. A cloth beside it was crisp and shapely, though it felt worse. What material is this? Dacron, 68 cents. The moment I heard the name, I understood. Polyester synthetic, rare and expensive in these years. 1 foot was worth several feet of white cloth. Only well-off families bought it. Decades later, everyone would look down on it as cheap and favor pure cotton instead. On the way over, I'd already worked it out and reported the numbers straight off. 20 feet of plain white cloth. 4 sheets and quilt covers, 7 feet of bed, 20 feet was enough. 120 feet of black cloth, 20 feet of printed cloth. The saleswoman got a fright. Did I hear right? You want this much? Yes, we're making winter clothes at home. The black cloth for 2 sets each for me and my brothers. The printed cloth for my sisters to make flowered clothes. 51 yuan and 22 cents total. Having handed over coupons and money, I asked again, Sister, do you have cotton? I want 4 pounds. We do. 1 yuan 2 cents a pound. Luckily, I had the 4 pounds of cotton coupon Sister Yaya and the others had given, or I really couldn't have gotten it. 4 pounds of cotton filled a big sack, white and soft, warm just to look at, but sadly only enough to make 1 quilt. The other quilt and the brothers' and sisters' winter clothes still lacked cotton. Where would I find more? Truly a headache. With the miscellaneous coupons I exchanged for soap, kerosene, and coarse toilet paper, then pulled out all the grain coupons in my pocket, about 100 pounds worth, and bought rice at 14 cents. The money in my pocket was basically at the bottom now. I really bought a lot today. The bicycle got upgraded into a small cargo truck. Grain tied to the rear rack, cloth pressed on top and lashed tight, cotton and miscellaneous items carried in the back basket. Loaded to the brim like this, I headed back, pedaling slowly on the return, and reached the village only at 6. Coming in, I found Zhou Fu and Zhou Gang still not back. Your second and third brothers aren't back? Not yet, big brother. Should I go look? I thought it over. Make dinner first. Once it's done, I'll go look. Dinner was simple. I cut down a big lump of smoked roe deer meat from the roof beam, chopped it into chunks, and boiled it with rice. By the time the roe deer porridge was done, it was nearly 7, the sun about to set, the sky faintly darkening. You all eat first. I'm going out to look for them. These 2 brothers couldn't even tell time. Once out, they were gone a whole day. I'd just reached the yard gate when the 2 of them happened to arrive home. I frowned, about to lecture them a few words, but my third brother charged over like a little firecracker. His little face was grubby, yet he was elated, and taking off his back basket, he lifted it before my eyes as if presenting a treasure. Big brother, look, we picked so many mushrooms today. The words of reproach were swallowed back at once. All right, good that you're back. Hurry and eat. After the meal, I poured the mushrooms into a winnowing basket to dry them in tomorrow's good sun. Today, the 2 brothers had gathered 16 or 17 pounds, all pine and hazel mushrooms. My third brother helped lay them out while saying, Big brother, I'll go again tomorrow. I promise I'll get enough vegetables for the winter. I patted his head and put on a stern face. Gone a whole day, no lunch even. Went hungry again, didn't you? So disobedient. Reproaching with my mouth, but aching in my heart. Aching that they were so sensible at such a young age. I plan to go up the mountain myself tomorrow and get more. Mushrooms were tasty, and their fiber was higher than spinach or celery, so my brothers wouldn't lack vegetables in winter. Little Fu, what happened to your leg? I suddenly noticed my second brother walking with a limp. The movement was slight, but I still caught it. A flicker of guilt crossed Zhou Fu's face, and he waved his hands repeatedly. It's nothing, I just twisted my ankle. Having gotten along all these years, I knew exactly what he looked like when he lied. I put on a stern face, brows knit tight. Tell the truth, or I'll really get angry. Seeing this, my third brother hurried to grab my arm and told the whole story in full. The mushrooms at the foot of the mountain had been picked over once, and half a day of gathering yielded little. To gather more, the two of them had gone to steep, less frequented places, more mushrooms, but dangerous too. Zhou Fu had missed a step and taken a fall, twisting his ankle, but he hadn't gone home, gritting his teeth to keep picking. These two children just wanted to gather more mushrooms to ease the family's burden. My heart went sour, but the words of reproach wouldn't come out. Come here, let me look, and don't go up the mountain from now on. Fortunately, it was only a superficial injury. Come, drink your goat's milk and go to sleep. My brothers and sisters drank half a bowl of hot goat's milk each and fell fast asleep the moment they hit the bed. But I had no sleepiness, so I opened the system, preparing to open a blind box. Last time I'd nearly spent all my points on that dairy goat, but I'd saved up quite a bit again these past days. System, open a tier 2 blind box. I paid 1,500 points, and the blind box opened. Congratulations on unlocking a tier 2 blind box. The gift is a box of bees. Bees. My brows shot up, joy rising in my heart. This was a good thing. With bees, I'd have a steady stream of honey. Wanting to eat something sweet was so hard in these years. White sugar was extracted from sugar cane and sugar beets, and production had plummeted during the disasters of the past few years. It was still scarce now, 75 cents a pound, more expensive than pork, and rationed by coupon. So many mountain children never tasted a bit of sweetness all year round. My family was the same. The sugar we'd been eating lately was still that bag Sister Yia had given. Honey was sweeter and more fragrant than white sugar, and on the market a pound cost 1 yuan 30. With bees, I'd never have to worry about sugar again. My brothers and sisters all loved sweets. Every time they drank sugar water, they were so happy. But on second thought, trouble came. The timing was wrong. Making honey required gathering large amounts of nectar. It was now autumn, and flowers were scarce on the mountain. The scattered wildflowers wouldn't yield much gathering. The weather was turning cold, and in the Changbai winter it dropped to -20 or 30 degrees. These little bees simply couldn't withstand it. In my last life, I'd watched beekeeping videos and knew a bit about needing to keep them warm through winter. But I didn't even have my own family's winter settled. How could I attend to bees? Once winter set in, the bees wouldn't gather nectar and had to be fed sugar water. I had only that one bag of sugar Sister Ye had given, not even enough for our own family. So where would I have spared to feed bees? I really did want the bees, but they'd come at the wrong time. Taking them now would only add pure trouble. Just as I was about to give up, I suddenly saw a line of text appear beneath the blind box. This blind box allows you to choose the time and place of collection yourself. I nodded with satisfaction. This system was quite considerate. Then I'd collect this box of bees when spring came. I spent another 1,500 points to open the next one. Seeing the contents clearly, the corners of my mouth split back to my ears. This blind box opened right onto my heart's desire. Congratulations on unlocking a tier 2 blind box. The gift is 500 pounds of assorted wild mushrooms. Below there was an annotation too. After entering the mountain forest, wild mushrooms will randomly spawn within range, with a 1-month collection period. I was thrilled beyond measure. The two brothers gathered a whole day for just a dozen pounds, hardly enough to eat through winter. Though there were many mushrooms on the mountain, with more monks than porridge they were hard to gather. I hadn't expected the system to be so much to my taste. 500 pounds. The whole family couldn't finish it in a whole winter. At first light, I sat bolt upright, my hands itching at the thought of gathering to my heart's content. I shouldered the big back basket, grabbed a big gunny sack too, and headed for the mountain forest. I thought I was early enough, but there were plenty even earlier on the mountain. It was peak mushroom gathering time, and villagers not working had all come. I avoided the crowds and slipped into an unoccupied little grove. The moment I entered the woods, a marvelous sight unfolded right beside me. Ground that had grown nothing but weeds now sprouted dense clusters of mushrooms like bamboo shoots after rain, a sight that made my whole body feel refreshed. This place absolutely couldn't be seen by anyone, or it'd surely be swarmed. Most were pine and hazel mushrooms, their caps and stems tender yellow, superb whether stir-fried or stewed with meat. I picked a hazel mushroom and held it to my nose. full of that mushroom fragrance, a genuine mountain treasure. Its texture no worse than meat. Ho! There's even matsutake. Amid the mushroom cluster were several thick, large matsutake, one a full 2 ounces. The Changbai Mountains had wild matsutake, but far fewer than pine and hazel mushrooms, and villagers gathering them relied entirely on luck. I gently placed them in the basket like treasures. Matsutake was delicious and nutritious. Decades later, a pound was several hundred yuan, and large ones in good condition with unopened caps, even 1,000 a pound. There were also mini morels, black ones best for stewing chicken. I crouched on the ground working up a storm, like a tireless machine, and just this one patch filled nearly half the basket. Having finished gathering, I stood up, and a scene before me caught my eye. On the trunks and branches of several big trees grew round clusters of things, a faint pale yellow. As a genuine Changbai native, I recognized them at a glance: lion's mane mushrooms. They didn't grow on the ground, but specially on trees, covered in fine, dense fuzz, a pale yellow cluster looking just like a monkey's head, aptly named. This too was a rare fine find in the mountains. In my last life, I only occasionally came across a few. But right now there were at least a dozen on each tree, every one of good size. Climbing trees was a basic skill for mountain kids. I got up the tree without effort and picked them one by one. With the system's help, my efficiency was astonishing. Ordinarily, a whole day's work would net a dozen pounds at most, but today, in just over 2 hours, the basket and gunny sack were both full, over 100 pounds altogether. The gunny sack couldn't hold more, so I lifted the sack and shouldered the basket, ready to head down the mountain. Halfway, I ran into 2 people, a white-haired old granny leading a scrawny little girl. They looked familiar, and after thinking a moment, I recognized them. Granny Zheng from the village and her eldest granddaughter Zhengdaya. Granny Zheng carried a bamboo basket, and seeing me pass, called out a bit sheepishly, "Shaoan, where did you pick these mushrooms? Could you tell me?" Had some gossipy old woman asked this, I'd surely have shot her a look. Why should I tell you? But before me was Granny Zheng, and those words I couldn't bring myself to say. She was a kindly old woman whose life had been full of hardship. Widowed early, she'd raised her son single-handedly through thick and thin. Just as the son married and had 2 daughters and a son, and life was about to improve, the son died while building a reservoir. His wife remarried not long after, leaving the 3 children to live with her. The eldest granddaughter Zhengdaya was only 10, the second granddaughter 6, the little grandson only 3. Granny Zheng was only in her 50s, worried until her hair went white. Having to care for the children, she couldn't go to work. Unable to earn work points, she couldn't get grain divided. Her family was as bitter and desolate as mine had been in my last life, subsisting only on wild greens and mushrooms gathered on the mountain. I pointed casually in a direction, sympathy in my eyes. "Granny Zheng, I picked over there, but I've picked it all clean. There'd be none if you went." She nodded, regret showing in her eyes. "Oh, it's all right, it's all right. Thank you, Shaoan." I set down my back basket, grabbed several big handfuls of mushrooms, and stuffed them into her bamboo basket. "I've picked a lot, let me share some with you." Granny Zheng waved her hands repeatedly. "No, no, keep them for you and your brothers and sisters to eat in winter." I didn't listen and stuffed in 2 more handfuls. "It's fine, I've got plenty here." Unable to refuse, she could only thank me. "Thank you, Shaoan, you really are a good child." I smiled and turned to leave, but after 2 steps I suddenly remembered something and turned back. "Oh right, Granny Zheng, I recall you're good at needlework. Can you make clothes?" "I can. I studied with a tailor for 2 years. Ordinary styles I can all manage." My heart leapt with joy. I want to make winter clothes and quilts for my family. I bought the cloth. I just didn't know who to find to make them. Can you help? She didn't hesitate. "All right, bring the things over this afternoon. I'll find time to make them for you." "Thank you so much. I'll come find you this afternoon." After taking the mushrooms home, I went up the mountain once more, this time not to gather mushrooms, but to hunt. Black Panther, don't go into the deep mountains, just catch more rabbits and pheasants nearby. An afternoon's haul was bountiful. 6 pheasants, 5 rabbits, and Black Panther caught 4 more sables, another good many yuan. The feeling of earning money was too great. After a hurried dinner, I took the cloth, cotton, and a basket full of game to Granny Zheng's house. "Granny Zheng, I've brought the cloth." Coming in, I saw her and her 3 grandchildren eating. She hurriedly rose to go to the kitchen. "Shaoan, there's a bit of cornmeal left in the pot. Have some? I stopped her. No need. I've eaten before coming. To be honest, her family's food was truly poor. In the bowls was a paste of mushrooms boiled with cornmeal. No appetite just looking at it. Cornmeal was corn ground up cob and all, coarse and scratchy on the throat. I set down the cloth, tipped over the back basket, and heaped all the game on the ground. The grandmother and 3 grandchildren stared, speechless. Granny Zheng, this is the game I caught today for you all. She swallowed, but still shook her head. No, I can't accept it. I pointed at that heap of cloth. Don't stand on ceremony. It's not for nothing. Aren't you going to help me make clothes and quilts? Granny Zheng looked at her 3 skin and bones grandchildren. Villagers only slaughtered a pig at year's end and divided the meat by work points. Once a year, her family had no one working and got none divided, and hadn't touched meat in several years. They'd nearly forgotten what meat tasted like. Gazing at the pitiful children, she finally nodded. Thank you so much, Shaoan. I'll definitely make them carefully. I promise you'll be satisfied. No rush. Take your time. I've only enough cotton wadding for 1 quilt. For the rest, I still have to think of a way. Early the next morning, just as I shouldered the basket to go up the mountain to gather mushrooms, second Grandpa Zhou from next door came again. Shaoan, come. The village is dividing potatoes today. Shoulder your basket and come along. Dividing potatoes? Good, let's go. Zhou family village grew quite a lot of potatoes, and it was just harvest season. Arriving at the threshing ground where things were divided, heaps of potatoes were laid out, and Chun Yao held the notebook, helping to divide. I lined up in the queue, villagers chattering all around me. Every distribution was lively. Good potato harvest this year. We can go hungry less in winter. There should have been more, all thanks to those plague-ridden wild boars. Wild boars? What wild boars? The moment wild boars came up, everyone got more worked up. You don't know yet? Those plague-ridden boars come down the mountain every day to steal our potatoes. They root the potatoes out of the field, eat half and toss half, wasting things. Because of this, we dug the potatoes early. Usually we'd wait another week. Those hoof prints are huge. The boars are definitely not small. Why not call the militia to shoot them? They've got guns. The militia's busy. Shooting boars is dangerous. Did you forget Shaoan's dad was gored to death by a boar? Sure, keep it down, he's right beside us. The fragments pieced together the story. These wild boars were crafty, coming down the mountain specifically in the dead of night when all was quiet to steal potatoes. At the thought of wild boars, fury filled my chest. My father had had his abdomen pierced by a boar's sharp tusks, dying wretchedly. That was my eternal pain. If only I could have been reborn before my father's death, but when I woke he was already gone. Father was a good man, doting on his children, one who shed blood and sweat, but never tears, always shouldering this family. Had it not been for his accidental death, in my last life my brothers and sisters wouldn't have died one after another either. This grudge, I would definitely avenge it. I'd set my sights on these boars, to vent my anger, and even more to eat meat. I'd hunted a lot of game lately, but the most satisfying craving was still pork, especially wild boar meat, firm and chewy, better in flavor. This time I got over 40 pounds of potatoes, quite satisfied, though far less than others. Plant 1 potato and dig up a whole nest. The yield was high. My brothers loved eating potatoes, and I especially loved them roasted, tossed in the fire until done, peel off the blackened skin, wonderfully fragrant. Carrying the potatoes home, I saw Black Panther sleeping soundly in its nest. I stroked its head, and it opened its eyes. Black Panther, do me a favor? It stretched lazily. Sure, tell me. Lately wild boars come down the mountain at midnight to steal crops. I want to hunt them, but don't want to crouch on watch in the dead of night. Could you patrol around the village more at night for me? Cats sleep by day and roam by night. Black Panther slept like a log during the day and played wildly at night without a trace of drowsiness. Perfect to let it patrol and wake me if it ran into boars. Relax, master, no problem. At night Black Panther went out to romp, wandered all night, but came back empty-handed. I was a bit disappointed. Why weren't the boars coming down the mountain? Never mind, the time just wasn't right. Wait a bit more. I waited 2 nights in a row. On the 3rd night, there was movement. Black Panther darted into the room, sprang up onto the Kong in one leap, and pawed at my face. Seeing I hadn't woken, it bit my collar and tugged hard. I opened my eyes groggily and saw Black Panther standing on my chest. What is it? Boars. Master, I found boars. Sleepiness vanished at once. My eyes snapped open, full of excitement. I flipped out of bed, grabbed the crossbow, and rushed outside. There was a moon tonight, visibility fair. Black Panther raced ahead, and I followed close behind. Master, slow down, we're almost there. Nearing the destination, man and cat both slowed. I hunched down and looked where Black Panther indicated. It was the village's rice paddy. The rice wasn't ripe yet, wouldn't be cut until mid to late September, but it had already put on grain heads. Two wild boars were gnawing in the field, chewing grain heads, stalks, roots and all. With the potatoes harvested and gone, they'd come to ravage the rice. They really knew how to find food. These two grain-wasting creatures. But how fat they are. Both were fully grown, big and strong, their black-brown fur glossy. By my estimate 300 or 400 pounds each, nearly 800 pounds together. My heart pounded. This was the biggest prey I'd encountered since crossing over. 700 or 800 pounds of wild boar meat. Just thinking about it made me dizzy with bliss. But my brows knit right away. Hunting these two wouldn't be so easy. The crossbow in my hand was extremely powerful. A hit to a vital spot would kill in one strike, and even a miss could badly wound. But once one was felled, the other would surely bolt. Boars ran extremely fast, and I might not catch up. I wanted both, and losing either would ache. No time to think more. Secure one for sure, and do my utmost to net them all. I raised the crossbow and aimed at one. It had its head down gnawing crops, utterly unaware of danger, a living target. The bolt split the air and buried itself in the boar's body. The boar squealed twice in agony, startled into fleeing, but before it had gone 5 steps it toppled over sideways. The other, hearing its companion squeal, was scared out of its wits and bolted with all 4 legs flying. How could I let it go? I gave chase relentlessly, but it ran too fast, and it looked hopeless. Black Panther shot out from behind, faster than me. Master, I'll block it, you run faster. I was alarmed. Black Panther, how will you block it? This boar was raging fiercely. Don't get hurt. Forget it, come back quick. Black Panther charged straight in like a little cannonball, catching up in the blink of an eye, but instead of blocking in front, it leapt up onto the boar's back, its sharp claws digging into the spine, its keen teeth biting the nape. The boar sensed the strangeness on its back, slowed, spun in place, and violently shook its body trying to throw it off. But Black Panther's claws were clamped in tight, and no matter what, it couldn't be shaken off. Seizing this moment, I caught up, raised the crossbow, and aimed. Whoosh! A bolt struck the belly. The boar, seized with pain, ignored the thing on its back and kept charging madly. This bolt hadn't hit the heart, but it had wounded the organs. Its life wouldn't last long. Black Panther, chase. It can't get away. Sure enough, within a few minutes the boar crashed to the ground with a thud and gradually breathed its last. Well done, Black Panther. Without you this one would have surely gotten away. Praised. Black Panther's tail shot up to the sky. Both were shot dead. Next was dragging them home. I drew a deep breath. This wouldn't be easy. With my current thin frame and weak strength, dragging a 300 or 400 pound boar was hard. It was a 15-minute walk from here to home, an outright massive undertaking. No help for it. I could only go slowly. I grabbed the boar's hind legs and dragged it along the ground, and with great effort managed only a few steps. The boar's hide was probably rubbing right off. Just as I gritted my teeth and pushed on, a yard gate beside me opened. This was near Zhou Tao's house. A woman frowned and grumbled. What the heck? Making such a racket a person can't sleep. 30 or 40. She was Zhou Tao's wife. I called her sister-in-law Xiaju. By the moonlight she recognized me and was startled. Xiaoan? Middle of the night, what are you doing? I was about to explain when she saw clearly the thing I was dragging, clapped a hand over her mouth, her eyeballs nearly bulging out. My heavens! Such a huge boar. She darted over in a stride. Where'd this come from? I pointed at the bolt in the boar's belly. It was stealing rice in the field. I shot it dead. I'm dragging it home. You shot it dead. She stroked the boar, her eyes full of disbelief and envy. She hadn't expected my thin frame to have such ability. This boar was really fat, mouth-watering. It's fine. Go back to bed. I won't disturb you. I made to drag it away. No, sister-in-law's not sleepy now. It's so heavy. Wait, I'll call your brother Tao to help. Before the words were out, she'd already dashed back home in a whirlwind. Zhou Tao came out and gaped at the huge boar. You really shot a big boar. Xiaoan, you're amazing. Come, I'll help you. Since someone insisted on helping, I didn't refuse. Xia Zhu and I lifted the front legs, Zhou Tao the hind legs, and we headed home. Just as we carried it into the yard, I said, "There's another one in the rice paddy. Brother Tao, help me carry it back too." "What? There's another?" the couple said in unison, mouths unable to close. Was this still that useless, incapable Zhouan? His hunting skill was stronger than the village's old hunters. The three of us made another trip and hauled the other one back too. Both were in place, but Xia Zhu and Zhou Tao showed no intention of leaving. Xia Zhu rubbed her hands, an ambiguous smile on her face. No need to guess what it meant. There was no reason to let people help for nothing. Sharing some meat was only right. "Sister-in-law Xia Zhu, let me cut some meat for you to take back and eat with the children." I fetched the big wood-splitting axe from the woodshed and hacked away at a boar leg. Keeping the trotter for myself, I cut off a big chunk of haunch meat, about 7 or 8 pounds. Xiaoju took it all smiles. "Thank you, Shaoan, your brother Tao, and I will head off first." As she closed the yard gate, she glanced again at those 2 mountains of meat, deeply envious, wanting more, but unable to open her mouth. After all, having only made 2 trips without lifting a finger in the hunting, being given this much was already a tremendous bargain. In these years, pork was 7 or 8 cents a pound, snatched up the moment the meatpacking plant slaughtered, and buying meat still required connections. Ordinary villagers could only wait for the year-end pig slaughter. The collective raised only a few pigs, and a household getting 3 or 4 pounds divided was already good. This haunch meat was too wonderful. That night wore me out badly. I put the 2 boars in the kitchen to deal with the next day. Early the next morning, I dragged the boars into the yard, and I'd just cut open a belly when a big crowd of people surged in outside the yard gate. My brothers had gone out to gather firewood and hadn't shut the gate tight, so this crowd came straight in, 50 or 60 of them, surrounding me and the 2 boars, faces full of shock, envy, and a few parts jealousy. Xia Zhu wasn't lying. Shaoan really got 2. Look how thick this fat layer is. Each one's 300 or 400 pounds at least. Struck it lucky. This kid's got real ability. Uninvited guests. I felt a bit displeased. A sweep of my eyes caught Xia Zhu in the crowd. I looked straight at her, and she guiltily lowered her head. What more was there not to understand? This big mouth couldn't keep anything in. But I hadn't expected her mouth to be so fast. Barely up from bed how long, and it had spread through half the village. I ignored the crowd's chatter and merely nodded, then went on with the work in my hands. Cutting open the belly, I raked out all the organs. Goodness, the family's big basin couldn't even hold it. Loops upon loops of pig intestines made even me drool. In these years, large intestine was worthless offal. Not knowing how to prepare it left it fishy and foul. But last time I'd bought plenty of fishiness-removing spices, and braised fatty intestines would surely be knock-your-socks-off fragrant. Having cleaned out the organs, I took up the knife to divide the meat. Seeing that I only minded my own business and paid no attention to anyone, the crowd grew a bit anxious. An auntie sidled over beaming. "Shaoan, this boar meat's really fine, eh?" As she spoke, she even stroked the fat layer, her fingers rubbing over the oily flesh, and put her nose close to sniff. "Wow, so fragrant. It really takes our village's Shaoan to have such ability." Without lifting my head, I gave an mm. She got even more worked up. "These 2 are 700 or 800 pounds. Can your family finish it all?" I nodded with a face full of innocence. "We can finish it. There are 9 of us at home, and if we can't, we can smoke it and keep it to eat slowly in winter." Her expression turned strange, and she rubbed her hands. "Eating meat every day gets tiresome too, no? Look at these little ones. How long since they've touched meat? Thin as dried monkeys. They're all little brothers and sisters from the same village." She pointed at the children who'd tagged along, and those kids stared at the meat, swallowing hard. I sneered inwardly, playing the sentiment card too. Same village, true, but I had no real friendship with them. I suppressed the urge to roll my eyes. "Annie, my mom and dad only had the 9 of us. There are no other little brothers and sisters." The auntie's face went dark, and she was about to speak again, but she was elbowed aside. My uncle's family had arrived. Wang Tsuifan shoved the auntie aside, pulled a son with each hand to the front, smiling with the utmost obsequiousness, her voice gentle and amiable. "Shaoan, those aren't your own brothers and sisters, but Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao are your own cousins." As she spoke, she pushed her 2 sons forward. These 2 little terrors knew how to read the situation too, and immediately called out to me. "Brother Zhouan, Brother Zhou, you're amazing. The haughty, arrogant airs of the past were all gone, calling me brother again and again in the most affectionate way. Shaoan, there's so much meat. Share some with your aunt. Look how thin these two cousins of yours have gotten. I looked at my two cousins. Thin? Where were they thin? They ate little meat, but they hadn't been shorted on other food. Their frames were far sturdier than my siblings. I think my two cousins look plenty sturdy. It's my brothers and sisters who are thin. Don't believe me? Take a look. The several siblings in the yard stood in tattered clothes, truly thin. The game I'd hunted to nourish them hadn't been long enough to show results yet. Seeing that I wouldn't budge an inch, Wang Tsuefan planted her hands on her hips. Say what you will, we're still family, and you've got to share this meat with me no matter what. As she spoke, she drew a circle on the pig's body with her finger. I won't ask for much. Just cut this piece for me. Hurry up. We've still got to go to work. That circle was no small one. Cut out. It'd be at least dozens of pounds. I knew my uncle's family were no good people, but I hadn't expected such thick skin, thicker than the corner of a city wall. Then there was no need to save face for them. I looked at her with a contemptuous gaze. Wang Tsuefan, are you still half asleep? Family? Whose family with you? The crowd was startled, not expecting me to call my aunt by her full name. My brothers, sisters, and I were half-starved, and I never saw you lend a hand. Instead, you snatched away the relief grain the village sent after my dad died. If the village chief hadn't stepped in, I still wouldn't have gotten it back. My mom and dad looked after you so well while they lived. And this is how you treat us the moment they're gone? Ungrateful things. And you've still got the gall to come begging for meat. Do you really not feel ashamed? The family's cruel treatment of the children was known to everyone in their hearts. Only it had never been laid out in the open. Now that I'd exposed it, Wang Tsuefan's teeth itched with hatred, yet she had no way to argue. Every word was true. The people behind began to snicker. Tormented the children so before, and now she's got the nerve to ask for meat. If it were me, I'd have hidden away long ago. How can her skin be so thick? She shouldn't have been given any. No right at all. Having his spine pointed at, my uncle Zhou Dezhu, who hadn't said a word, flushed crimson with shame and grabbed Wang Tsuefan. You wretched woman, still here making a spectacle? Get back home. We haven't been given any yet. Why go back? Before she finished the words, she was dragged and hauled away. Seeing their parents leave, Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao hurriedly chased after them. After my uncle's family left, a man stepped forward. Shaoan, your aunt's out of line. This meat shouldn't be shared with her. But don't forget the kindness of us fellow villagers. When your dad passed, I came to help carry the coffin. That I remembered, of course. When father died, we children were too young to handle the arrangements. The village chief called everyone to help, and this uncle was one of the coffin bearers. An auntie sidled up too. That's right, when your mom passed, it was your Auntie Chio and I who wiped down her body and dressed her. More and more people gathered around, vying to say what they'd done back then. I brought a big basket of wild greens, remember? I brought a sack of cornmeal. I fell silent. The villagers had indeed helped when my parents died. The things they'd brought, though not worth much, were tokens of goodwill. To flatly refuse would seem too cold-blooded. But pork was so precious. Honestly, I didn't want to share. Had I been rolling in wealth, I'd gladly do it. But right now my family was struggling, hadn't even stored enough grain for winter. How could I bear to give away precious meat? And these people were indeed leveraging kindness for repayment. A little help back then, and now they came to share in the boar meat. Did they not know how hard my family had it? They knew, but they wanted meat more. Stuck here, share or not. After a moment's thought, I had an idea, and my expression turned earnest. I keep everyone's help in my heart, and I will share this meat. Only not now. I paused. I need to discuss this matter with the village chief. Everyone go to work first, and we'll divide the meat later. The crowd felt reassured, like they'd swallowed a settling pill. Since I'd said I'd find the village chief, it surely wasn't a trick. As long as meat would be shared, there was no need to crowd around, and they'd all held up their work. I knew Shaoan knows gratitude best. Then off to work first, you get busy. The teeming tide of people dispersed. I gave a helpless smile and said to my second brother, "Aff you, go invite the village chief over." Actually, the village chief knew too, but hadn't come by. The rule of hunting was that whoever caught it got it. Though he hadn't touched meat in a long time, he wouldn't go rushing to ask a child for it. Soon Zhou Fu brought the village chief. He too was startled at the sight of the two big fat boars, and turning to look at me, His eyes were full of admiration. This child really was different lately. Good before, but timid and without ability. Now he not only had hunting prowess, but his whole bearing had matured. Shawan, what did you need me for? Village chief, let's talk inside. I recounted the morning's affair in detail. When he'd heard it out, he slapped his thigh, angered. How greedy can these people be? How do they have the face to ask children for meat? I gave a bitter smile. But these uncles and aunties really did help my family. If I truly didn't share, I'd feel bad too. The village chief waved his big hand. What's the matter with that? Eat the meat with an easy heart. I don't believe anyone would dare come snatch it. I looked at him gratefully. I know you're on my side, but I've still decided to share this meat. First, to stop their tongues, and second, I want to ask everyone for a favor too. The village chief pursed his lips in thought. All right then, what do you want everyone to help with? I looked at my third and fourth brothers splitting wood in the yard. In a month or two winter sets in, and just relying on the small kindling my brothers gather won't get us through. Could everyone help me get some firewood? Getting firewood's a small matter. Each household helps you gather a few bundles, and it'll be enough to burn all winter. Also, my family's house is too dilapidated. Holes everywhere, leaks when it rains, and lets in wind when it snows. It'll freeze a person to death. The village chief looked up and surveyed the house, sympathy showing in his eyes. I understand, but building a house is a complicated matter. I'd have to discuss it with the villagers more. The village chief didn't dare agree outright, wanting to convene a meeting to discuss it. I waved my hand. He'd misunderstood. Village chief, I'm not asking everyone to build a house. I want to ask everyone to help me make some adobe bricks when they've got time. I'll hire workers separately to build the house. The village chief was taken aback, then made the call. Making adobe bricks? Simple. I'll agree on their behalf. They can do it in their spare moments. The first thing in building an adobe house was making adobe bricks. Dig soil with strong stickiness from the fields. Mix in rice straw and wheat stalks. Add water and blend it evenly. Pack it into molds to form brick shapes. Not much effort and no cost. I'd been calculating the house building matter since being reborn. At first I'd thought of building a red brick house, but gave it up after tallying the cost. The brick kiln charged 2 cents per red brick, and my family had many people living cramped. To build one with many rooms and large area, a rough count was at least 30,000 bricks. That's 600 yuan. In these years of 30 or 40 yuan monthly wages, 600 yuan was a huge sum I couldn't produce, and there was no need to build so fine. My brothers, sisters, and I wouldn't huddle at the foot of this mountain our whole lives. When conditions improved down the road, I'd rather take them to develop in town, in the city. Besides, though adobe houses were rustic, they were warm in winter and cool in summer, more comfortable to live in than red brick ones. Adobe houses were cheap to build. It was just the brick making that was troublesome. Relying on just us brothers, it'd take a year or more. This time trading boar meat for the villagers' free brick making was a fine thing all around. Having settled the firewood and adobe bricks, the village chief asked again, "Anything else you need help with?" I rubbed my hands and smiled. "Village chief, about the ducks and geese raised in that big pond in the village." Before I finished, the village chief anxiously stood up, waving his hands repeatedly. No, everything else is negotiable, but the ducks and geese really can't be given to you. Zhou family village had an enormous pond, several times larger than where I'd fished last time, with flocks of ducks and geese on the water. These ducks and geese are commune property. Not one can be short. Because Zhou family village's location was suited to raising fowl, the commune sent down ducklings, goslings, rice bran, and wheat bran every year for the village to raise on its behalf. The villagers raised them but couldn't eat them. Once grown, the commune sent trucks to haul them away, rewarding only some rice and grain. Dedicated people watched over them, terrified of losing any and being unable to account for it. I hurriedly explained, "Village chief, I don't want the ducks and geese. I only want a bit of the down off their bodies." The village chief was stunned, his face full of confusion. "Huh? What do you want feathers for?" I pointed at the yellowed, stiff quilt on the comm. "Both the quilts and my brothers' and sisters' winter clothes are lacking. I want to make them with duck and goose down. These feathers can make quilts and clothes." Decades later, down jackets would be household knowledge. But in these years, keeping warm meant stuffing in cotton entirely. The feathers left from slaughtering fowl were all taken by villagers to compost. No one thought of making clothes. Yes, stuffed inside clothing, it's warm to wear. The village chief half understood, then frowned. But if you pluck the feathers, they'll be bald and unsightly. I won't pluck them all. Just take the light, soft down from the chest, and under the wings. They won't go bald. Oh, so that's it. The village chief nodded. All right, since it's just down and no big deal, go get it yourself. Just don't make a fuss to avoid bad impressions. I was overjoyed. Thank you so much, village chief. I've agreed to all three of these matters. Anything else? I smiled with satisfaction. That's all. Tell everyone to come divide the meat at noon. For both the village chief and the villagers, these were trifling efforts, yet they helped me greatly. No worries about firewood, and my siblings wouldn't freeze in winter. With people helping make bricks, the adobe would come quickly too. From now on, I'd have to save more money to hire workers to build the house. If we were quick about it, the house could go up before the frost. Quilts and winter clothes were no worry either. Since I couldn't get cotton coupons, I'd use down, which kept warmer. When work let out at noon, the villagers came rushing to my house one after another. Having heard in the morning that meat would be divided, they'd been too excited to have any heart for their work. I'd already cut up all the meat from both pigs, laid out filling the whole yard. Zhou family village had several hundred households, and each could get over a pound. Sounds little, but to villagers who hadn't touched a scrap of meat in a year or more, it was already a tremendously good thing. Shaoan, I don't like lean. Cut me more fatty meat, eh? A man begged, staring fixedly at the fat layer. In these years, fatty meat was the prized delicacy. With few chances to eat meat, people wanted the big fat kind to satisfy the craving, and besides, fatty meat could be rendered for oil. Add a spoonful to the pot each time, and even the rice was 3 parts more fragrant. Chen Yao, weighing the meat, shot that man a look. Give all the fat to you. What's everyone else supposed to eat? When I divided the meat, I always paired things, fat with lean, meat with bone. To my surprise, the villagers even disdained pig trotters, that good thing, for having too much bone. Some wanted pig heart and liver, but the large and small intestines truly no one wanted. Decades later, pig intestines would be pricier than meat. Since they didn't want them, I kept them. The 2 sets of intestines together came to dozens of pounds. The meat was divided clean, the people gradually dispersed, and the clamorous yard finally fell quiet. My third brother Zhou Gang stared at the intestines in the basin and sighed. The meat's all been divided away, and we've only got this left. He knew Big Brother had used the meat to trade for goodwill, but with not a scrap of meat kept, he still felt let down in his heart. I stroked his head and smiled. What are you sighing about at such a young age? The meat being gone is no matter. These intestines are the truly delicious part. He crouched by the basin, wrinkling his nose at the stench. So smelly, and it's really delicious? I rolled up my sleeves. Relax, I guarantee it'll be fragrant. First, I cleared out the filth inside the intestines and rinsed them in clean water. There was still a stench, meaning they weren't washed clean. I went to the kitchen and raked all the plant ash from the stove pit into the basin, turned the intestines inside out, kneaded them evenly with the ash into a big basin of black stuff. Then rinsed them clean with water. Plant ash had strong absorbing power. After washing, they weren't just clean, the odor was gone too. I put seasonings in the pot and stewed the intestines. The more they cooked, the more fragrant they got, and my brothers hung around the doorway, unwilling to leave. So fragrant. Big Brother even makes intestines this fragrant. When dinner was set on the table, my brothers were dizzy with the aroma. The braised intestines got more fragrant the more you chewed, the spices mingling with the fat, a mouthful of bliss. After breakfast the next day, I took my 3 older brothers straight to the pond. An old man was watching by the pond, and seeing me, he called out with a smile. It's Shaoan. I'll drive the ducks over for you. The village chief had already given word yesterday. He not only didn't stop me, but helped herd them. Wow, Big Brother, these geese are so pretty. There were 60 or 70 big white geese in the pond, snow white all over. Pretty they are, but these things peck people and it hurts. I plan to spare the geese for now and start with the ducks. There were even more ducks in the pond, about 130 or 40, all Muscovy ducks, black feathers, a ring of red around the eyes, called mute ducks by people. Their call sounded like heavy panting, not grating at all, so the pond side wasn't noisy. Zhou Fu-eyed the flock of ducks at his feet, not knowing where to start. Big Brother, how do you pluck this down? I scooped up one and sat on a rock. Simple, watch and you'll get it. With a bit of effort, I held the duck still, parted the chest feathers, and beneath was revealed the fine, soft down. Pinching the down at the root, I plucked it out in small tufts. Muscovy duck down was a blackish gray, not pretty but warm. Of all down, goose down was the warmest. Besides the chest, there was down on the belly, both flanks, back, and neck too. After plucking one, I had a big tuft, light and soft. My third brother gave it a squeeze, and it became a little ball. Big brother, one duck's only got this much. Is it enough to make winter clothes and quilts? Haha, plenty enough. This tuft was about 40-some grams, not a little. Muscovy ducks yielded lots of down, 40 or 50 grams. The big white geese 50 or 60. With over 200 ducks and geese in the pond, taking it all down could come to 18 or 19 pounds. Down was far warmer than cotton. The filling didn't need to be much. For the big double quilts they use up north, stuffing 3 or 4 pounds was plenty warm. A short adult down jacket could hold off the northern winter with 6 or 7 ounces of down. My brothers and sisters were small in stature and would use even less. This much down could make quilts, plus 2 sets of winter clothes each, more than enough. My brothers learned it after watching once and wanted to try themselves. I cautioned, go gently, don't hurt the ducks. These are the collective's ducks, don't make things hard for the village chief. Plucking down looked simple but was time-consuming. With over 200 ducks and geese, we worked at it a full 2 days. The collected down couldn't be used directly. It was a bit dirty and had an odor. First soak it in warm water, wash away the dust and grease with soap, then steam it in the pot for a simple high-temperature disinfection and dry it. I took the process down to Granny Zhang's house, and that very day it was made into a down quilt. Lying in bed covered by it. Oh, what comfort! Light and not weighing down on you, warmly wrapping you up. In this weather it was even too warm to be covered. Finally, no more sleeping under that thick, stiff old quilt. Full of happiness, I decided to open another blind box. I'd saved up quite a few points over this period, so I deducted 4,000 and opened a Tier 3 blind box. Congratulations on unlocking a Tier 3 blind box. The gift is the Shinong Knows the 100 Herbs skill. Shinong Knows the 100 Herbs? I curiously read the annotation, and after reading it nearly bounced up off the bed. With this skill, I could identify every medicinal herb in the world, recognizing them precisely without study, even mastering their basic pharmacology and properties. Heavens, this skill was too good. For mountain folk, this was simply a cornucopia. The resource-rich Changbai Mountains were covered in wild medicinal herbs, which had given rise to a livelihood, herb gatherers. Gathering herbs to sell to the supply and marketing cooperative for money was an important part of the cooperative's business in these years. But gathering herbs required knowing how to identify them, an ability I hadn't previously had. Having lived on the mountain since childhood, I only recognized lingzhi and the root of ginseng. Ginseng leaves looked too much like wild grass to tell apart. Now with this skill, I was thrilled beyond words. Knowing herbs meant I could be a herb gatherer, gathering herbs for money. I was short of money right now, and building the house down the road would cost even more. This skill came at the perfect time. Just as I was excited, the system popped up a product page, and seeing the contents clearly, I was even more delighted. This item could boost herb gathering luck. Every 2,000 points raised it 10%. Though the Changbai Mountains had herbs, treasures like lingzhi and wild mountain ginseng were scattered everywhere, and finding them relied entirely on luck. Some herb gatherers watched a whole day only to come across 2 or 3 plants, and the unlucky ones returned empty-handed. Wild mountain ginseng was rare, not weeds strewn all over the ground. Boosting luck to dig up greater quantities of better quality was quite necessary. I spent my remaining 4,000 points and added 20% luck. At first light the next day, I entered the mountain with the big back basket, and Black Panther, bursting with energy, insisted on coming. Before long I encountered the first herb, wild astragalus. So this is astragalus. I used to take it for a weed. I crouched down looking at 2 astragalus plants, stems as thick as a middle finger, with oval green leaves. Astragalus root, sliced and steeped in water, was good for immunity and the cardiovascular system. But what the top of the root looked like I truly hadn't recognized before. Without this skill I'd have missed it. Black Panther, out of the way, time to dig. I pushed the mischievous Black Panther aside and swung the hoe. The roots ran deep, taking some effort. Dug out. They weren't very thick, but were quite long, weighing about 3 ounces by hand. The two plants together 6 or 7 ounces. The cooperative bought astragalus at 50 cents a pound. I calculated. All that effort to sell for just 30 cents. It seemed astragalus only earned the price of labor. To really strike it rich gathering herbs, I still had to dig wild mountain ginseng. Wild mountain ginseng had been valuable since ancient times. Decades later, it would fetch sky-high prices. I recalled a news story. At an auction, a century-old, half-pound wild mountain ginseng sold for 18 million. Even a small ginseng of ordinary condition could sell for over 1,000. In these years, it wasn't so extreme, but it still counted as a pricey medicinal. Ones of passable condition and age sold for a few yuan easily. Ones of long age and good condition, dozens of yuan a plant was no problem. Compared to astragalus, the value for effort was far higher. Heading deeper in, I came across quite a bit more astragalus, but all of short age, some only a year or two old. Astragalus needed at least 3 to 5 years to be worth digging. The root of a 1-year plant wasn't fully grown, a pure waste of time. After searching nearly half an hour, I finally spotted the first wild mountain ginseng. Wow, pity the age is a bit short. It hid among the weeds, thin-stemmed with large leaves, extremely easy to confuse if you didn't look carefully. With Shinnong knows the 100 herbs, I not only recognized the herb, but could also tell its age. Wild mountain ginseng's years could be known by the number of leaf clusters. This one was only 3 years old, low age. But it was the first I dug, and my mood was still excited. Selling wild mountain ginseng, appearance mattered. When digging, one had to preserve the root fibers as much as possible. Old hands used red string to bind the stem, bamboo picks to clear the soil, and brushes to sweep off the dust. I was a novice with only a small hoe. To avoid breaking the root fibers, my movements were extremely gentle. Slow it was, taking over 10 minutes to fully lift it out intact, the fibers barely broken. I held it in my palm and examined it closely. Black Panther came over. Master, dug so long for just this little thing. Its eyes were full of disdain. This ginseng was feather-light, about 2 grams, pitifully small. Wild mountain ginseng grew extremely slowly. Even a century-old was only half a pound, and a 3-year-old was but 2 or 3 grams. Yet its medicinal properties far surpassed cultivated ones. Decades later, cultivated ginseng would be everywhere, roots forced thick as carrots by chemical fertilizer, but shallow in age and poor in properties, and thus worth less instead. I tore off some grass to line the basket and carefully placed the ginseng in to avoid knocks. Taking Black Panther on to search, this time it wasn't long before another find. Wow, this one's really good. Much easier to find than the first. It bore a whole plant of bright red little berries, eye-catching even mixed in the grass. It was autumn now. The season wild mountain ginseng bore fruit. Birds pecked these red berries, and the seeds fell back into the forest with their droppings, growing new ginseng the following year. But not all ginseng bore fruit, flowering at 3 years, fruiting only at 5 or 6. Since this one had already fruited, its age was surely not low. Counting the leaf clusters, I judged 7 years. 7 years was quite good. Intact in condition, it could fetch over 10 yuan. I was especially cautious digging it. Lifted out with fibers intact, it was truly beautiful. Over the next hour or two, I searched all over the woods, but a full 3 hours added only 1 3-year and 1 4-year plant. The haul wasn't satisfying. Half a day for just 4 plants, 3 of them short in age. Still, compared to some herb gatherers who went to the wrong place and returned empty-handed, my luck counted as decent. Going back today, I'd put all the points I'd saved into luck and fight again tomorrow. With a poor haul, I headed down the mountain early, not taking the original route, but choosing an unpeopled little path. Walking along, my eyes lit up. Ahead was a great swath of red little berries. Not wild mountain ginseng, but Changbai schisandra. Up close it was several thick vines, hemp rope-like, hung with clusters of red berries like grapes. Schisandra was a famous herb with good efficacy. In my last life, missing my brothers and sisters, with heart palpitations and insomnia, I'd used it to recuperate. I just hadn't expected it to grow on vines. I'd thought it grew on trees. Looking at this great swath, my mouth split to my ears. One vine could yield 7 or 8 pounds, and with 5 or 6 thick vines, getting a few dozen pounds was no problem. Though schisandra wasn't as valuable as wild mountain ginseng, a pound could still sell for a yuan or so. Haha, struck it rich. My luck's not bad today. Wild Schisandra yields were low to begin with. Decades later, cultivated vines could bear 20 or 30 pounds each. But I was already very satisfied. This could exchange for dozens of yuan, enough to acquire quite a few household items. The berries were basically all fully red. Overripe they wouldn't hold on, and it'd be a pity to have them drop to the ground. So I simply picked them all. Just as I was picking away intently, Black Panther pawed at my trouser leg. "Master, these berries look nice. Let me taste one." I laughingly picked two and stuffed them in its mouth. The next second it spat them all out. These berries looked nice, but the taste was strange. The so-called Schisandra, 5-flavor berry, had all 5 flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. Having picked them, the empty basket was more than half full. Humming a tune, I headed down the mountain. Halfway I ran into someone, a man of 30 or 40, carrying a small herb-gathering basket. Clearly a herb gatherer, unfamiliar, not from our village. As we passed, my gaze fell into his basket, not a large work basket, but a small herb basket, able to hold 20 pounds, and inside it was more than half full of lingji. Orange caps with a lacquer-like sheen, extremely beautiful. I was terribly envious. Having roamed half a day, I hadn't seen a single lingji. Where had he gotten so much? Lingji was a great tonic, and the cooperative's buying price wasn't cheap. It counted as a pricey medicinal. I couldn't help calling out to him. "Hey, big brother, may I ask something?" He stopped. "What is it?" I pointed at his basket. "Where'd you get this lingji?" I roamed half a day and didn't see a single one. He pursed his lips, clearly unwilling to say. Lingji was different from other herbs. Dig other herbs away and they'd be gone the next year. But lingji picked this year would mostly grow again next year. So herb gatherers each had their own spots, going directly to gather when the time came, sparing wasted trips. These spots were each person's secret, generally not passed on to others. Seeing he was unwilling to share, I took off my basket, took out a wild mountain ginseng, and pressed it into his hand. "Big brother, just tell me the general area, and take this ginseng home to steep in wine." That was a 4-year plant, not big in size but good in condition. His eyes lit up. "This ginseng's not bad. I went half a day today and didn't come across a single one." I pointed at a mountain in the distance. "I gathered this ginseng right on that mountain. Go take a look someday." I'd had luck's boost to gather 4 plants. For someone else it might not be so. The man was clearly moved, carefully tucked the ginseng into his basket, and smiled. "Since you're so forthright, little brother, I won't keep it hidden either." He pointed at the distant mountain. "This lingji was gathered in wild bear forest. There's a lot on that mountain. It's just hard to find." My eyes went wide. "What? You gather lingji in wild bear forest?" He gave a couple of laughs. "Yeah, lingji's scarce elsewhere, only plentiful over there." I sized him up anew. Looked utterly ordinary, yet was actually a fierce one. "But there are wild bears in that forest. Aren't you afraid?" I'd run through plenty of deep mountains with Black Panther, but had never set foot in wild bear forest. Since childhood, I'd heard people say there really were wild bears there, tall and burly, standing up like a small mountain, able to smash a person's skull with one swat. Few people set foot in that forest. I hadn't expected him to be so fierce. He patted the hunting rifle on his arm. "Bring a weapon, and there's nothing to fear." Only then did I notice he had a rifle slung on. I'd thought he did hunting and herb gathering both, but it was for self-defense. He scratched his head. "Though, I've gathered there so many times and never once come across a bear. Don't know if it's good luck or the bears avoiding people." "Oh, I see." I nodded, already stirred at heart. Should I go get some lingji at wild bear forest too? He'd gone so many times without meeting a bear. Surely I couldn't be that unlucky. He seemed to read my mind and hurriedly advised, "Little brother, I didn't meet one, but there are definitely bears in that forest. Don't go without a weapon. If something really happens, it won't be worth it." My heart wavered, and I nodded. "All right, thank you, big brother." Back home, wild bear forest kept turning over in my mind. Torn over it right up until bedtime, I finally made up my mind. Go. Lingji was too valuable. Getting half a basket could add so many things to the family. And honestly, I had designs on the bears on that mountain too. A northeast adult wild bear was 400 or 500 pounds, solidly a mountain of meat. Hauling one back. Don't even mention how wonderful. I had no rifle, but I had the system's crossbow. I'd seen its power hunting the boars last time. That thick-skinned, thick-fleshed creature. The bolt drove straight in and churned its organs to mush. This 120-pound crossbow's power was no less than a hunting rifle's. With all my hard practice this while, I hit 9 of 10. If I really met a bear, I was confident I could retreat unscathed. Decided, I acted. At the crack of dawn the next day, I headed up the mountain, taking Black Panther. With a fast pace, I reached Wild Bear Forest in a little over an hour. The moment I stepped in, Black Panther turned off. Usually while hunting it was relaxed, tail cocked high. Today, it was drawn tight, watching the forest warily. Master, there really are bears in this forest. Its tail hung low, swishing constantly, betraying anxiety. You help me keep watch. Speak up if anything's off. Cats had strong vigilance. Not the slightest rustle would escape them. I'd brought it today precisely to be the lookout. Not far in there was a find. This lingji's way too big. On a fallen dead log were two beautiful lingji. One nearly as big as my shoe, the other palm-sized. Tucking them into the basket, I went on searching. This patch of forest had especially many dead logs, and lingji grew on the dead trees. Its growth was demanding, requiring not only a suitable environment, but also dead wood to feed on. Wild Bear Forest truly was a treasure spot of good fortune. Over the next hour, I gathered quite a bit, and the basket gradually filled. When I first entered the mountain, my heart had been in my throat, but by now I'd gradually set it down. An hour of roaming without meeting a bear, likely I wouldn't come across one today. Walking along, my foot stepped on something soft and mushy. Damn, who dropped such a big lump? I frowned in disgust. Even my cloth shoe was dirted. Then I froze. Out in this desolate wilderness, who would be relieving themselves here? And this lump was especially big, not like a human's. 8 times out of 10, it was bear dung. I scraped my shoe on the grass, took 2 steps forward, and saw another big tree that was off, a decades-old tree with a large patch of bark stripped off. Not like natural shedding, more like it was done deliberately. But who'd go into the mountain bored enough to strip bark? Most likely a bear. I'd heard bears would rub their claws on tree bark to keep them sharp. My heart tightened. Had I blundered into a bear's territory? Master, let's go quick. There's definitely a bear nearby. I smell a really strong scent. Black Panther clawed at my trouser leg, its expression tense. I turned and ran, but after just 2 steps my feet came to an abrupt halt. What are you standing there for? Run quick. Black Panther was beside itself. If it could take human form, it'd probably hoist me up and run. My heart quailed, but I couldn't resist the temptation of that mountain of meat. Black Panther, no more running. Let's beat this bear down and eat the meat. Black Panther looked at me with a face full of shock, its eyes seeming to say, "Are you all right? Ate too many potatoes and got bloated into hallucinations?" I nodded earnestly. Really, we've come all this way, I'm confident. Black Panther sighed helplessly and flicked its tail. Fine, whatever you say, Dot. Standing in place was too dangerous. The enemy in the dark and I in the light. If the bear spotted me, I wouldn't even have room to react. Bears looked fat and clumsy, but running they hit 30 or 40 kilometers an hour, like a charging truck. Running into one, running away was useless. I had to find cover. A glance around. A few meters off was an old tree, tall and thick, even its branches thick as thighs, its trunk straight and smooth. Bears could climb trees, but finding this kind of hard-to-climb tall tree would be safer. Black Panther scrambled up into the branches in a couple of moves. I had a far harder time, but with plenty of experience, after a few minutes of struggling, I crouched up in the fork of the branches too. The view up here is really good. Man and cat each occupied a fork, gazing down at the ground from on high. In autumn, bears hadn't hibernated yet and would surely come out to forage. Crouching here to wait couldn't be wrong. I gripped the crossbow and waited over an hour, not even a bear's shadow in sight. Black Panther, bored, sharpened its claws on the branch. Master, how much longer are we waiting? I frowned in frustration. This bear's such a homebody. Why won't it come out of its den? I thought a moment. Wait 1 more hour. If it doesn't come, we'll gather some lingji and head down. So I waited, and just as I was about to run out of patience, a big fellow finally came. A black shadow flashed in the distance. Though too far to see clearly, I knew that was absolutely a bear. My heart pounded like a drum as I stared fixedly at that black shadow. Pity it was too far, out of shooting range. Terrified it would turn elsewhere, yet I didn't dare come down from the tree. After a few seconds of calculation, I looked at the bored Black Panther. Black Panther, I've got an important task for you. What task? I pointed at the wild bear and lowered my voice. That bear won't come over. Could you go lure it over here? Black Panther wore an "I knew it" expression and flicked its tail, about to climb down. Humph. Always making me do the dangerous work. Master doesn't cherish me anymore. I stroked its little black head. How could I not cherish you? Don't get too close. Keep your distance. Just tease it over. Cats were far nimbler than bears. At a distance there'd be no great danger, and only then could I bear to send it. Black Panther climbed down and headed straight for the bear. 20-some meters off, it mewed in a pinched voice. The black bear cocked its head and looked around, quickly locking onto it. Wild bears were omnivores, eating grass, wood, nuts, fish, insects, mice, and rabbits. Cats were on its menu too. This fellow was peaked, but didn't charge. Instead, it softened its steps and crept close slowly, plainly meaning to sneak attack. I took in this whole scene from the treetop. Damn, this bear's actually pretty crafty. Bear's intelligence wasn't low. As the old folks told it, a bear coming down the mountain would stand up and wave toward people, looking like a person from afar, luring people over. Black Panther was clever too. Seeing the bear approach, it edged toward my side. Back and forth, tug and pull, it lured the bear into my shooting range. I gripped the crossbow, seeking the moment. This black bear's hide was thick. Without hitting a vital spot, it couldn't be stopped at all. Before I could act, the bear could no longer hold back. Seeing this cat walking about ceaselessly, it gave up sneaking and suddenly lunged. Black Panther dodged nimbly, spotted a nearby tree, and scrambled up. How would the bear let go of this fat cat delivered to its mouth? It followed right up the tree. This fat fellow looked clumsy, but at climbing trees, it was formidable. Seeing the bear climbing higher and higher, Black Panther cried out urgently, "Master, what are you waiting for? It's about to bite my butt." Before the words fell, my bolt split the air, entering from the left rear straight into the heart, absolutely churning it to mush. Climbing the tree, the bear's body was stretched out, its movements limited, the perfect shooting point. The black bear gave a mighty roar, its sharp claws unable to hold the trunk, and crashed down with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. After a few struggles, it breathed its last. Hit. I hit it. Haha, big black bear, here I come. I shouldered the crossbow, hugged the tree, and slid down, grinning brighter than a flower. This moment was no less than Fan Jean passing the Imperial exam. In 2 or 3 bounds, I rushed to my trophy. Oh my goodness, this bear's really huge. Big from afar, and even more so up close. 400 or 500 pounds. The bear's head bigger than a foot washing basin. The head alone 50 or 60 pounds. I felt that bear's paw, an enormous one. Bear paw had been imperial tribute in ancient times. This time I'd get to taste what it was like too. Black Panther came down from the tree too, stepped on the bear's chest, and bounced up and down. Humph, told you to chase me. Flat on your back now, aren't you? The bear's hide was glossy and glistening, thick and beautiful. Sent to the cooperative, it would exchange for at least dozens of yuan. Besides the hide, there was another precious thing, the bear gallbladder. Bear gall was hard to get for 1,000 in gold, in ancient times reserved for the royal house. The old hunters had said that after a bear died, the gall had to be taken immediately, or the bile would slowly disappear. I took out my carrying knife. Having slaughtered roe deer and boars, I had experience. Taking the gall didn't require full evisceration, just cutting a span-long opening at the spot corresponding to the gallbladder. I worked carefully, cut open the skin and fatty tissue, and reached my hand in, a wave of warmth. The freshly dead bear's body was still warm. My hand felt inward carefully, terrified of rupturing that precious gall, and after some effort, I finally removed it intact. Damn, this gall's so big. I lifted it up and examined it closely, fist-sized, jet black and beautiful. This is the iron gall the old hunters spoke of. Good thing it's not a vegetable gall, or it wouldn't be worth much. Bear gall came in 3 grades. Gold gall, golden and translucent as amber, unobtainable for 1,000 in gold. Iron gall, second best, also a fine thing. Vegetable gall, yellow-green, not worth much. Looking at the iron gall in my palm, my mood soared. But in a blink, I frowned again. Trouble had come. This 400 or 500 pound fellow, how would I get it home? Last time the 300-some pound boar had been extraordinarily strenuous just to drag. This bear was 400 or 500 pounds. My physique couldn't drag it. Even if I could drag it, I wouldn't bear to, scraping all the way. The fur would surely be ruined. and such a fine hide couldn't be spoiled. I had to find people to help. The first to come to mind were my brothers, but on second thought I gave up. Young and without strength, coming would be useless. I had to find adults. Who to find? I was stumped. Poor mountains and harsh waters breed unruly folk. Quite a few in the village were insatiably greedy. Helping out for a share of meat, I didn't mind, but some people took it and still complained it was too little, thinking it their due. Last time Xia Ju and her husband helped carry the boars, and I shared a pig leg plus haunch meat. Generous enough, no? Yet she still wasn't satisfied, spreading word everywhere and egging everyone on to come share. And when the meat was divided, she came shamelessly too. When I asked hadn't she already received hers, she planted her hands on her hips and refused to leave, saying that haunch meat was payment for hauling, and this meat was for the whole village, and she was due her share. Over just 2 pounds of meat, but I truly couldn't stand this sort of person. Thinking of the female educated youth, I gave up on that too. City folk, no strength. Black Panther, watch the bear. I'll go call Uncle Zhou Gui. Uncle Zhou Gui was the one who'd spoken up for me by the wheat field last time, to whom I'd shared a length of snake meat. Uncle Gui and Auntie Gui were both excellent people, pure in nature, who'd helped my family a great deal in my last life. A few days ago when the boar meat was divided, Auntie Gui came for meat and specially brought a big basket of potatoes. I refused to accept it, and she set it down and ran. Potatoes weren't worth much, but in these lean years, to be willing to bring them out showed her character. Heading down the mountain was quicker. In a little over an hour, I reached Uncle Gui's house. His house was dilapidated too, without even a yard. Sitting at the door washing clothes was Zhou. Brotherin, is something the matter? Zhou was Uncle Gui's second daughter, 12 or 13, with a head of yellowish hair, not dyed. In these years of malnutrition, many girls' hair was fine, soft, and withered yellow. Little you, are your mom and dad home? She wiped her hands on her clothes and stood up. They're both out working in the fields. Shall I go call them? I slapped my forehead. In my anxiety, I'd forgotten it was exactly work time. Sorry to trouble you with the trip. Sure thing. This girl was well-behaved and ran faster than a rabbit. Before long, Uncle Gui and Auntie Gui hurried back. It wasn't hot at noon, yet Auntie Gui had run herself into a head full of sweat. She grabbed my sleeve, her eyes full of worry. Shaoan, has something happened at home? Little you said you were anxious to find us. Whatever it is, tell Auntie. Little you had gone to the field and said I was looking for them, and that I seemed very anxious. The two of them dropped their hoes and ran back. This child generally didn't come by without cause, and to come begging surely meant something big. Auntie Gui held my hand, and my heart warmed. A family as warm-hearted as theirs had come to a wretched end in my last life. Their children died early, and in old age no one saw them to their graves. I patted her back to soothe her. Auntie Gui, don't worry, it's nothing big. I want to ask you a favor. She let out a breath of relief. What favor? I pointed at the distant mountain. I want to ask you to make a trip to Wild Bear Forest and help me carry something back. Wild Bear Forest. Uncle Gui was startled. Carry what? I shot a bear in Wild Bear Forest. It's too heavy. I can't get it back myself. At these words, the family of four all froze in place. Uncle Gui came to his senses, even stammering. You went into Wild Bear Forest? And shot a bear. A bear was a fierce character even decades-old veteran hunters dared not provoke, yet had been killed by this 16 or 17-year-old youth. Anyone who heard it would find it hard to believe. I recounted it calmly. I heard there was Lingji in Wild Bear Forest, and while gathering herbs today, I happened upon it. Luckily, I'd brought the crossbow and dropped it with one bolt. The words had barely fallen when my arm was firmly hugged. And Z, you're amazing. You're the ballsiest man in all of Zhou family village. I looked up. It was Uncle Gui's eldest son, Zhou Dali. He was only a year or two older than me, thick-browed and big-eyed, a bit simple-looking, yet a good head taller than me. This lad had inherited Uncle Gui's tall frame and sturdy bones. Though he ate poorly, his build was still fierce, with great strength. Now working in the fields, he earned an adult's work points, his labor stronger than a burly man's. Looking at him, a flicker of heartache crossed my eyes. Brother Dali had died wretchedly in my last life. Zhou Dali was honest and didn't understand human dealings. He'd gone into an illegal coal mine, where the most exhausting and dangerous work was all pushed onto him, and before long he died in an accident. Right now, the look in his eyes toward me was full of pure admiration. Ever since those two boars last time, he'd admired me terribly, always muttering, "How's and Z so amazing? I've got a body full of strength, but can't accomplish anything." Today, hearing I'd killed a bear, that admiration nearly overflowed. "Shawan, wait a bit. I'll get a pole and hemp rope. Let's go up the mountain." Uncle Gue went inside and brought out a pole of iron birch wood as thick as a calf, incredibly hard. All their load carrying relied on it, along with a coil of thick hemp rope. Another hour and a half of mountain road. Today I was truly wrecked, gathering lingji so long, crouching in the tree an hour or two, then all the up and down mountain trekking. Just the mountain road alone, I'd walked 4 or 5 hours. Entering wild bear forest, Black Panther was obediently crouched beside the bear. Though the group was mentally prepared, seeing this big fellow, they still cried out in alarm. "Heavens, this bear's really big. 400 or 500 pounds. Shawan, don't come to this forest anymore." Even Auntie's scared just looking. Carrying this behemoth down the mountain, I wanted to lend a hand but couldn't get in. This lad Dolly was too strong. He carried it over an hour without even his breathing going ragged. Along the way, the black bear drew a great many gazes, those eyes like sharp hooks anchored fast onto the bear. I sighed helplessly. It wasn't pheasants or rabbits. There was no hiding it even if I wanted to. Just hope no one would push their luck, or don't blame me for being merciless with my words. Uncle Gue and Dolly carried the bear into the yard, and the villagers watching the spectacle rushed in, afraid to miss out. "Io, this bear's just too big. Shawan really has ability. 2 boars last time, and a bear this time. How much meat must this yield? Last time's boar meat isn't even finished, and now it's bear meat's turn. TCH, whether it'll be divided is another matter. Why wouldn't it be divided? At most we carry a few more bundles of firewood. Then we'll wait in the yard." Listening to these words, a cold sneer tugged at the corner of my mouth. Insatiable freeloaders. The kindness of helping bury my parents had long been repaid. Now they still wanted to cadge off me? Then wait, and see whether you'll get to any meat. I took the knife to skin the black bear. The hide was precious. I didn't dare the slightest slip. Autumn had come, and the bear had hoarded a whole body of fat to ward off the cold. The moment the hide peeled open, it was gleaming white fatty meat. Much of it stuck to the hide, and could only be scraped off carefully. The fat layer around the waist and belly was especially astonishing. In this season, a bear's body fat could exceed 30%. This 400-some-pound fellow's fat was probably 130 pounds. The onlooking villagers were dazzled. This gleaming white fatty meat was more dazzling than gold. "How's it so fat? Cut a chunk and fry cracklings. Don't even mention how fragrant." "Stop talking, my drool's about to run out." Skinning as I spoke, I said to my second brother, "Little Foo, go to the field and call all your educated youth sisters here." Sure thing. It wasn't quitting time yet, and the yard was mostly those not working and the curious who'd slipped over. Those female educated youth had looked after my family quite a bit. This bear meat naturally had a share for them. Besides, such a mountain of meat. Without them, I really couldn't finish it. Zhou Fu searched the whole village for people and finally found Luo E in the rice paddy. She was weeding, her braid tied with pink satin, fair-skinned and pretty with a slender waist, crouching on the field ridge with a slight air of incongruity. These female educated youth had grown up in the city. Had the higher-ups not arranged for them to go down to the countryside, they'd probably never have come here in their lives. "Sister Luoyi, my big brother killed a bear. He's calling for you." Luoyi rose and smiled gently. "All right, let's go." As they left, Zhou Fu looked back at those rice paddies. Though the grain heads had emerged, they weren't ripe yet. Wouldn't be harvested until early October. But the village's rice harvest had little to do with their own family. They wouldn't get much. Yields were low in these years, an acre of rice harvesting only around 500 pounds. Decades later, per acre yields could reach 1 or 2,000 pounds. Looking at the rice paddies, Zhou Fu thought of the grain sack at home and couldn't help worrying. The big sack snatched back from his aunt last time had long been eaten. Big Brother had bought another big sack from the cooperative, which looked huge, but these days it too had bottomed out. The family had many children, and Big Brother steamed dry rice from time to time. Dry rice was fragrant, soft, and filling, but consumed a lot of rice. Watching the grain sack deflate by the day, this 14-year-old youth was worried sick. The two walked to the yard gate and heard clamoring inside. Zhou Fu, anxious, charged right in. What's going on here? Why the quarrel? The yard was a mess like a pot of porridge. Wang Ye stood holding a big chunk of bear meat, and the villagers surrounded me and her, so worked up their spit flew. Zhou Dali blocked in front of me, all his simple look gone, hair bristling with rage, an expression not often seen. Just now Wang Ye and a few other female educated youth had arrived first. I cut off a big chunk of bear meat, tied it with rope, and handed it to her. She took it with a knowing smile. The moment the onlooking villagers saw someone getting meat, they all got worked up, crowding closer, hemming in me and this pile of meat, everyone shamelessly begging for a share. Shaoan, meat's being divided, right? I want the fatty kind, more oil. Auntie's not picky, half fat, half lean. They were even placing orders. I gave a cold sneer. Last time's boar meat was already divided. The kindness you did my family, I've repaid it too. Look at this bear meat all you want. Want to take it away? No chance. The villagers were all dumbstruck. Having just seen Wang Ye get such a big chunk, they'd all thought they had a share too, that at least they could have a good feed. Who'd have thought only looking was allowed? No sharing? They'd already planned how to cook it tonight, and you say no share? With such a great letdown, complaints exploded, each fiercer than the last. What's the meaning of this? Why divide for the educated youth, but not for us? You look down on us country bumpkins and want to curry favor with city folk. Is that it? Zhou, don't forget, they're outsiders with different surnames. We're all surnamed Zhou, one ancestor going back. Not sharing with your own, sharing with outsiders. Isn't this turning your elbow outward? They're not even from our village. Why should they get meat? The more they spoke, the angrier they got. The more they crowded in. Someone had already reached toward the meat pile, wanting to grab a chunk and slip off in the chaos. Many people in chaos was just the right moment to make a move. Yeah, give an inch and take a mile, and you still want to snatch? I gripped the knife, gazing at this crowd of greedy, stupid people. If anyone really came to snatch, doing a bandit's deed, then don't blame me if white blade goes in and red blade comes out. I didn't dare stab at the heart or belly, but jabbing a few holes in an arm or leg I could still do. I wasn't a teenage youth. I'd lived several decades, and I still had that much fighting spirit. Before I could act, Dolly had already leapt out fuming, blocking in front of me, shoving the restless ones back and fiercely guarding the meat, his sandbag-sized fist raised halfway into the air. Whoever dares to snatch, watch out for my fist. This honest lad was usually amiable and rarely flew into a temper, but seeing people bully his NZ, he wouldn't stand for it. His face had gone red with anger. A burly man standing with a raised fist, the crowd really didn't dare step forward. By my estimate, he was 1.85 meters, tall even by decades later standards, let alone in these years of widespread malnutrition, when many men in the yard weren't even 1.70 meters. Not daring to snatch, their mouths still wouldn't relent. An auntie folded her arms, her face full of malice. Shaoan, dividing meat for the educated youth, but not for us. Could it be you've got designs on these young girls? Beside her rose several lewd snickers. Shaoan's grown up, wants to get himself a wife. I say he's just using meat to butter them up, wants to snag a wife. No amount of buttering up will help. City folk will go back to the city sooner or later. A house full of little dependents and he still wants a wife? Just freeloading a few meals off him. Who'd take him? My whole family, along with the female educated youth, all had their faces go dark. After being reborn, to trade game for what my family needed, I'd grown close to these female educated youth, especially Wang Ye and Luo Yi, who'd looked after my family quite a bit. I truly regarded them as dear sisters. What beast would have designs on his own sisters? I was 16 or 17, an age to talk of marriage in these years, but the sole purpose of my rebirth was to protect my 8 brothers and sisters well and let them grow up healthy and happy. A lifelong companion would be better to have, but no harm without one. I knew some in the village were uneducated and vulgar, but I hadn't expected such filth, actually spreading dirty rumors about a boy and a just-of-age female educated youth. Female educated youth were mostly thin-skinned, having their reputation chewed over like this. Everyone was livid, some nearly in tears. And I clenched my fists all the tighter, looking at these faces, not knowing which to hit first. At this moment, Urguzi in the crowd smacked his lips, lewdly eyeing the female educated youth. This was the village's notorious bachelor, nearing 40. Ugly and lazy too, matchmade since 17 or 18 and still without a wife. In these years, girls didn't care about bride price, only wanting to marry someone upright and diligent, who'd take a piece of goods like him. Urguzi bared his big yellow teeth and grinned sinisterly. Haha, who knows if it's Zhou and buttering them up with meat, or if they willingly trade themselves for meat. Last time I saw educated youth Luo go into Zhou En's room and not come out for a long while. The moment Urguzi spat out this filth, everyone's face went darker. The female educated youth and I all knew it was groundless nonsense, but the villagers went and put their heads together whispering, even sizing up Luo Yi at the gate with ill-intentioned eyes. Luo Yi's face was full of shock, tears of grievance welling in her eyes, her whole person looking about to shatter. In these years, people were conservative, valuing a woman's chastity and reputation above her life. A fiery-tempered girl, slandered so viciously, might even throw herself down a well. Seeing her flush crimson with anger, tears streaming, Urguzi felt no guilt but instead leered with a lecherous grin. I could bear it no longer, and there was no need to bear it. Without a bead of hesitation, I lunged forward in a stride and slammed a fist into his cheek. With a smack, Urguzi toppled to the ground, his face pressed against the yard's mud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Oh my heavens! He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood, with 2 yellowed big teeth in it. Before rebirth, this body had been thin and weak, but these days, eating meat daily and rice every meal, my frame was lean but strong. This punch, I'd used all 10 parts of my strength, driving straight into his cheek. Knocking out 2 front teeth counted as light. Everyone was stunned. Zhou was usually obedient and sensible. How could he actually strike people? I pointed at him on the ground, my face frosty. You gutless thing. Next time I hear you spreading rumors about anyone, I'll knock out every tooth in your mouth. Urguzi caught his breath and crawled up, eyes spitting fire. You son of a bitch. You dare hit me? Tired of living, are you? I stepped up with a flying kick, striking him square in the chest, kicking him over, and pressed my foot down on him. You're exactly who I'm hitting. Dare to bully your way up to me, and I'll take you down even if it costs my life. As I spoke, I grabbed that short, bare-skinning knife, its bloodstains not yet dry, and slapped his face with the flat of the blade. Urguzi watched the bloodied knife waving before his eyes and was thoroughly terrified. You keep that knife away. I was wrong, all right. Uncle Gue hurried over and pulled me up. Shaoan, let it go. It's not worth dirtying your hands over scum like this. The look in Dolly's eyes toward me was full of little stars. Before, he'd only thought Nzi was formidable at hunting. He hadn't expected me to be so fierce. Someone stirs up trouble, and I just went at it, a punch knocking out teeth, a kick flipping him over, and daring to bring out the knife. This thin-looking Nzi really had fighting spirit. Urguzi lay on the ground shrieking. Won't someone stand up for me? This Zhou En's going to beat someone to death. You bastard. I'll go to the commune and report you. Have the militia haul you off to prison to eat jail rice. Beijing Gao Chun Yao couldn't hold back either. Went up and slapped him twice. Got the guts? Go report to the commune. Everything you just said was slander. Bullying us educated youth like this. I'd just love to have the commune weigh in and see who ends up in jail. Hearing this, Urguzi instantly shut up, guilty at heart. What confidence did he have? He'd only thought the girls and I were soft persimmons, catching us to give a squeeze. But these were no soft persimmons. They were stones. Seeing him tamed, I turned my head and swept my gaze over the yard full of villagers. I know you all want to eat meat, but this is what I hunted. Sharing is a favor, not sharing is my right. Whoever dares come snatch again. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Uncle Gue also stepped forward and sighed. Do you really think this game falls from the sky? Going into the deep mountains to hunt is a job with your head strapped to your belt. Which of you dares go to that wild bear forest? This child risked his life to bring it back. How do you have the face to share it? Dolly glared angrily at the crowd. Whoever makes trouble for Nzi again, I'll be the first to refuse. I used to think there was no need to sour relations with fellow villagers, but now I understood. If I didn't toughen up, the villagers would take me for a child, a soft persimmon to squeeze. Words won't get through, so let fists do the talking. The villagers were all fairly shaken at heart. How did this useless lad seem like a different person? The bullying the weak and fearing the strong impulse cooled, and they knew this meat they wouldn't get today and needn't dream of it going forward. Though resentful, they no longer dared to speak, and one by one, heads drooping, they slunk out in dismay. The idler's gone clean. My third brother Zhou Gang hugged my arm, his face full of admiration. Big brother, you're really amazing. I want to be like you someday too. I smiled and stroked his head. Good, my little gang will surely be even more amazing than big brother someday. 6-year-old sixth brother Zhou, he was best at reading expressions. He walked over to Luo Yi, tugged her hem, and said in a milky little voice, Sister Luo, don't be sad. We'll treat you to meaty meat. Seeing everyone stand up for her, Luo Yi felt much better, recovered her usual warm smile, and held the little tyke's hand. All right, here's such a good boy. With only my own family left in the yard, the atmosphere grew much more harmonious. I began dividing the meat, and everyone's faces couldn't stop smiling. I cut off a big chunk of shoulder and neck plus chest meat, marbled fat and lean, good for stewing or stir-frying. Chen Yao took it and hefted it. Oh, this chunk must be over 10 pounds. She winked and smiled, quite impish. Xiaoan's so good to me, his adopted sister. Let me think how to thank you. After thinking, she laughed. How about this? I'll have my dad mail more chocolate in a couple of days for the children to taste. Decades later, chocolate could be bought anywhere, but in these years it was absolutely the ceiling of snacks. Not produced domestically, all imported, only available at foreign goods stores in big cities, mostly the Soviets. Alenka, fragrant, sweet, silky smooth, expensive and hard to come by. I smiled a little. For me, what I lacked most right now wasn't snacks, but grain. Still, this thoughtfulness of Chun Yao's was truly touching. I had some money on hand, but without grain coupons I couldn't exchange for grain. Grain coupons couldn't be bought with money unless I risked the black market. Sister Chen Yao, no need for chocolate. My family's short on grain right now, and not having stored enough for winter always leaves me uneasy. Chen Yao pursed her lips and nodded earnestly. I see. Don't fret too much. We'll help you figure out the grain coupon matter. These words were like a settling pill. On the grain coupon matter, I needn't fret too much either. Xiaoan, could you give me a bit more bear meat? I heard this meat nourishes the body, and I want to mail it home for my family to eat. The speaker was the bespectacled, refined female educated youth Lu Yang. I nodded readily. Sure, I'll cut you more. Bear meat differed from ordinary game. In traditional Chinese medicine, it was said to replenish essence and boost qi. Those weak in body and deficient in qi and blood would be nourished by it. The elderly with poor tendons and bones would have their sinews strengthened by it. And it could also expel wind and dampness and ease arthritis. I'd never eaten it and didn't know if it was true, but its reputation was resounding, and its price on the black market was far higher than ordinary game. As the meat dividing was nearly done, Luo Yi came to my side. Xiaoan, let me help you sell this bear hide and bear gall. I'll have my family lend a hand, and the price will be higher than the cooperatives. The hide and gall were precious, but the cooperatives' purchase prices were low. Bear hide at most 70 or 80 yuan, but sold privately, it could fetch 1 or 200. Bear gall dozens of yuan at the cooperative, but handled privately at least over 100. I hurriedly tucked the bear hide into the basket, then handed over the bear gall from the bowl. All right. Thank you, Sister Luo Yi, for the trouble. She smiled gently. It's nothing. This bear was over 400 pounds, with a meat yield of about 55%. Pure meat around 250 pounds. Sharing a dozen some pounds, each with the female educated youth took 200 pounds. Yet I didn't feel the pinch. This meat would eventually turn into grain coupons, and my siblings and my winter rations would be no worry. Of the remaining 50 or 60 pounds, I chopped off a dozen some pounds and handed them to Auntie Gui. Auntie, take these, cook them when you get home tonight. Auntie Gui waved her hands again and again. No, no, keep it for you and your siblings to eat. You don't have much left either. Uncle Gui shook his head too. Right, share any more, and you'll be left with a bone frame. At this moment, the most abundant thing left in the yard was bear bones. The meat picked off clean, a big heap of bone clubs, plus a huge bear head. Bones without meat were a fine thing. In my last life, I most loved pork bone soup, simmered over gentle heat for a few hours, rich, white, fresh, and fragrant. These bear bones had even more fat. How good the soup boiled from them would be. I stuffed the meat firmly into Auntie Gui's hands, brooking no refusal. Auntie, you absolutely must take it, or I won't dare ask you for help in the future. If I want meat, I'll just go up the mountain and hunt. So don't worry about me. After much pushing back and forth, Auntie Gui finally accepted. All right, then Andy will accept it. If your family ever has anything come up, remember to come find your uncle and Andy will definitely help. Okay, everyone dispersed, and I tidied the yard, preparing to cook. My family still had 30-some pounds of marbled bear meat left. I mulled it over. Pan-searing was most fitting and in the manner of those folks over in Japan. Slice it, cut it thick, marinate with seasonings to remove the gaminess. Heat the pan and add oil. Sear until both sides are golden, then drizzle a spoonful of sauce. At the dinner table, my second brother stared at the 2 big chunks of pan-seared bear meat in his bowl. Big brother, isn't this too extravagant of us? Usually the meat hunted was mostly cooked as a dish to go with rice or boiled into meat porridge. Today's meal was too hardcore. Not even rice was made, just eating pan-seared bear meat. The first time treating meat as the staple. Zhou Fu was used to thrift, and watching it he ached inside. Little Fu, how is this extravagant? Following your big brother, there'll be meat every meal from now on. Besides, meat we can't finish still has to be smoked, and smoked isn't as fragrant as fresh. The family didn't lack meat now. The moment I got free time I went up the mountain. I hadn't gotten big prey, but had accumulated quite a few pheasants and rabbits. What we couldn't finish was all smoked and hung on the kitchen roof beams. Look up on entering, and there was a whole row. Without a fridge, I could only smoke it, but I preferred eating it fresh. My brothers smiled with ease. With such a capable and responsible big brother, they truly didn't know how many lifetimes of good fortune they'd earned. My third brother picked up a bear rib and ate it enraptured. Pan-seared this way, the meat was neither tough nor dry and carried its juices. One bite and the mouth was full of meaty fragrance. Eating meat in big mouthfuls was blissful. I also gave a small piece to Black Panther, and this fellow ate it with great gusto. The next day, before dawn, I got up, not to hunt, but to stew bear bone soup. The bones were too big, whole ones wouldn't fit in the pot, so I grabbed the wood-splitting axe and chopped them into segments. For the bone soup to be good, it had to be slow-simmered over gentle heat for a few hours, using quite a bit of firewood. In the past, I'd never have borne to burn firewood like this. Cutting wood on the mountain, hauling it back trip after trip, was time-consuming and toilsome. My brothers were too small and could only break off thin sticks. But ever since trading boar meat with the village last time, firewood was no worry. The village chief assigned each household the task of sending my family firewood, all thick logs cut on the mountain, far more burn-resistant than thin sticks. Considerate of my family's shortage of labor, he'd specially required it be split before delivery. These days firewood arrived one batch after another, cramming the little dozen-square-meter woodshed full. The excess could only be piled in the yard, just hoped it wouldn't rain. Fortunately, autumn had little rain. I blanched the bear bones and slow-simmered them over gentle heat, adding yesterday's leftover bear meat to boil together. This thing got more fragrant the longer it simmered, the rich meaty aroma drifting out the window and running wild through the village on the wind. In these years, people rarely ate meat, and their noses were sharper than dogs. Centered on my house, the nearby villagers all smelled that mouth-watering, throat-swallowing aroma. Noses smelling the meat's fragrance, eyes looking at the thin porridge and cornmeal paste in their own pots. Oh, what agony! The villagers who hadn't gotten meat yesterday cursed under their breath. Damn Joan, not sharing meat is one thing, but cooking it so fragrant, who are you tormenting to death? And doesn't even cook it behind closed doors. The gluttony worm in my belly is howling. That malicious auntie who'd spread rumors yesterday lived not far off, and her 3 children, smelling the aroma, tugged at her clothes crying and fussing. Mom, I want meat. Boo-hoo, I want some too. The auntie was already vexed and slapped the child's bottom, smack, smack. Eat, eat, eat. You debt-collecting brats. But my family was especially harmonious. The bone soup simmered a few hours, and before it came off the fire I sprinkled in a handful of salt. The soup was fresh enough, needing just a bit of salt to be top grade. At noon everyone had a big bowl of bone soup with an old dough flat cake. The flat cake was dry, hard, and hard to chew, but soaked in the soup it went soft and tender. Authentic. My brothers and sisters all loved this soup. My second brother sat cross-legged on the kong, spooning it to feed the 2 little sisters mouthful by mouthful. Here, little Lingsy, drink. After you finish, it's little Linger's turn. Watching the whole room full of warmth, I felt utterly content. When the 2 little sisters had first been reborn, they'd had big heads on small bodies, thin as skin and bones. Now, drinking goat's milk and meat soup every day, they'd both put on quite a bit of weight. I'd also bought red string and tied them two little top knots, cute as fortune babies. I drank up my soup and grabbed a length of bone to suck out the marrow. Just as I was going at it with gusto, someone came into the yard. I glanced up warily. Not someone come to make trouble, but my good buddy Joe Dolly. He came in with a simple grin. "And Z, what's your family making that smells so good?" I set down the bone and wiped my mouth. "Stewing bone soup. Come have a bowl." He shook his head. "No need. I ate before coming. I just ate the bear meat you gave yesterday." As he spoke, he set a cloth sack on the table. Not big, at most 2 or 3 pounds. "Heh. And Z, I've brought you a good thing." "Brother Dolly, what good thing?" My brothers and I curiously crowded over. He untied the cloth sack, full of big pine nuts, large and plump, lightly roasted, each cracked open with a little slit. "I've cracked them all. You and your brothers can just split them open and eat." I picked up one and set it in my palm, stirred with feeling. These genuine Chongbai big pine nuts, I hadn't tasted in quite a few years. For Chongbai folk, this was a must-eat childhood snack. Too poor to buy snacks, they'd go up the mountain to knock down pine cones and dig out the nuts to eat. I peeled one and chewed slowly. On entering the mouth came a clear fragrance, and after crunching it, a rich, oily aroma ran wild in my mouth, crisp and fragrant, exactly the taste of memory. "Thank you, Brother Dolly. Did you get these up the mountain?" He shook his head with a grin. "With my build, how could I climb trees? Some kids next door knocked them down, and I traded a bit of bear meat for them." Climbing trees was work for the thin and nimble, especially Korean pines. Chongbai's Korean pines could grow 30 or 40 meters, their trunks straight and smooth, the cones all set at the very tip. Without some skill you really couldn't do it, a world apart from the short pines down south. I thought of the mountains full of Korean pines, and my hands itched. "Brother Dolly, are the pine cones on the mountain all ripe?" Ripe. Lots of folks have been going up to knock them down lately." At the thought, I smiled and said to my second and third brothers, "Little Foo, little gang, get ready. This afternoon we're going up the mountain to knock down pine cones." "Sure thing. Off to knock down pine cones with Big Brother." Dolly was curious. "And Z, are you knocking down pine cones to sell to the cooperative?" The cooperative bought pine nuts at 25 cents a pound, which sounded not low. In these years rice was only 1 or 2 dimes. But this stuff was hard to get. You had to climb to the ever-thinner treetop to pick the cones. Heavier people couldn't do it, and it was dangerous. Nearly every year someone fell and got hurt. A single cone was palm-sized, half a pound, and peeling one out yielded only 100-some pine nuts, a little over an ounce. Toilsome and unprofitable, few in the village did it. Only greedy-mouthed children occasionally climbed trees to get a bit for a fresh taste. I shook my head. "Not selling. I just want to get more for my brothers and sisters to eat." Earning that little money wasn't as solid as hunting once. Pine nuts contained unsaturated fatty acids, best for brain development. I wanted to nourish my siblings' brains a bit and send them to primary school in the spring. Besides, pine nuts counted as rations too, and I took all comers. Actually, my family's winter provisions really weren't few. The kitchen beams were full of smoked meat, plus the 500 pounds of mushrooms the system had dispensed last time, dried into several gunny sacks. "Oh, then and Z, when you go up the mountain this afternoon, I'll come along and help." I hesitated. "Brother Dolly, aren't you working this afternoon?" He grinned simply and shook his head. "Doesn't matter. I've been wanting to rest half a day and play up the mountain with you." He couldn't quite say why either. As long as he was together with Z, everything just felt right. Since he was so willing, I didn't refuse. "All right, wait for us to get ready, and we'll go together." Shouldering baskets, gunny sacks, and tools, the 4 of us went up the mountain. Chongbai had enormous numbers of Korean pines, seen everywhere, in great swaths of forest. Dolly led the way in front, weaving left and right, and entered a broad Korean pine forest. "Here we go, right here. This forest is especially good for knocking down cones." I took out the tree-climbing foot spikes, 2 thick iron plates strapped to the saws, which could dig into the trunk to prevent slipping when climbing. For scaling this kind of tall, slick Korean pine, they were indispensable. Before climbing, I cautioned, "In a bit I'll toss the cones down. Watch out, don't let them hit your heads." My second brother nodded, his face full of worry. "Big brother, be careful, don't force it if you can't reach, safety first." I stroked his head, gratified. Don't worry, it's a small matter. I'd been good at climbing trees since childhood. Later, to make a living, I'd even worked a spell as a pinecone picker, so this job was old hat. Hugging the tree, I climbed slowly upward, and when I reached the treetop, I saw a familiar figure. Black Panther, when did you get up here? Having climbed to the treetop, I actually saw Black Panther standing steadily on a branch. Master, the moment you put on your foot spikes, I climbed up. Before I climbed, I hadn't seen it and thought it had gone off to play in the forest. Who'd have thought it had scrambled up long ago? I gave a helpless smile. Fine. Be careful and don't move around. Get any more mischievous and watch out you don't fall. Korean pines only bore cones after 25 years. Though they looked tall and grand, the treetops didn't have many cones. This one had about 50 or 60, though few, they were all big. The older the age, the more it bore. If you ran into a 70 or 80-year-old old Korean pine, it could have nearly 200. I steadied myself and began picking, tossing them down as I picked. Picking along, I found this fellow Black Panther had actually gotten busy too, claws gripping a branch tight, head tilted up biting the lower end of a cone, tugging with all its might for a good while before pulling one down. The branch sprang back, jolting it teetering, but luckily cats had good balance, and it clung on tight without incident. Stinky cat, be careful. If you fall, it'll be a disaster. Cursing with my mouth, but warm inside. To be honest, I hadn't liked cats before, having lived hard through my last life, unable to feed even myself. Where would I have had the heart to keep a pet? Compared to cats, I preferred dogs, loyal, guarding their master, able to patrol the mountains and hunt. Cats were aloof and unaffectionate, knowing only eating and sleeping. So when the spirit pet came out a cat, I was secretly disappointed. Why not a dog? But only living with it did I learn this spirit cat was different, docile and loyal, with extremely high obedience. Sometimes, feeling sorry it ran the mountains every day and got tired, I'd leave it in the house and go up the mountain alone, only to find on the mountain that this fellow had trailed me all the way. Though small in build, it spared no effort in every hunt, tiring itself out like a dog, needing a long sleep to recover. After so long together, I'd long ceased treating it as a beast, but as a helper and friend. The cones tossed down couldn't go straight into the basket. The nuts had to be peeled out on the spot. The cone husk stayed on the mountain as fertilizer. Only the nuts brought back, or dragging all of it home would exhaust a person to death. Cones were very hard, and peeling out the nuts wasn't easy. Dolly held the tool like an iron awl. I'll pry them open for you, so they're easier to peel. He stabbed the awl into a cone and popped it open, handing it to the two children. The three cooperated and peeled quite fast, but even fast they couldn't keep up with my picking speed. In my last life, I'd been a professional pinecone picker. Over 2 autumn months, I'd climbed dozens of trees a day and knocked down over 1,000 cones. Now, young in age and nimble in body, my movements were even quicker. Dolly pried until his hand nearly cramped, then looked up and called, "NZ, come down and rest. Don't wear yourself out." I stood at the treetop, gazing down over the whole forest. Not tired. That pine over there is huge, probably over 100 years old. Treetop all full of cones. When I come down, I'll strip that one next. This Chongbai was too rich in resources. The more I did, the more hooked I got. We worked straight through the afternoon until the sun slanted west, 4 or 5 hours, a bountiful haul. Coming down and looking, the bamboo basket was over half full, hefting to about 40 or 50 pounds, and the cones I hadn't had time to peel filled 2 big gunny sacks brimful. This over half basket of pine nuts could sell for a ton of money decades later. By then, it'd be a pricey nut. This grade over 100 yuan a pound. This one basket selling for several thousand. For now, well, it was enough for my siblings to sit on the heated Kong cracking them for amusement during the winter idle. The two brothers were worn out not in body but in hands, peeling cones the whole time, their fingers rubbed raw and bleeding, yet not half a word of complaint, smiling brilliantly. Let's go, down the mountain and home. Heading down about 10 minutes, my steps came to an abrupt halt. 100 meters off under a tree was a splash of yellow. By a hunter's instinct, that was a living creature. Everyone keep your voices down. There seems to be something over there. Seeing my tension, Dolly hurriedly lowered his voice. "NZ, what's there?" "Too far to see clearly. Looks like a roe deer." "A roe deer? Where?" I pointed at the tree 100 meters off. "Right under that tree. head down eating grass, hardly moving. Oh, it really is. Dolly had never hunted and was piqued. Shall we go over and take a look? I sighed, but still nodded. Let's go look. I sighed because today's creature I couldn't hunt. I hadn't brought the crossbow. A clever wife can't cook without rice. In the afternoon, I'd only thought about picking cones and left the crossbow at home. How I regretted it inwardly. From now on, going up the mountain, I'd definitely carry the crossbow at all times. Dolly and I crept close on tiptoe, Black Panther following behind with its tail up. At 20 or 30 meters we stopped. Seeing clearly the creature under the tree, my eyes suddenly went wide, and I regretted it enough to want to slap my thigh. Damn, it's not a roe deer, it's a sika deer. Dolly stared transfixed. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful deer. Slender limbs, graceful build, tawny fur dotted all over with white spots. A sika deer looked somewhat like a roe deer, but their sizes were worlds apart. A roe deer was only 50 or 60 pounds, while a female sika was nearly 200, a male 2 or 300. This was a buck, by my estimate around 250 pounds. The most striking thing was the great pair of antlers on its head, like a work of art, yet weighing its head down heavily. I curled my lip and shook my head. Pity, the velvet's already grown into antlers, or they'd sell for a lot. Sika deer grew velvet antlers around Qingming, fully formed in June or July, the best time to harvest. Grown further, they hardened into antlers, shed in spring to grow anew. Deer velvet had excellent medicinal effect. The cooperative's purchase price over 100 yuan. Sold privately, it could double. But these rock-hard antlers weren't worth much. Seeing Dolly still gazing entranced, I said helplessly, Brother Dolly, I didn't bring the crossbow today. Can't hunt it. Let's head back. Other animals I might try to catch barehanded, but with a sika deer, I didn't even entertain the thought of chasing. Herbivores had their fleeing stats maxed out, and with a kick of their 4 hooves they were faster than bolt. Dolly was somewhat disappointed. As we left, he casually picked up a stone and flung it at the deer. The stone drew a beautiful arc and struck the deer square on the body. The deer was so startled it didn't even swallow the grass, kicked out its 4 legs, and vanished in a streak. Oh, Brother Dolly, your aim's not bad. Hitting from 20 meters off was no small feat. Dolly scratched his head with a simple grin. Haha, I loved playing at throwing stones as a kid, just tossed it casually. On the way back, I thought of many things. Brother Dolly's aim was so good. If he could hunt, he'd surely be a fine hand. In my last life, it was precisely because his family was too poor that he'd gone to sell his life at the illegal coal mine, losing his life for nothing. If he could hunt, his family would be better off, and he needn't go to the mine. I had a mind to teach him, but pity I had only one crossbow, and a system-made special one at that, unsuited for his use. Then the only option was to get a gun. Guns weren't banned in these years, but were hard to come by, requiring connections, and not cheap either. The more I thought, the more troublesome it got. Forget it, my own family was still this hard-pressed, no room to look after others. At the fork entering the village, Dolly was to part ways. He'd helped a lot today, and I couldn't let him go home empty-handed. Brother Dolly, wait, let me pack you some pine nuts. He hurriedly stopped me, shaking his head like a rattle drum. No, no, keep them for yourselves, my family still has some. Feeling bad, I still made to pour some into a bag. How can that do? Then wouldn't you have made a wasted trip this afternoon? Dolly pressed down my hand, his eyes sincere and clear. And Z, really no need. I'm just glad to help you. After much pushing back and forth, the pine nuts in the end didn't get given away. Carrying the basket on my back, I was stirred inside. After rebirth, I'd gained ability, and how many villagers fawned up only to grab benefits. Someone as honest and unasking as Brother Dolly was truly all too rare. Back home, I put the pine nuts in the pot and roasted them. Roasted, the oily aroma was richer, and they kept longer too. After dinner, we lit a fire in the yard. The night had turned cool, and sitting around the fire was toasty warm. 7th brother Zhou Rue, just over 3, hugged my arm and wheedled. Brother, I want to eat roasted potatoes. All right, big brother will roast them for you. I tossed a few potatoes into the fire, then dropped the cones in one by one. Zhou Rue widened his round eyes. Brother, what are you throwing the pine cone balls in for? I stroked his little head. Roasting cones for you. The pine nuts inside are so fragrant once roasted. Roasted cones were a delicacy every Changbai child had eaten. Little Rue was too small to have tasted it. Cones had lots of oil. Tossed into the fire, they roasted with a sizzle. And once roasted to black char, you fish them out, let them cool, and split them open with a snap, cracking the nuts with iron tongs. The originally snow-white kernels roasted golden brown, more fragrant the more you chewed. My second brother, chewing pine nuts, asked, "Big brother, are we going for cones again tomorrow?" I shook my head, my gaze falling on his rubbed raw fingers. "No, pine nuts aren't worth much. I'll hunt some game to trade with the village." How could someone like me not see my brother's rubbed raw fingers? Casually bagging a few pheasants could trade for a big sack. Why toil so hard? To trade for more pine nuts as New Year goods. The next day, I shouldered the crossbow and went up the mountain, bringing along a small hoe too. These past days I'd added all my points to the mountain goods gathering luck value. 4,000 points, raised from 20% to 40. Today, hunting and gathering, both at once. I switched to a stretch of mountain I'd never been to, hoping for a different harvest. With the luck value up, gathering was indeed easier. Halfway along I found a wild ginseng. Though a pity it was only 5 years old, worth just a few yuan. Deeper into the dense forest, this stretch was somewhat like wild bear forest. Quite a few trees had inexplicably withered and died, leaning aslant on the slope. "Master, this forest, I don't smell large animals, prey scarce," Black Panther reported after a scouting round. I was somewhat disappointed. Switching forests I'd hoped to run into good stuff. But who'd have thought it'd be worse? "Forget it, we've come all this way. Take whatever we can get." Unable to get prey, I looked for medicinal herbs. Head down, I walked carefully, afraid to miss a wild ginseng. I walked a good while without seeing ginseng, but instead my eyes were drawn to a rotten tree stump. "Damn, Black Panther, come look what's on this stump." Black Panther leapt onto the stump in a bound and clawed about wildly. "Master, I've tasted this thing. It's not tasty at all." I hurriedly picked it up and patted its head. "Bad cat, don't go clawing it to bits for me." That rotten stump was densely covered with blackwood ear. Who says it's not tasty? Wild blackwood ear stir-fried with cured meat. Now that's fragrant. Decades later, greenhouse wood ear was only 10 or 8 yuan a pound, but wild, especially chongbais, went for 180 a pound. Wildwood ear grew in little clusters, one small floret at a time, not one big clump like the cultivated kind. Utterly adorable. Nutritious too, boosting immunity, replenishing blood, and beautifying. This quality was truly fine, all of it home with me. There was so much wood ear on the stump that I grinned foolishly as I packed it into the bag. At first I picked one floret at a time, later just grabbing handful after handful. "Master, you like this. There's lots more in the forest. I'll take you to find it." "Sure thing, what a good cat." Black Panther led the way and found several more rotten stumps covered in wood ear. I turned into a ruthless picking machine, both hands moving to afterimages. Just as I was engrossed in picking, I suddenly heard a strange sound from not far off. Bang, 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 bang. Like a wooden stick striking, ringing out abruptly in these utterly deserted deep mountains. My heart tightened. "Black Panther, hear that? What's going bang bang?" Black Panther grew alert too, scouted around in all directions, then ran back to my leg with its tail up. "Master, it's a pheasant calling. There are pheasants over there." I knitted my brows slightly. Pheasant? What pheasant calls like that? Hazel grouse and little phoenixes had calls you could tell at once were bird calls, but this bang bang sounded like striking wood. "Come, I've got to see this." Black Panther led the way in front. I followed on tiptoe, trying to make no sound. "Here, right ahead in the grass." I stopped and looked, and my mouth fell slightly open, my eyes full of delighted surprise. In the grass 10 meters off, a big flock of pheasants. Bodies of black feathers flecked with white, neck feathers tinged blue, tails spread out like black folding fans. Much bigger than hazel grouse and little phoenixes. Hazel grouse under a pound, little phoenixes 2 or 3 pounds, but this fellow was a good 6 pounds or so. "Master, do you recognize what this is?" I couldn't hold back the smile at the corner of my mouth. This was Chongbai's black-billed capercaillie. I hadn't seen one in quite a few years. As a child, I'd only chanced upon a few in the forest. As delicious as little phoenix, and with even more meat, one could match 2 little phoenixes. Lately in other forests, I'd only bagged hazel grouse and little phoenixes and kept missing this one. Today, I'd struck it big. Bang, bang, bang. The grass called out again, so strange it made one laugh. In the Northeast, they called it the club chicken or the clapper chicken. Precisely because this call was crisp as a clapper. I counted silently on my fingers. 1, 2, 3. Haha. Struck it rich. 8 of them. Black-billed capercaillie lived in flocks. In breeding season, one cock paired with one hen, and once autumn and winter came, they gathered together to forage, roost, and look after one another. The corner of my mouth was about to split to my ears. Like to cluster together, do you? Then I'll take you all in one pot. But I was using a crossbow, not a repeating rifle. Each bolt fired had to be reloaded and re-aimed, and pheasants were keen. In the gap of reloading, they'd flap up and fly. Last time hunting little phoenixes, it was just so. No matter how many, I could only hit one. But black-billed capercaillie was easy to deal with. Big and heavy, poor at flying, unable to fly far or long, at most darting low from this tree to that. This time I was confident of netting them all. I crouched and communed with Black Panther. After I shoot and the pheasants scatter, you herd them toward me. Do well, and tonight I'll reward you a big drumstick. At the word drumstick, Black Panther's eyes lit up. Don't worry, master. Mission guaranteed complete. I set the crossbow and aimed at one, loosed a bolt, ran it clean through, chilled to the heart. Its companions, greatly startled, flapped to flee. Black Panther leapt to the front in a bound, driving them toward me. I dared not delay, loading and shooting in succession, picking off the nearest. Man and cat cooperated flawlessly, and all 8 capercaillie fell into the net. Grinning, I picked them into the basket. Really came out ahead today. Just these club chickens are 40 or 50 pounds. This stretch of mountain had no big prey, but no shortage of good things. I ran a full day. 15 black-billed capercaillie hunted, 7 wild ginseng dug, mostly under 10 years. Only one that, judging by the leaf clusters, was probably over 15 years, dug out big-headed with abundant, beautiful roots, clearly worth money at a glance. As for what I got the most of, it was still the wild blackwood ear, a big bagful, heavy, about 20-some pounds. Wood ear was high in water, 10 pounds fresh dried down to just 1 or 2 pounds, and when eating you pinched a small handful to soak, enough to stir-fry a big plate. I got so into it that by the time I got home it was already dusk. I dressed 2 capercaillie to braise. Now my brothers had big appetites, one wasn't enough. Before cooking I called my second brother. Little Fu, take a capercaillie to the educated youth quarters. Tell your sister Chun Yao I'll borrow her bicycle early tomorrow to go to town again. Sure thing. At this hour the educated youth had come off work and were cooking. Today's fare was good, the whole yard fragrant with meat. The dozen-some pounds of bear meat divided a couple of days ago. Some was eaten that day, the rest all cured, cutting off a bit when they wanted it, delicious steamed or stir-fried. Little Fu, have you eaten? Sister made bear meat fried rice. Come have some. Ever since the bear meat business, the female educated youth had grown closer to my family, and seeing Zhou Fu come they all called out to him. Thank you, sisters. I'm looking for Sister Chun Yao. Chun Yao came out of the kitchen, chewing a slice of freshly steamed bear meat. Looking for me? What's up? Zhou Fu handed over the capercaillie. Big brother had me bring it. He says he's going to town tomorrow and wants to borrow your bicycle. Chun Yao waved her hand and pointed at the bike by the wall. No need for the club chicken. I haven't even finished my meat. Tell your big brother, whenever he needs the bike, just ride it off. Don't stand on ceremony. Zhou Fu shook his head and stubbornly stuffed the chicken into her hands. Big brother said you absolutely must accept it. Chun Yao pursed her lips in a smile, little dimples showing at her cheeks. All right, then I'll keep it. Thank your big brother for me. Zhou Fu was about to leave when several female educated youth called him back, digging grain coupons from their pockets to stuff over. It's been busy these days. Forgot to send the grain coupons. Pack them well, don't drop them. Another handed over a roll, a bit more than the first. Little Fu, tell your big brother these are from me. She scratched her head, a little embarrassed. Ask him if he has time to bag me a club chicken too. Heh, I'm just craving this chicken. Having gotten Chun Yao's word, early the next day I rode the bike into town, still that same cooperative, to sell hides and mountain goods, and buy some things to bring back. The moment I entered, the counter sister saw me with the basket on my back, and her eyes lit up. Oh, it's you, little brother. What good things this time? I smiled and set down the basket. Got quite a bit. Trouble you to take a look, sister. First I pulled out 4 sable pelts, snatched offhand while gathering mushrooms with Black Panther. The quality's as good as last time, for 96. All right. I've got some medicinal herbs here too. Take a look. I unfolded a rag, revealing the wild ginseng inside. The sister's eyes lit up further. Oh, so much ginseng. This year's purchase price is high, worth quite a bit. She picked up the biggest one. This one's over 10 years, best quality, 30 yuan, all right. Then she pointed at several small ones. These few are only 3 to 5 years, 8 yuan at most. The 10 ginseng sold for nearly 150, and I was fairly satisfied. Only that one was truly worth money, the rest too few years. Then the Lingji, Shisandra, and Astragalus were all sold too, over 300 in all. In these years there were no 100 yuan bills. The biggest was the 10 yuan Great Unity. 30-some Great Unity notes plus change made a thick stack. A city worker, not eating or drinking, would have to save over half a year to scrape it together. Not to mention the most valuable bear hide and gall hadn't been sold yet. Sold through connections that'd be several hundred more. For the first time since rebirth I carried this much money, and I was riding high on spring breezes, with money you've got to spend. My siblings craved candy most, especially the white rabbit the female educated youth had given last time, rich with milky fragrance. Yet they couldn't bear to eat it, wrapping it in the candy paper and only taking it out to lick when their mouths itched. It pained me to see. Sister, how's this white rabbit sold? 4.50 a pound. My eyebrows shot up, really expensive. The price of a pound of candy was enough for over 4 pounds of pork, and a pound was only a few dozen pieces, truly a luxury among snacks. Weigh me half a pound, and 2 pounds of fruit candy too. Sister, how are these rubber-soled shoes sold? On my feet were still the cloth shoes my mother had made while alive, worn until half a toe stuck out, long too tight. For someone who often went up the mountain, without a pair of fitting shoes it really wouldn't do. 3.90 a pair, quality's great. Wear them however long, and they won't break. Expensive it was, but Liberation shoes gripped the ground and prevented slipping, could be worn many years. Give me a pair. And these cotton shoes. Cloth sold 2 something, rubber sold 4 or 5. Cloth shoes were comfortable, but feared water. In winter's snow you couldn't walk long before they soaked through. I picked rubber-soled ones for all my siblings. Just buying shoes came to over 40 yuan. After buying shoes, I took out the grain coupons the female educated youth had given me over this time, estimating some several hundred pounds. Today's real business coming to town was to buy grain home to stock up for the winter idle. Sister, count these coupons. I'm buying 300 pounds of grain. The sister's mouth fell slightly open. 300 pounds? What do you want so much for? Too lazy to explain, I told a casual lie. Buying on behalf of the villagers saves them the trip. 300 pounds filled 3 big woven plastic sacks brimful. The sister looked at my bike, her face full of worry. Can you get this back? No problem. I stacked 2 sacks and lashed them tight to the rear rack with hemp rope, cramming the remaining one into the basket, with the sack blocking my back. I could only carry it on my chest. That ride was truly grueling. 100 pounds of grain pressing on my chest, the bike overloaded, pedaling strenuously, and I still had to watch the road surface to steer around stones lest I blow a tire. Entering the village I've got to hide. Don't let Sister Chun Yao see. Using her bike as an ox cart, she'd inevitably have thoughts. AI, when will I ever have a bike of my own? With my own bike I could go to town anytime, do as I pleased. Using someone else's always left me uneasy. The whole way home was clear, no one ran into me. Having unloaded the grain, I handed that bag of candy to my second brother who'd helped. Big brother bought this candy for you all, shared out. Zhou Fu took the candy but, unlike usual, wasn't happy, his brows tightly knit. What's with that look? He sighed. Big brother, something's happened in the village. My face froze. What's happened? This morning Auntie Gui fell and hurt her leg up the mountain. They say it's pretty serious. The barefoot doctor looked, but couldn't treat it. Zhou Fu's little face was scrunched up, full of worry. Uncle Zhou Gui and his wife were rare good people in the village, always looking after my family. Young as he was, he too remembered who treated him well. My brows knit into a knot. Big brother, there's another thing in the village. Before he finished, I yanked him onto the rear rack. Go. Let's go see Auntie Gui. Riding along, I thought of my last life. It was about this time too that Auntie Gui hurt her leg. I only remembered there'd been such a thing. How badly hurt. How she fell. I knew nothing at all. Back then my 2 little sisters had just died, and a brother had gone too, losing 3 family members in a row. I was sunk in grief, no attention to spare for village trifles. Auntie Gue couldn't afford to treat her leg, and the already impoverished family had frost added to snow, forcing Dolly off to the illegal coal mine. This was precisely the beginning of Uncle Zhou Gui's family's slide into tragedy. Last time, when dividing the bear meat, I'd specially reminded Annie Gue to mind her footing, yet she still hadn't dodged it. Perhaps it was fated so. At Auntie Gue's, Zhou Yu stood at the base of the wall wiping tears. Seeing us come, she hurriedly wiped them dry. Brother and Brother Fu, come in and sit. Inside was a years-old adobe house, dilapidated and dim. On the Kong lay Auntie Gue, with Dolly keeping watch beside her. Auntie Gue struggled to sit up. Xiaoan, Xiao Fu, sit, sit. Dolly, get stools. I waved my hand and walked to the Kong. No need. Auntie, how's the leg really? Auntie Gue smiled bitterly and shook her head. Dr. Du looked and said the bone in my right leg is probably broken. He can't do anything. Just fix some herbs for me to poultice for now. I looked her over carefully. Her state was terrible, scrapes in many places on hands and face, several deep bloody gashes on her cheeks. I didn't know from what. The right leg under the thin quilt was out of sight, but was surely badly hurt. I was sad and heartsick both. Auntie, they say you fell up the mountain? Not working this morning. What did you go up the mountain to do? By rights, she should have been in the fields. There wasn't much work today. I wanted to go up the mountain to gather some herbs. I was more puzzled. I often walked the mountain roads. At most you'd twist an ankle, not fall this badly. Auntie Gue pursed her lips and dropped her eyes. I went to get iron skin grass, was picking along fine, when somehow the rope broke. Luckily there was a big tree below to catch me, and I got my life back. What? Auntie, you went up the mountain to get iron skin grass? I cried out in shock. Iron skin grass was iron skin dendrobium, a precious medicinal herb, good in effect and hard to find, with an extremely high cooperative purchase price. It stubbornly refused to grow on flat ground, choosing cliffs and precipices. The villagers knew it was worth money, but few went to gather it. Money's good, but you need a life to spend it. Herb gatherers tied a thick hemp rope at the waist, one end bound to the body, the other tied to a thick tree at the cliff's edge. That rope was their life, and one mishap meant eternal ruin. I was puzzled. Auntie Gue's family was poor, but it was just 4 people, all working and eating without trouble. Why take such a great risk? Dolly, who'd been silent with his head down all along, now stood up with a jerk, his eye sockets flushed red, his voice trembling. Ma, how many times have I told you? Don't go pick iron skin grass. Why won't you listen? At the end he covered his face, shoulders heaving. A burly big lad, actually sobbing out loud. Seeing her son cry, Auntie Gue was flustered and at a loss, like a child who'd done wrong. But she was too badly hurt to even sit up. Dolly, Ma won't go anymore. Don't cry. It pains Ma to see. Tears slid down as she gave a long sigh. Dolly's not little anymore. It's time he took a wife. I quietly looked over a girl from the next village, upright, diligent, and gentle. How good it'd be if she could marry our Dolly. Here her eyes turned especially tender. Just a pity our family's poor, and coming over she'd only suffer. I wanted to gather some herbs to trade for money. Blame me for being useless, falling off the cliff. At the end, her eyes dimmed. She knew this marriage probably couldn't be made, and she'd be a drag on this family besides. Dolly had long dissolved into sobs. My own throat felt choked too. Pitiable are the hearts of parents the world over. I thought of my own mother, who to save the rations for her children, starved to death. Thud. Dolly knelt before the Kong, wiped his tears dry, his eyes resolute. Ma, don't worry, I'll definitely get your leg cured. From now on we'll live better and better. Auntie Gue stroked his head and gave a slight shake. The bone's broken, it can't be cured, let it be. Ma can work with one leg too. No, the barefoot doctor can't treat it. Let's go to the town clinic. If town won't do, let's go to a big city. Silly child, where would we have that much money? A herbal poultice will do. Don't make a fuss. So what if there's no money? In a while I'll go work at the illegal coal mine. I'll earn the money. Auntie Gue grew frantic. No. What kind of place for people is an illegal coal mine? You're still so young. I'll go once I get the household settled. Ma, don't try to dissuade me. Seeing Dolly about to repeat his last life's disaster, into the coal mine, losing his life for nothing, I truly couldn't bear it. But though I'd earned some money, I had 8 siblings to raise, and treating this kind of leg injury required a big hospital. no small expense. Today I'd sold over 300, and buying grain and shoes had cost quite a bit. My entire fortune was under 1,000. I thought it over and pulled out 10 great Unity notes, 100 yuan. Though not much, it was enough for a diagnosis plus the initial simple treatment. Brother Dolly, the illegal coal mine you absolutely must not go to. Take this money first. Take Annie to the clinic. Dolly shook his head like a rattle drum and hurriedly pushed it back. No can do. Your family's hard-pressed too. So many siblings to raise. How can I take this money? I'll just get a month's wages advanced at the mine. Quick, take it back. I clapped a hand on his shoulder, brooking no refusal. You must take it. Do you not know how many die each year at that illegal coal mine? If you were gone, what would Uncle and Auntie Gue do? Don't be foolish. Seeing his gaze waver slightly, I added. Besides, this money isn't a gift. When you have money, pay me back. Don't burden yourself. Dolly's brows were still tight. If I don't go to the illegal coal mine, when will I ever pay back this 100 yuan? For a farmer earning work points, a hard stretch of toil traded only for some food. Where was their spare money? This 100 yuan would take him 3 to 5 years to save. It's fine. Once your family's affairs are settled, I'll take you up the mountain to hunt. Once you learn, you can earn a lot. Delighted surprise flashed in Dolly's eyes. Oh, really? I can hunt too. I nodded earnestly. I think Brother Dolly has the talent. Take this money. Worry less about the rest. He held my hand, and it was trembling. Thank you, NZ. I'll definitely repay you. Having settled the clinic matter, I pulled my brother and left. I was no bleeding heart. I couldn't pour money endlessly into treating Annie Gue's leg. Giving a man a fish is worse than teaching him to fish. Teaching Dolly to hunt was what would truly improve his family. Teaching hunting wasn't hard. The hard part was the gun. Where should I get a hunting gun? This truly worried me. Back home, I hauled the 3 big sacks of grain into the house, storing them in a dry, ventilated spot as reserves. 300 pounds looked like a lot, but wasn't much to eat. White rice every meal eaten freely, and in 2 months it'd be gone. While hauling the grain, Zhou Fu spoke up. Big brother, there was another thing in the village. I didn't have time to say just now. What else? The auntie next door said. In the dead of night last night, the village's geese and ducks had trouble. Quite a few were eaten by some beast, and it's got the village chief worried sick. I let out a breath. Serious a matter as it was, it had nothing to do with me. Those ducks and geese were the communes. If something happened, the village bore responsibility, none of my concern. Having lived through my last life, my nature had cooled quite a bit. Apart from my own family and those I cared about, why bother over the rest? None of our business. Little Fu, go inside and eat candy with the siblings. I'll go return the bike. Riding halfway, I saw a spot ringed by 100-odd people. Quite the bustle. Precisely the yard where the ducks and geese were penned. By day, the ducks and geese frolicked at the pond. At night, not daring to stay out, they were all penned in this abandoned big yard. Open air though it was, the yard walls were extremely high. Walls an adult with a running start might not clear. I thought it safe enough. I didn't know what beast could get in to wreak havoc. Having returned the bike and walked back, the crowd around that yard hadn't shrunk but grown. In the end, I couldn't hold down my curiosity and parted the crowd to go in and watch the spectacle. Ghastly, too ghastly. Blood all over the ground. Duck and goose feathers scattered about. Nearly 20 ducks and geese lying dead. Some without heads, some with severed legs, some with half their bodies gnawed off, entrails spilling out. The village chief crouched on the ground, his face full of care and woe, as if aged 10 years. Early after my rebirth, it was the village chief who'd helped me fend off my aunt's grain grabbing, and over this time he'd looked out for me quite a bit too. Seeing him in this state, I sighed inwardly. Someone in the crowd pointed at the high wall. A wall this high, what beast could climb over? Everyone chattered at once. Could it be a tiger from the deep mountains came down? Doesn't look like it. If a tiger got in, most of these ducks and geese would have been eaten. How'd so many be left? I say it's 8 to 10 odds a wolf got into the village. Another group crowded around the village chief with anxious hearts. Chief, what do we do? In 2 months the ducks and geese are to be handed over. What'll we turn in? If we can't, do we have to compensate? Why should we compensate? We didn't eat them. Mountain beasts wrecked them. The village chief sighed long and shook his head. In the end, we didn't guard them well. Our village should compensate. Several aunties, furious, started clamoring. If the village compensates, our grain share gets even less. How's this life to be lived? Toil to raise them a whole season, not a mouthful of meat eaten, and still have to pay out. The village chief could only soothe. I know everyone's hard-pressed, but there's no help for it. Don't make a fuss, the matter's got to be solved. After a spell of silence, someone else asked, then what about the ducks and geese going forward? What if another beast comes down the mountain? The village chief pondered a moment. Keeping them in this yard isn't safe. They've got to be pinned indoors, but the village has no vacant rooms. Here's how. Everyone clear out the woodsheds you're not using and pin them among the households for now. And Andy smiled and sidled up. Chief, my family's woodshed is big. Pin them at mine. Heh, but I can't help for nothing. Give me one of these dead ducks. She pointed at a headless, blood-smeared duck on the ground. Another Annie squeezed up too. Pin them at mine. I can clear 2 rooms. Give me this goose with half its rump gnawed off. However these ducks and geese had been gnawed up, the villagers didn't mind in the least. With no chance to eat meat, anything that was meat was precious. Never mind half a body gnawed off. Even if it fell into the latrine pit, fished out, and washed, it'd still be eaten. The village chief sighed helplessly. Fine, take them, but you've got to tend the ducks and geese well. If anything happens, you bear the responsibility. The words had barely fallen when quite a few rushed up to scramble for the carcasses on the ground, grinning happily with half a duck or goose in hand. One man voiced his misgiving. Chief, a while back boars just came into the village, and last night beasts came down again. Going forward, it's probably not safe. What if someone gets hurt? Worry appeared at once on everyone's faces. Zhou family village lay at the foot of Changbai. Living off the mountain was a blessing, the threat of beasts a curse. The deep mountains held jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. Usually they didn't come down, but lately, somehow, they'd actually dared enter the village. In the deep mountains you weren't afraid. Just don't go in. But with them in the village, in the dead of night you'd fear to grope your way even to the outhouse. The villagers chimed in one after another. We've got to solve this problem. Chief, we should report it to the commune. Have the militia send people to garrison here. Not likely they'll agree. How would they have attention to spare for our village? If the militia won't come, then have the commune issue us a few guns. That's a good idea. With a couple more guns in the village, we won't fear those things coming down. I, who'd been about to leave, at the word gun, felt my heels set as if in concrete, unable to budge a step more. Not only did I not leave, I crowded in closer, afraid to miss a single word. Several men ringed the village chief, tossing in their 2 cents. Apply for a few guns. Have the village hunters teach us to use them. Form a patrol team too, and we won't fear beasts coming down. The village chief was moved. All right, in the next couple of days I'll go to the commune and report this business of being set upon by beasts, and try to apply for a few guns back. By rights it shouldn't be much of a problem. I immediately pressed forward. Chief, if you get them approved, can you give me 2? 1 each for me and Brother Dolly. The words had barely landed when a piercing burst of laughter erupted all around. Haha, listen to Shaoan. Hilarious. How can guns be handed to 2 kids? What use would they be? You think guns are big steamed buns, one handed out to each person? I say we can give Dolly one. He's strong-built. He can defend the village. In the villagers' eyes, only sturdy fellows could protect the village. My hunting hauls lately hadn't been small, yet they still took me for a child. My psychological age was in the several tens, but my body was only 16 or 17. Their not trusting me was, within reason. The village chief wasn't as caustic as the others. Still he patted my shoulder and said gently, Shaoan, your heart's in the right place. That's good. But you're young, and the burden of protecting the village is too heavy. Just take good care of your siblings. I still wanted to press my case. Chief, I've got the skill to hunt. Once I get a gun, a little learning, and I can use it. Shaoan, those beasts are no joke. In the end, I can't set my mind at ease. I bowed my head and pondered a moment, then looked up to meet his eyes, my gaze resolute. Chief, how about this? I'll find a way to help you catch the beast stealing the ducks and geese. If I really catch it, you give me and Brother Dolly a gun each. How's that? The villagers sneered again. TCH, dreaming? You catch a wild beast. Don't think knowing how to hunt means you can catch a wild beast. It's no joke. I could have rolled my eyes. I rose and said, don't look down on people. What if I really do catch it? A man's face was full of contempt. You really catch it, then it's yours. Just afraid you don't have that skill. I ignored him and looked only at the village chief. Grandpa Chief, I really think I can do it. Can you trust me this once? Under my blazing gaze, the village chief in the end couldn't well refuse again. All right, I'll give you this chance. If you can catch it, I'll give you and Dolly a gun each. I was overjoyed. Chief, the living ducks and geese don't need moving. Keep them pinned in this yard at night, and I'll come guard here every night. The village chief shook his head repeatedly. No good. So many have already been bitten to death. If it happens again, I've no way to answer to those above. Rest easy. I'll come guard night after night. Guaranteed not one short. If there's a problem, I'll compensate at price. Seeing me thump my chest and give my word, the village chief in the end gave way. AI? Fine then. You'd better guard well. If anything's off in the night, holler for people at the top of your lungs. How long till you can catch this beast? I thought it over. Truthfully, I had no bottom in my heart. Give me half a month. All right, half a month. Back home, I set about lunch. I took down one of the capercaillie bag yesterday, cut it into pieces, and stewed it into congee with rice. This chicken congee was maddeningly fragrant, every grain of rice wrapped in savory flavor, a layer of oil floating on top. After eating, I climbed onto the kong, pulled up the quilt, and lay down. Zhou Fu hurriedly sidled up to the kang's edge, his face full of nervousness. Big brother, are you all right? Where do you feel unwell? In these years, the countryside rarely had a habit of napping. By day, there were all sorts of things to bustle over. The sky darkened early with no entertainment, and at night you went straight to the kong to sleep, unless your body was out of sorts. I smiled. I'm fine, just napping a bit. Tonight, I'm going to the yard to guard the ducks and geese, to ward off the beast. Zhou Fu scrunched into a little bitter gourd. Didn't you say this business had nothing to do with us? Can you not go? It doesn't, but as long as I catch that beast, the chief will give me 2 guns. He knew he couldn't dissuade me, and could only nod. Little Fu, tell the little ones to keep it down, big brother's napping. Sure thing. I slept extremely well that afternoon. My siblings were obedient and quiet. My 2 little sisters, just over a year old, couldn't help being fussy, so my brothers carried them out to the yard to play, afraid of disturbing me. Waking, I ate a simple dinner, took the crossbow and Black Panther, and set out. At this hour, the ducks and geese were being pinned in the yard, frolicking as though they'd forgotten last night's horror. Black Panther, your nose is sharp. Can you smell what came into the yard last night? Black Panther stretched out its neck and sniffed for a good while, then shook its head. Master, I only smell the stinky reek of ducks and geese. Not a trace of any other beast's scent. No wonder. Too long since the incident, the scent had long dispersed. Fine, come, let's crouch on the wall a while. The words had barely fallen when Black Panther, with a running start, leapt and landed steadily atop the wall. Looking at these high walls, about 2.5 meters, I had to work at it. Backing off a few dozen meters for a running start, I didn't make it the first time. The second time I grabbed the wall's edge and heaved myself up with all my strength. Man and cat crouched atop the wall, our figures gradually merging into the night. This wall's very hard to climb. The thing eating the ducks and geese is most likely a leopard's sort. Leopards had astonishing spring, clearing 6-meter obstacles with ease, so a 2 or 3 meter wall was nothing. A wolf was possible too, though Canid's spring was somewhat weaker. With a running leap they could clear it. Leopard or wolf, whoever came would have to go down. Master, will that beast really come? My face was full of confidence. Rest easy, it'll definitely come. The beast had feasted its fill here and remembered this was a lucky spot. Next time it was hungry, it'd very likely revisit the old haunt. My only method was to wait by the stump for the hare. I guarded the whole night through. Only at first light, when the old man came to let the ducks and geese out, did I leave, yawning and huffing. This fellow's got no manners at all. Guarded all night and didn't see even a shadow. But it was normal. It had only just feasted last night, wasn't hungry today, and wouldn't rashly enter the village. Home I fell straight into catch-up sleep, sleeping till afternoon, with no way to go into the deep mountains. I could only shoulder the crossbow and circle the mountain's foot. Prey was too scarce, a bleak end. 2 sparrows, 1 wild hare. Dinner was braised hare with sparrow meat. That sparrow meat, though little, was tender. After dinner, I went to lie in wait again, a whole night with no gain, not even a hair of a beast seen. The hell, why hasn't it come yet? Ate too full up the mountain. Truthfully, I was a bit anxious. Right now was September's harvest season, mountain goods waiting to be gathered. Another month or so, and Changbai would have snow. Once snow fell, no mountain goods to gather, most beasts hibernating, hunting hard too. Lying in wait by night, catching up sleep by day. I simply had no hands free to earn money. How could I not be anxious? Anxious as I was, I still had to wait. The third night, keeping watch till midnight, yawning non-stop, disappointment rose in my heart. Tonight was probably another wasted effort. Master, I heard movement. I rubbed my eyes and looked all around, spotting nothing. You heard wrong, right? It's ducks flapping their wings. No. Look quick, what's that group? A cat's night vision far surpassed a human's. Black Panther spotted them first. Only when that group of things drew near the yard did I see clearly. Not leopards, not wolves either. It was actually a pack of red dogs. Red Dog was the Northeast name. The proper name was Dole. That's right, the dole of the jackal, wolf, tiger, leopard. Belonging to the canid family along with dogs, it had a coat of brownish-red fur like a red-furred dog, hence the name. This pack numbered 9. Adult males 30 or 40 pounds, females 20 or 30, not large in build. But don't underestimate it. The Red Dog was a tyrant of the mountains. Cunning to a fault, it never took on singles, only fought in packs, gathering in groups of about 10, at most 30. With division of labor, luring the enemy, ambushing, flanking, and it even dug the anus, claws sharper than an African hyena's, able to tear open the anus and pull out the entrails directly. Even the king of the mountains, the tiger, was no match. In my last life there was news. 30 doles surrounding and killing a Bengal tiger, biting it to death outright, though losing nearly half their own. Thick-hided and coarse-fleshed like a black bear, meeting a dole pack you'd still catch it in the neck. After all, the anus wore no ironcloth shirt for protection. Master, they're starting to climb the wall. Poor ducks and geese are done for. I hid in the shadows and watched calmly for developments. These doles took running starts and leapt, one after another flipping into the yard, about to make their move. I held my breath and focused, transmitting the thought to Black Panther. After I loose my first bolt, you go down and make chaos. Bog them down. Don't let them jump out over the wall. I didn't count on Black Panther holding down the whole pack. They had attack power in numbers too. As long as it harassed them with its nimble skill. Doles were small. Leaping from a standstill, they couldn't clear a 2 or 3 meter wall. They had to run to build speed. What Black Panther had to do was cut off their chance to build a running start. I aimed and loosed the first bolt. This bolt strayed a bit, missing the vital point. But this was a 120-pound crossbow. Even straying it was lethal. The bolt pierced in through one dole's hind leg, running its whole rump through in a string. That dole let out a shrill wail, half paralyzed on the ground, unable to flee. Hearing their companion wail so, the other 8 fell at once into panic. Where was the mind left to eat ducks and geese? They only wanted to flee for their lives. The scene descended into chaos. Panicked doles, startled ducks and geese, ramming into one another. Yet the ducks and geese were in not the least danger. The dole pack, at life or death's edge, had no thought to spare for gnawing them. One dole built speed for a running start to clear the wall. Black Panther leapt onto its back in a pounce, opening its jaws in a vicious bite. That dole pulled up in pain, twisting its head to fling off the thing on its back. Black Panther seized the chance to jump down and pounced at another dole seeking to flee. Nimble as it was after all outnumbered. Fearing it'd get hurt, I loosed bolts fast as lightning. One out, the next set at once, not daring to delay a single second. After a spell of busy work, the dole howls in the yard finally ceased, leaving only the geese's honking. Black Panther stopped too. Though it hadn't been 10 minutes, it was worn ragged, bogging down so many doles at once, spirit taut, for paws never still. It now lay flat on the ground, unwilling to budge. I leapt down from the wall and counted by moonlight. 1, 2, 3. Only 7 dole corpses lay on the ground, the other 2 having fled amid the chaos. Still, that was quite good. 2 singletons couldn't stir up any waves. Just as I was looking, the yard gate was pushed open from outside. 20-some people ringed the doorway with torches raised. Just now those geese had honked with gusto, each cry louder than the last. Luckily the ducks were Muscovy, quiet as gourds with their mouths sawn off, not making much noise, or it'd have been louder. A few households lived near the yard. Last time the ducks and geese met disaster, they'd heard the cries, but hadn't risen to check, and for that had gotten a good scolding from the village chief. Tonight, hearing the geese cry wildly, They hurriedly threw on clothes, lit torches, and rushed over. On the way, everyone was anxious and angry. The dead of night, and truly no peace for people. The ducks and geese have probably had trouble again. Trouble means the village has to compensate again. Bad luck. Didn't Joan say he'd come guard? How'd there be trouble? This time if there's trouble, let that little wretch of his compensate. Can't be blamed on us. Cursing and grumbling, they pushed open the gate, but the scene before them stunned them dumb. Under the torchlight, red dogs lay sprawled every which way over the ground, each with a bolt stuck in it, dead as dead could be. Yet the ducks and geese were not one short, all sound and whole. Irritation instantly turned to delighted surprise. Heavens! Shawan, did you kill all these? So it was red dogs? I thought it was some great beast. How are red dogs not a great beast? In packs, even boars give way to them by 3 parts. Shawan truly has skill, killing so many red dogs single-handed. The village's old hunters don't have this ability. We really should give Shawan a gun. From now on, we needn't fret over the village's safety. Seeing me annihilate the Dole pack alone, these villagers' attitudes turned 180 degrees, faces full of flattery, saying the nicest things they could. Every ear is the same. Toward the strong, people always fawn their utmost. An auntie in ragged clothes came up with a heaped smile. Didn't I say our Shawan was no ordinary sort? Great ability. Then her tone shifted. This red dog meat is tough and hard to eat. Shawan surely won't fancy it. Why not just share it out among the folks? That wasn't wrong. Red dog meat truly wasn't tasty. Though mountain goods were all meat, the texture differed vastly. Grass-eating hares, wild deer, and roe deer were tenderest. Meat eaters were far worse. Bear meat was passable, but leopard, wolf, dhole, and such, with large amounts of movement and lots of lean meat, were tough, coarse, and gamey too. I silently rolled my eyes. I thought they truly admired me. Turns out it was again a hankering for this meat. In the end, I'd overrated these Philistine villagers. I shook my head and refused bluntly. This I toiled painstakingly to hunt. However bad it tastes, I won't share it. Seeing me refuse so flatly, they couldn't well pester further. The me of now was a spit and a nail. If I said no share, wasted effort. I glanced around and said to a man, "Brother Jolet, trouble you to help me haul these red dogs back, all right?" Jolet was in his early 30s, more honest than those crafty aunties. Without someone to help, I'd have to make 2 trips. There were many light-fingered types in the village, and I didn't feel easy leaving doles on the ground. Sure, no problem. I carried 3, he 4, and we went home together, first stowing the doles temporarily in the kitchen to deal with at daybreak. Brother Jolet, it's too late tonight to share out meat. Come again early tomorrow, all right? Fine, I trust you. At daybreak I rose and set to work. My brothers crouched beside me, curiously poking at them. Big brother, you're too amazing, bringing so much back again. These red dogs' fur is really pretty. Though the meat was poor, the pelts were truly good-looking, brownish-red all over, some white at belly and tail, far more eye-catching than a hare's dull gray. Only the fur was on the coarse side, not as fine and soft as sable. Still, there was fine down beneath the guard hairs, warm enough. These pelts I won't sell. I'll make you little jackets to wear. Red dog pelts weren't worth much at the cooperative. Better keep them to warm the body. I just stripped 2 whole pelts when the gate was knocked. Zhou opened it and saw a group of people at the door, at the head village chief, Zhou Yutian. "Grandpa Chief, is something the matter?" The village chief entered the yard with a smile and patted Zhou shoulder. "Come to see your big brother. He rid the village of the beast last night, and everyone wants to thank him." I straightened up and wiped my hands, seeing the chief carrying something. "Your coming is enough. Why bring anything?" The village chief looked at the red dogs all over the ground, his face full of smiles, ravaging the village's ducks and geese, and now they'd met their comeuppance. Most gratifying. He handed over a big bamboo basket, over half full of potatoes, plus some cabbage and dried mushrooms. "Shawan, you did well on this. This is the village's reward for you. Take it." The things weren't worth much, but were the village's goodwill. "All right, thank you, chief and folks." Having given thanks, I sidled up to the chief. "Chief, about that gun business, could it?" Before I'd spelled it out, the chief was already nodding with a smile. "No problem. Yesterday, I went to the commune and spoke of it. The leaders take it very seriously, said they'll approve a few guns. and then give you one and Dolly one." My heart finally settled, and I smiled sincerely. "Thank you so much, Chief." The chief patted my shoulder, earnest and weighty. "This gun isn't given for nothing. From now on, when beasts enter the village, you and Dolly must lend your strength." I didn't hesitate. "Leave it to us. Beasts killed could be traded for money too. Free to get, foolish not to." "All right, that's all for today. I'm off." I hurriedly called him back, while stuffing a skinned dole into a bag. "Chief, wait. Take this red dog, roast it, and eat it at home." Over this time, the chief had looked after my family quite a bit, and I'd given nothing. I wanted to borrow flowers to offer to Buddha. Living in the village, someone with a say like the chief was worth deliberately drawing close to. The chief looked at that bag of meat. To say he didn't want it would be false. Even a village chief of these years couldn't skim off any grease. Days tight, meat rarely eaten. Poor as red dog meat was, to someone who rarely got meat, it was still a good thing. But looking at the row of children behind me, he still shook his head. "Never mind. Keep it for your siblings to eat." I stuffed the bag straight into his hands. "You absolutely must take it. You look after my family so much, I don't know how to thank you. Not taking it means you disdain this meat." The chief hurriedly waved his hands. Warm inside, too. This child knew gratitude. How could I disdain it? "With this heart of yours, I'm happy beyond words." After a round of pushing back and forth, the chief in the end took it. This bag of meat was 20 or 30 pounds. Eaten sparingly, it'd last a good while. The villagers were green with envy, but knew full well this meat was beyond their grasp. Refused by me so many times, they couldn't well open their mouths either. An auntie nudged the girl beside her and gave a meaningful look. "Brotherin, you're really amazing. You're the most amazing big brother in the village." The one speaking was a young girl, a village girl, yet very fresh and lovely. Fair skin, round bright almond eyes, cherry lips red without rouge, hands so clear you could even make out the veins, voice sweet and soft. My eyebrow shot up. "Oh, why has this Chung area come to strike up a conversation with me today?" Chung area was a few months younger than me, also 16 this year, yet already grown into a graceful young beauty. No exaggeration to call her the village flower. Her family's ancestral home was Hunan. Over 20 years ago, they'd fled famine and settled in Zhou family village. Besides the local Zhou surnamed folk, the village also had a batch of outside surnamed people who'd fled disaster back then. This little lass was fresh and lovely. In my last life, the callow lads who liked her were beyond counting, and the young me had once had a good impression of her too, paying her plenty of attentions. But having been through much, my impression of her grew worse and worse. This woman was by no means as delicate and lovable as the surface. In the words of a later era, she was a thorough green tea white lotus. I remembered that in another 2 or 3 years, she'd marry the village's Zhou Shun. Zhou Shun emptied his family's coffers to marry her. Other families' bride prices were a few dozen yuan at most, but the Chung family, once they opened their mouths, wanted several hundred. Zhou Hu's mother Wang Cuifan refused to put up that money, so Zhou Hu married another and dodged the calamity. But Zhou Shun was gripped tight, forcing his mother to borrow money everywhere, declaring that if he couldn't marry her, he'd hang himself from the roof beam. Once married in Chung area, at the slightest displeasure, would nestle into Zhou Shun's embrace, weeping her complaints, a beauty in a pear blossom rain. How could Zhou Shun bear it? He actually raised his hand against his own mother. This mother-in-law's late years were bleak, living alone in the old house with no one to tend her, her body stinking by the time it was found before the village handled her funeral. Zhou Shun toiled like an ox and horse all his life, unwilling even to buy new clothes, while Qing area spent lavishly. By the time the children grew up, he discovered not one of the 3 was his own seed. This scandal became the village's talk. Towards such a woman, I only wanted to keep a respectful distance. A home-wrecking hellion, marry her home, and she'd ruin 3 generations. I was still sunk in memory when Chung area spoke again. "Brotherin, can I trade you something for a bit of meat? My family hasn't had meat in a long time." Her face all pitiable, paired with that pure, innocent countenance. If the callow lads of the village saw it, they'd surely feel tender-hearted. Her family's conditions were ordinary, yet they lived comfortably, crying poor and playing pitiful, and someone would eagerly rush to give them things. Some lads even stole their family's grain to give her. Had it been the old me, I'd probably have waved my hands over and over, offered it up with both hands with a foolish grin, and not even taken a thing from her. But my mind was now that of an adult. I saw through these little tricks utterly, and a little girl of this sort couldn't stir the least interest in my eyes. I gave her a cold glance. Trade's fine, but trade with what? She paused and pursed her lips. Can I trade with potatoes? Potatoes filled the belly but were the least valuable. This time the village had a big harvest, and every household was allotted plenty. Without even lifting my head, dealing with the dole in my hands, I said, Fine, go carry a basketful, and I'll set aside half a dole for you. A basket of potatoes was 100-odd pounds, while a skinned, gutted red dog was 30 pounds at most, and half was just 10-some pounds of meat. The corner of Chung Area's mouth twitched. Precious as meat was in these years, trading 100-odd pounds of potatoes for half a red dog. How could she bear it? Her stepping out today was meant to get something for nothing, and losing a basket of potatoes into it. Her mother would scold her to death. She was full of puzzlement. Joan used to be so attentive to her, often helping her with her work during labor. How was he so cold now? She tucked her loose hair behind her ear, revealing her snow-white neck. Brother-in, my family doesn't have many potatoes either. A pound of potatoes for a pound of meat, all right? I gave her a wide-eyed look and sneered. Not awake yet? Cooperative potatoes are a few cents. This meat sells for several dimes. A pound for a pound. There's no end to your wanting the bargain, is there? Chung Area was pretty, always fawned over in the village. The first time being spoken to so sharply, she was so aggrieved that tears welled in her eyes, looking pitiful indeed. Zhou Hu, behind the crowd, finally couldn't restrain himself and burst out. He'd come to watch the spectacle, not expecting to get meat, but seeing his goddess bullied, he blew up. Zhouan, Area asks to trade you a bit of meat, and this is your attitude? Don't think getting a few hunks of stinky meat makes you high and mighty. Pa, who wants your meat? I swung the knife and lopped off a dole's head in one stroke. Don't want it? Then scram far off. If you've got the skill, go up the mountain and hunt yourself. Quit barking here like a dog. Zhou, who knew my prowess and only dared retort a couple of times, then turned to console Chung Area. Area, don't trade with him. This Zhou and's no good thing. Don't take his abuse. Chung Area looked at Zhou Hu and silently rolled her eyes. This Zhou Hu's family had decent conditions in the village and was originally a backup option. But ever since Zhou and made good hunting, Zhou Hu wasn't worth a look. Marrying Zhou Hu meant at most not going hungry, but marrying Zhou meant meat every single meal. Her mother had urged her several times. Find a way to become Zhou's sweetheart, and in the future you can bring your maiden family along to share in the meaty fragrance. Zhou had clearly been so attentive to her before. How had he changed today? Having lost face, Chung Area could only leave first. Zhou Hu chased after like a tag-along. Area, don't sulk. Come, I'll have my mom make you wild herb cakes. The sight of that face annoyed her. Get lost. Who wants your wild herb cakes? You can't even catch a single pheasant. If you had half of Brother Anne's ability, you wouldn't be this useless. With that, she shoved him and turned to leave. Zhou Hu, caught off guard, was shoved onto his rump, sitting in the mud watching her retreating back, his back teeth aching with rage, furious not at her, but at that Zhou and who'd been stealing the limelight lately. You wait, Zhouan, want to steal my area? Sooner or later I'll make you pay. I watched the two figures depart and thought inwardly. A prime specimen like Chung Area, I, Zhouan, have no fortune to enjoy. But if she really marries Zhou Hu, that would absolutely be a fine thing. In my last life, Zhou Hu married an honest wife, whom the whole family took turns bullying. He and Wang Zuifan were waited on all their lives, mighty comfortable. That such a bad seed family actually lived pretty well truly made me feel heaven had no eyes. As I saw it, a woman like Chung Area should be matched with Zhou Hu. Let my aunt's family also taste the flavor of chickens flying and dogs leaping, of a household broken and lives lost. I shook my head and turned to the villagers in the yard. This red dog meat's too much, my family can't finish it. My siblings love pine nuts. Whoever brings me some pine nuts, take this meat and eat all you want. These words were carefully put, touching on no money or coupons or profit, only mentioning that my siblings loved pine nuts, and the villagers all understood. Not profiteering, just ordinary human exchange. An auntie broke instantly into a beaming smile. Shaoan, my family saved up 28 pounds of pine nuts. I'll bring them to you in a bit. How much meat can that trade for? Pine nuts fetched 25 cents a pound at the cooperative. Poor as red dog meat was, a pound could still trade for 2 or 3 pounds of pine nuts. Auntie, bring them, and I'll cut you 10 pounds of meat. All right. Fine, fine, fine. I'll go back and get them right now. Pine nuts grew on the mountain, toilsome to get, but costing no money. Trading no-cost things for meat, everyone found it worthwhile. Households with pine nuts ran like the wind, afraid of coming late and missing the trade. Actually, this suited me perfectly. Red dog meat was coarse and tough, worse smoked. I wanted a trade game for pine nuts all along. Only too much had come up and delayed it. A pound of meat for 2 or 3 pounds of pine nuts, no loss. A pound of pine nuts held 8 or 900, and getting them yourself would work you to death. 7 doles, minus hide, fur, and innards, and setting aside the chief's share and Jolé's portion, left under 150 pounds of meat, which traded for nearly 400 pounds of pine nuts, filling several woven plastic sacks piled in the kitchen. The food stored for the winter idle grew more and more. This cold winter, I not only wouldn't go hungry, I'd eat till my belly bulged. After dinner, while the sky was still bright, I picked up a gunny sack to head out. Big brother, where to? What's in the sack? Jofu came up. I opened the sack's mouth. Pelts I've saved up, going to find your Uncle Dachuan to help process them. Since hunting, I'd saved up a good many pelts. The sack held many gray hair pelts, 7 red dog pelts, and roe deer hides too. Sable and bear pelts, the sort that sold for high prices, I'd sold off. These low-value ones, rather than trade them for a pittance, better keep them for clothes. But making clothes from fur wasn't so simple. Not just strip it off and stitch it up. It first had to be specially processed, or it'd have a strong odor, rot easily, breed insects, and turn hard and brittle, ruining the goods instead. Zhou family village had no dedicated old craftsman, but most hunters knew this craft. Zhou Dachuan was in his 40s, once a renowned hunter across the nearby villages. Only a pity he wrecked his leg chasing a wild deer. Now he walked with a limp, let alone climbing the mountain. Shouldering the pelts, I came to the door of his home at the east end of the village. Knock, knock, knock. Uncle Dachuan, are you home? Only after knocking a good while did the door open. The one opening it was Zhou Dachuan. Thick brows, big eyes, tall, a decent-looking man. It's Shaoan, haven't seen you in a while. Come in and sit. I followed behind him inside, watching his limping, swaying figure, and sighed inwardly. My earliest impression of Uncle Dachuan was 10 years back, when I was 6 or 7. He and his hunter friends returning laden with spoils, a plump wild boar on their shoulders, pheasants with bright feathers in their baskets, badgers in hand, chatting and laughing all the way, so glorious. The world's affairs are unpredictable. Ever since his leg went lame, his family's circumstances declined year by year. Uncle will pour you water. I waved and set down the gunny sack. No need, take a look at these pelts. The sack opened. Uncle Dachuan nodded approvingly. Not bad, Shaoan. I heard you can hunt now. Real skill indeed, bagging so many. I scratched my head. Still far off compared to you, Uncle Dachuan. I want to ask you to process these pelts, to make jackets for my siblings to wear. His gaze at me was full of appreciation and fondness. He'd heard a good deal of my hunting deeds lately, and toward this gifted junior, he felt a kinship of like minds. All right, leave them here. I've nothing on lately. I'll do them for you when I've time. I pulled out 10 great Unity notes. Thank you, Uncle Dachuan. Take this money. I'll have to trouble you again in the future. He hurriedly pushed it back. It's an easy job, no need for money. I stuffed it firmly into his hands. If you don't take it, I won't feel right coming to you again. His family was poor now. Though 10 yuan wasn't much, it could ease a lot of hardship. After a round of pushing back and forth, he in the end took it. He turned the pelts over one by one, examining them. Hair pelts aren't good looking, but they're warm enough for clothes. Red dog pelts. Pretty color, just the fur's not thick. These roe deer hides are good. Make pads to lay on the bed, warm for sleeping. Having looked, he asked curiously, didn't you bag any foxes? Fox pelt makes truly warm clothes. Been up the mountain many times, but really haven't run into a fox. That's because you went to the wrong places. Fox pelt keeps warmer than both red dog and hare. My family has one. Let me show you. He rose and brought out a big wooden chest. I used to have 3 or 4. Conditions were bad and I sold them off. Only this one's left. He spread the fox fur coat before me. Seeing its style clearly, I understood why he treasured it away. Beautiful. Too beautiful. I blurted out, my eyes going straight. This coat was extremely long, able to cover from the neck to the calves, orange red all over. Clearly a proper Changbai fire fox, a red fox. I reached out and touched it, soft and smooth, the feel superb. The surface guard hairs blocked wind, while beneath, the soft downy fur was abundant and fluffy, warm just to look at. Uncle Dachuan's face carried pride. This garment's not just beautiful, it's warm. Back when I went up the mountain in snow, I always wore it. Lying in the snow, I didn't feel cold at all. So saying, he draped it over me. The moment it was on, warmth wrapped me up. The weather wasn't cold yet, and after wearing it a while, sweat beaded on my back. I stroked the coat, unwilling to let go. This is simply a treasure. Wearing it in snow must be comfortable. But Uncle Dachuan's eyes added a few parts loneliness. Pity my legs ruined. I'll never go up the mountain again this life. Just keep it as a memento. I spoke to console him. Uncle Dachuan, the days ahead will get better and better. By the way, did you hunt this fox pelt yourself up the mountain? I asked with a thought in mind. Another month in Changbai would have snow, blanketed white, but prey's tracks would be easier to find, and non-hibernating beasts, once out, would have nowhere to hide. So once winter came, I'd still go up the mountain. Only, dozens of degrees below zero was freezing deadly. One slip and you'd damage your body. And I wanted a fox fur coat like this too. This was Uncle Dachuan's treasure, not good to ask for, so I thought to make one myself. But the nearby mountains I'd run many times, and hadn't seen even a fox's shadow. Uncle Dachuan saw through my intent and wasn't stingy. Foxes are scarce around here. To catch them, you've got to go to Luanshire Gully. Luanshire Gully. I'd heard of this place, very far, and the road hard to walk. One way on foot would take 6 or 7 hours. Right, Luanshire Gully. There are lots of caves there, and the caves are full of foxes. A smile touched Uncle Dachuan's lips, as if savoring those years. My brother and I went once. The haul was too rich, foxes packed in gunny sacks, each of us carrying several bags back. My eyes went wide, my heart full of longing. Indeed, it takes a professional hunter with experience. Uncle Dachuan, you bagged so many. Are there still foxes there now? Of course. We went 6 or 7 years ago, only caught the big ones and released all the small ones. Over these years, the foxes there must be countless again. I was so moved I wished I could go this instant. Hunt a big pile of foxes back, make a fox fur coat for every sibling. Just thinking of it was wonderful. Uncle Dachuan saw through my thoughts, and his expression turned grave. Though the foxes are many, you'd best not go. Why? Luanshire Gully's too remote. Almost no households nearby. Deep mountains and old forests have much prey, but much danger too. Come autumn, venomous snakes are few, but jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards are there. You're young, with no hunter companions to look out for you. Alone it's too risky, don't go. I nodded, disappointment welling in my heart. AI, all right, thank you, Uncle Dachuan. On the way back, I warred within myself. This Luanshire Gully, go or not. There, human traces were sparse, and it was a hunter-certified place teeming with prey, absolutely a chance to hunt to my heart's content. The temptation was too great, but the concerns were many too. The first was my siblings. My eldest, the second brother, was only 14, a group of children at home. If someone came to make trouble, they simply couldn't cope. Next was having no hunter companion. Spending the night in the mountains was too risky, with beasts at night, alone, who'd dare shut their eyes? You'd need one to keep watch while one slept, taking turns. Last was how to haul the prey back. Back then, Uncle Dachuan and his whole party, joining forces, were half dead carrying it, laid up in bed 2 days to recover. Now I could carry 100-some pounds at most. Bagged too many, and I simply couldn't get them back. Toiling into the mountain a whole trip, only able to carry 100-some pounds, and having to abandon the rest. Who could stand that? By the time I got home, the sky was dark. My siblings sat at the door waiting. Big brother, hot water to wash your feet. The one speaking was fourth brother Zhou Qiang. He and Zhou Gang were twins, both driven and protective of the family. Looking at these two brothers, I felt glad. Wait till all 7 men grew up, and see who'd still dare bully my family. At night, I tossed and turned on the Kong. With something on my mind, I couldn't sleep at all. Fine, let me open a blind box. My account's points had already accumulated to over 10,000. A Tier 1 blind box was 500 points, Tier 2 1500, Tier 3 4000, Tier 4 doubled outright to 8000. This Tier 4 I'd never been willing to open, but tonight my heart itched. Open it straight away. Paying 8000, the Tier 4 blind box opened. Seeing the contents, I nearly bolted upright in excitement. Congratulations on unlocking the Tier 4 blind box. The gift is a portable space. Portable space. Having read web novels in my last life, of course I knew. It could store things, take out, and put in at will. For someone hunting up in the mountains, this was simply a priceless treasure. In the past, when I bagged a wild boar or a black bear, I couldn't carry it off alone and had to go down the mountain to beg for help. An hour's walk just to get there. Now, with this, no matter what I bagged, I could just drop it into the space and take it out again once I got home. I was itching to act. With this, however much prey I bagged, I could get it all back, so didn't that mean I could go to Launcher Gully? The problem of hauling prey was solved, and the matter of my siblings was easy to handle too. If I couldn't set my mind at ease, I'd entrust them to someone I trusted to watch over them. Among the female educated youth, Chen Yao had a fiery temperament and could protect people. This small favor they'd surely be willing to help with. Below the gift were several more rows of small print, which I read carefully. Damn, this portable space can do that too. It turned out this space not only stored things, but also preserved them. Whatever went in, no matter how long, came out exactly as it had been. This was too useful to me. Prey that wasn't gutted right away easily spoiled in the gut, but with permanent preservation, that big hassle was spared. The space was 100 cubic meters, not large, but it could be upgraded, 2,000 points to level it up and enlarge it some. For now it was already enough. I couldn't enter it, but I could sense it with my mind. I touched the pillow and silently intoned store, and the pillow vanished. I silently intoned take out again, and it returned to its place. I loved this space to bits. Launcher Gully, I was absolutely going. The next day at noon, after work let out, I came to the female educated youth's quarters. Chen Yao spotted me first. Shaoan, borrowing the bike? It's by the wall, just ride it off. Sister Chen Yao, today it's not the bike. I've come to ask you all a favor. I didn't beat around the bush. I'm going to make a trip to Launcher Gully. There's a lot of game on that mountain, so I'll be gone a few days. There's no one at home, and I can't set my mind at ease about my siblings. I'd like to entrust you sisters to look after them for me. Chen Yao laughed heartily. I thought it was some big favor. Leave a little thing like this to us. Right. Go with an easy mind. We'll watch your siblings. My face was full of gratitude. Thank you so much, sisters. When I'm back from hunting, I'll share game with everyone. The female educated youth were all delighted. Great. My cured bear meat's almost finished, and now there's more to look forward to. You eat awfully fast. I've still got a little under half a piece left. This last wishes she could eat meat every single meal. Just as we chatted idly, Luo Yi walked over. Shaoan, I have something for you. I followed her inside. She turned back the bedding and took out an envelope. The bear pelt and gallbladder from last time. My father used his connections to sell them off. The buyer offered a high price, sold for 300 or 400 yuan. Take the money. The envelope was a thick stack. I knew a private sale could fetch more, but I hadn't expected the bear pelt and gallbladder alone to bring 300 or 400. This much. Thank you so much, Sister Luo Yi. She smiled knowingly, gentle and lovely. Don't be so polite. My father has connections in this line. It was just a handy favor. I actually didn't know what Sister Luo Yi's father did, and had never asked. That was another's privacy. But I figured her family wasn't badly off and had connections and channels, or they couldn't have raised such an outstanding daughter. Tucking away the money and leaving, my steps grew light. No more concerns. I'd tidy up over these couple of days and head up the mountain. Nearly at the yard gate, I suddenly heard someone shout, And Z. I turned to look. It was actually Zhou Dali, whom I hadn't seen in several days. Brother Dali, haven't seen you in days. Where'd you go? The clouds of worry no longer hung on his face. His honest grin was back. Took my mom to the town clinic to see a doctor. My dad and little sister went too. No one was home. Auntie's leg isn't seriously hurt, is it? His eyes were full of gratitude. Much better. The doctor said it can be treated, just needs to be nursed slowly. I let out a breath. As long as it can be treated, that's good. As I spoke, I caught sight of what was on his back, and my eyes lit up. Brother Dali, where'd that gun on your back come from? He actually had 2 long guns on his back, Just now, busy talking, I hadn't noticed. He chuckled. That's exactly what I came to find you for. He took one down and handed it to me. Just now I ran into the chief on the road. The commune approved 3 guns, and he gave me both of these. It's settled. One for you, one for me. I held the gun in my hands and stroked it carefully, liking it immensely. This old-style gun naturally couldn't compare to the advanced firearms of later ages, but in these years, it was already excellent. The guns in the hands of nearby hunters were too shoddily made. Only the barrel was salvaged from elsewhere, the rest all cobbled together by hand, usable but dangerous, with the risk of bursting. I'd heard of a hunter in the neighboring village who went up the mountain and his gun burst, severing 2 fingers and blinding 1 eye, bidding farewell to hunting from then on. I didn't dare touch that sort, my dog's life mattered. But the guns approved by the commune were clearly different at a glance. The power might not be so fierce, but the safety was far greater. This gun's really good. Brother Dolly, from now on we two can go up the mountain together. Dolly too stroked the gun, unwilling to let go. There's no man who doesn't love guns, and besides, he too wanted to rely on hunting to improve his family's circumstances. Looking at the gun and then at me, his eyes reddened somewhat. And Z, I really don't know how to thank you. Without you, I definitely couldn't have gotten this gun. I patted his shoulder and pulled him toward the house. Let's not talk of that. I've got something to ask you. See whether you're interested. He hugged the gun and asked cheerfully, What is it? Brother Dolly, I'm planning to make a trip to Luanshire Gully these couple of days. The moment he heard, he was puzzled. Luanshire Gully? That place is far and remote. What are you going to those deep mountains and old forests for? I pulled up a stool for him to sit and explained in detail. Uncle Dachuan says there's a lot of game there, especially loads of foxes. I want to go into the mountains and bag more to bring back. He nodded. Pretty good, but that place is remote. Will you be safe going alone? I looked at him earnestly. Alone is indeed inconvenient. Brother Dolly, are you interested in going with me? His eyes suddenly lit up, overwhelmed by the favor. Me? Really? Just now? Hearing me say I was going to Luanshire Gully, he'd yearned for it in his heart, only too embarrassed to speak up. Right now he knew nothing, couldn't even use a gun, and feared he'd drag me down. Now that I was taking the initiative to bring him, he was so pleasantly surprised he nodded his head like a pestle pounding garlic. Go? I'll go. My last bit of concern was gone too. Though he couldn't hunt, at least he could stand guard and keep watch at night, so I could sleep in peace and restore my energy. When do we go? How long do we stay? Better early than late. We'll pack this afternoon and leave tomorrow morning. This trip won't be easy. I'm thinking of staying about a week. Will that be too long? Will Auntie be all right at home? It's fine. My dad and little sister are taking care of my mom. When Dolly left, his steps were practically floating on air. There's no red-blooded fellow who doesn't yearn to carry a gun and roam the mountains and forests. This trip he was determined to follow me well and learn some skills. That afternoon I packed my gear. I'd be in the mountains a week, so besides dry rations, I brought cooking implements too. That earthen crock at home. Stew some meat, add a bit of seasoning, and you could eat. Most important was keeping warm. In early September the days weren't cold, but the nights were chilly, and Luanshire Gully was deep in the mountains. At midnight it was probably only a pitiful few degrees. My gaze fell on the several quilts stacked on the kong. 2 old ones, 3 newly made, of which 2 were down quilts. There'd been too much down to use up, so I'd made an extra quilt. Now my family no longer lacked quilts and needn't fear bearing our behinds. Should I bring a down quilt? It could go in the space anyway. No need to carry it myself, and how warm it'd be sleeping in the forest under it. But on second thought, then Brother Dolly would discover my space's secret. After struggling a long while, I ultimately didn't bring it, only taking a new down-filled garment Grandma Zheng had made. Before leaving I still uneasily instructed my brothers. Keep the milk goat pinned in the kitchen. If it gets dirty, just sweep it. Lock the yard gate and the house door. If someone knocks, ask clearly before opening. Little Foo, there's rice and meat at home. Don't skimp on cooking. Let your siblings eat their fill. Take good care of the 2 little sisters. Tuck the quilts in tight before sleep. I never discovered I could be so long-winded. Though only a big brother, I'd come to understand the feelings of being a parent. Zhou Fu nodded solemnly. Rest easy, big brother. I'll take good care of the siblings. If anything comes up, I'll go straight to the educated youth sisters and the chief. Good. All of you be good. Heading out to rendezvous with Dolly. Seeing that basket full of stuff on his back, I was stunned for 3 seconds. What did you bring so much for? He scratched his head with an honest grin. Poor at home, rich on the road. Bring extra so you don't lose out. Inside was a lot of dry rations, hard biscuits and stir-fried flour, which you could eat straight after frying, just tasting bad. Huh, your family's cat is coming too. Dolly noticed the spirited little black cat following close behind. Black Panther had keen powers of perception. It could sense danger in the forest in advance, so I decided to bring it. Heh, this rascal cat insisted on tagging along, so let it come play. From Zhou family village to Luanshire Gully, we crossed mountains and ridges and waded rivers. Dolly's physical fitness was truly good. Carrying so much stuff, he didn't even pant as he walked. My constitution had strengthened quite a bit since rebirth, so long-distance hiking was no problem. After walking over an hour, we found a rock to rest on. Black Panther, lying in the basket, transmitted a thought. Master, there are lots of animals nearby. I pounded my leg and transmitted back. What animals? Black Panther sniffed the air. Wild hares, capercaillie, seems there are roe deer and badgers too, and a very strong scent of wild boar. I didn't care about the first ones, but hearing wild boar, my eyes lit up. Last time the 2 wild boars I hunted in the village were all shared out to the villagers. I'd only kept 2 sets of intestines. That braised boar intestine was too satisfying, and I'd always had wild boar meat on my mind. If there were a chance this time, I wanted to bag a whole one to slowly eat at home. Black Panther, can you lead me to find that wild boar? Of course, it's right nearby. I shouldered the crossbow, took up the gun, and rose. Dolly hurriedly followed. And Z, where to? Circling around near the forest. I'll circle with you. He too shouldered his gun and came. Once in the forest, the 2 of us stayed practically inseparable. Black Panther led the way. Before I even spotted the wild boar, Dolly saw it first, lowering his voice and pointing ahead, his eyes flashing with excitement. And Z, in that thicket, isn't that a wild boar? 100 meters off, a plump, sturdy wild boar was rooting for food with its head down. Pity there was only one, no pack. It really is a wild boar. Brother Dolly, closer. Man and cat crouched and stepped lightly, stopping at 20 or 30 meters. I looked at the hunting gun on my back and finally raised the crossbow instead. At this distance the crossbow was enough. 120 pounds. The boar could hardly escape death. Bullets were precious. This time each of us brought only 100 rounds. So save where you can, and leave more for Dolly to practice. Shooting is all about practice makes perfect. You can't become a hunter without expending some bullets. Dolly held his breath and focused, terrified of disturbing me. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt shot straight for the vitals. I don't know what got into that wild boar, but it suddenly turned its body. The bolt strayed, grazing its flank and cutting a bloody line. I knit my brow and cursed. Damn missed. This close, and a stationary target too, far simpler than the red dogs running wildly in the yard. Yet I'd actually gotten careless. With one bolt off the mark, it was too late to set another. I immediately grabbed the gun. But right then, that wild boar actually charged straight at me. Huge in build, yet running fast as the wind, the ground trembling. 2 long tusks at the corners of its mouth. This was a startled, maddened boar. Mountain beasts should fear people and flee at the sight of them. Yet this plague-ridden boar was attacking instead. This boar's probably gone mad. 20 or 30 meters, and in a few seconds it was before me. I regretted it to death. This close, and I'd shot wide. Just as I made to bolt, someone yanked me behind them. It was Dolly, shielding me in front, gripping a black birch club. He'd prepared it for self-defense before going up the mountain. The boar charged right up. Dolly put all his strength into it and smashed a club, bang, onto the beast's head. Thick-hided and coarse-fleshed as the boar was, it too was stunned for an instant. I didn't panic. Seizing that moment, I raised the gun, aimed at the boar's body, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot cracked out. The boar toppled with a thud, convulsing and rolling, wailing in despair, and after a spell of thrashing it gave up the ghost. I let out a breath. Brother Dolly, thanks to you. Otherwise I'd really have been rammed. That charging force paired with the tusks, even without goring open my belly, would have laid me up half a day. Today I'd truly underestimated the enemy. Without him, something really would have gone wrong. Dolly shook his head and squatted down. Not at all. I just gave one whack. It was your good shooting. I squatted down too. Brother Dolly, we've only just entered the mountains, and there'll be plenty of danger ahead. Are you afraid? Will you still go into the mountains with me? He gave an honest grin. Not afraid. I actually thought that just now was super thrilling. Good grief. In such a crisis, he found it thrilling instead. Dolly grabbed the boar's hind legs to drag it. Strong as he was, he could move it, but couldn't go far. This boar was 300 or 400 pounds, worth $2. Shouldering it was out of the question. After only 2 steps, his brow furrowed into a knot. What do we do with this boar? The two of us can't take it away. Dolly was worried sick. Take it to Launcher Gully, and we'd be worked to death before reaching anyone. Leave it here, and it'd rot. It seemed we could only haul it back first, and come to Launcher Gully another day. And Z, let's get the boar back first, and come to Launcher Gully next time. I struggled to death inwardly. Should I tell him about the portable space? Tell him, and going into the mountains would be far more convenient. Just load prey into the space, sparing the sneaking around. But I'd lived several decades and seen every kind of ugly human heart. Honest and simple as Brother Dolly was, the suspicious by nature me still didn't dare fully trust him. Never mind, haul it back first. Luckily, we'd only walked over an hour, so the return trip wasn't far. If I'd discovered this near Launcher Gully, I'd have really cried myself to death. All because my thoughts run heavy and I can't let things go. We bound the boar with hemp rope and carried it on that black birch club. Dolly, being tall, went in front and put in more effort. The whole way down the mountain wasn't too tiring. In over an hour, we were home. Zhou Fu's face was full of puzzlement. Big brother, weren't you going to Launcher Gully? How are you back so fast? Bagged a boar partway and hauled it back first. Today the trip was off. The round trip had cost 3 hours, and if we set out again, it'd be dark by the time we arrived. But my brothers were overjoyed. Big brother had barely gone out and already brought back a big thing. And Z, you rest, I'll handle it. Dolly's stamina was truly good. I was slumped exhausted on the stool, while he still had energy to work. Though villagers had seen us haul the boar back this time, no one came to gawk. Everyone knew full well that this lad of mine was a real dog, that whatever was said, I wouldn't share. By the rules of going up the mountain, this boar was first split evenly with Dolly. He waved his hands, unwilling to take it, and I stuffed it on him by force. The rules couldn't be broken. Of the rest, I decided to share some with the female educated youth. Last time, with 2 boars shared among the villagers, they hadn't gotten much. The awful, other families couldn't cook it well, so I took it all. After busying a good while, the pork was cut into chunks, about 5 pounds each. That big jar of salt bought last time at the co-op held a good 20-some pounds, so now curing meat no longer pained me. The cured bacon was crystalline and translucent, delicious with a simple stir-fry, better than smoked. Now the kitchen's roof beam hung full of meat. Looking up refreshed the spirit. Both lunch and dinner were all meat. Braised boar offal, stewed trotters. These trotters were even tastier than last time's bear paws. Those 4 bear paws I'd only simply braised. Soft and glutinous, similar to trotters, and though the name is grand, the taste wasn't top-notch. Perhaps my cooking skill wasn't up to par. After resting a night, early the next morning Dolly and I set out afresh. Over half the journey passed without running into any prey. Last time was mere chance. How could you meet a big haul every time? I carried the largest basket in the house on my back, with a cloth over the top to cover it tightly, looking as if it held a lot, but actually not much. Dolly took the lead, scouting the path with his club. Hey, hearty kiwi. And Z, thirsty? I'll pick you some. Less than 10 meters ahead, a vine thick as hemp rope twined about a tree, laden with green fruit, each the size of a grown man's thumb, densely packed. Hearty kiwi. My eyes lit up. Pick some to taste, I'm parched. Dolly picked a big handful and stuffed it into my hands. I looked at this nostalgic fruit. Hearty kiwi was a Chongbai specialty wild fruit, also called dog-date kiwi, a relative of the kiwi fruit, small in size. Yet inside and out, it was structured like a proportionally shrunken mini version. No peeling needed. I popped it straight into my mouth, and one bite of my teeth burst the juice out. Ripe, sweet, and clean without cloying, with a natural fruity fragrance. So nostalgic. I hadn't tasted it in many years. In under 2 minutes, I'd finished a big handful. This was the childhood snack of Chongbai's children. In later markets, it was sold too. Wild ones at 80 yuan a pound. Thin-skinned, easily spoiled, unable to withstand transport, edible only locally. I couldn't bear to buy it. and found apples at a few yuan a pound more economical. There were vines at the mountain's foot too, but lately going up the mountain, I hadn't eaten a single one. The village children had no snacks, and hardy kiwi was their favorite. Come the season, they'd go up the mountain and pick it clean, drying what they couldn't finish into dried fruit. In this uninhabited place, no one picked it, which was our good fortune. Just as I was eating with gusto, Dolly had already scouted ahead. And Z, come quick, come quick. There's more good stuff here. I hurried over to look, my heart mixed with delight and surprise. Just now there'd been only one vine, yet this spot was overgrown with hardy kiwi vines, interweaving and entangling, filling the eye, at least 30 or 40 of them. Dolly picked and stuffed his mouth as he went. I've never seen so much. The deep mountains really do have lots of good stuff. The fruit on the vines wasn't easy to pick, only what you could reach, and the ones twined up the trees you had to climb for. He picked another big handful and stuffed it into my hands. Eat more. This stuff can't be carried off. Eat your fill. This trip was for hunting. Wild fruit couldn't be carried off, so we could only eat as much as possible. Dolly went handful after handful, mumbling, "Pity my little sister isn't here. Xiaya loves this best. If she saw it, she'd surely be thrilled to bits." I thought of my own siblings. In my last life, my brothers loved hardy kiwi too. Compared with bitter, astringent wild greens, this sweet fruit was simply top-tier delicious. For my family's current situation, this fruit could serve a big purpose. Once winter set in, even wild greens were hard to find on Changbai, a stretch of white all over, and wanting fruit was too hard. Going long without fruit and vegetables meant a serious lack of vitamin C, and hardy kiwi fruit had an extremely high vitamin C content, far exceeding common fruits, and was also rich in minerals and amino acids, greatly benefiting children's bodies. My siblings had long gone hungry before, their bodies worse than their peers. I'd racked my brains raising them well. Now, with such good fruit before my eyes, what reason was there not to want it? It could even be brewed into fruit wine. That flavor would be superb. Full. First time eating hardy kiwi, till stuffed. Dolly rubbed his belly and turned. "And Z, are you full? If so, shall we keep going?" I scratched my head and smiled. "Brother Dolly, I suddenly need to relieve myself. Would you scout ahead first?" "Sure. I'll walk slowly and wait for you." He shouldered the basket and left. I looked at these 30 or 40 vines laden with fruit, each about 15 pounds, and getting them all back would be nearly 500 pounds. If I picked them one by one like Dolly, it'd take 2 or 3 days. I didn't use the clumsy method. I walked up, touched one vine, and silently intoned, "Take back." The next second, the fruit on that vine actually vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. This was another marvelous use of the space, discovered by chance. Touch the branches, trunk, or vines of a fruit plant, and all the fruit could be collected into the space. The whole plant couldn't be collected because it was connected to the earth, unless you dug it up first. This skill was too useful. Whatever wild fruit I saw in the mountains, I could collect into the space without the slightest effort. 30 or 40 vines, and in just 2 minutes I'd collected them all into the space. Sensing the hardy kiwi piled into a small mountain within, I was delighted. Now my family had winter fruit for the idle season too. This trip wasn't a loss. From Zhou Family Village to Luansher Gully was 6 or 7 hours. We set out at 7 in the morning, walking and resting, and by the time we arrived it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Entering Luansher Gully, I craned my neck looking left and right, as if searching for something. "And Z, what on earth are you looking for?" Uncle Dachuan said they used to come here often to hunt and put up a simple wooden shed. It should be nearby. Look carefully. Sure thing. Man and cat split into 3 routes and soon found the wooden shed. The shed was simply built, pieced together from logs felled on the mountain, at most a dozen-odd square meters. "This door's not sturdy. Feels like it'll fall off any moment." Dolly didn't even dare touch it. The shed was indeed old and battered, casually built many years ago. That it hadn't collapsed was already fortunate. There was no lock on the door, just bound with thick hemp rope. I untied the rope and pushed the door in. Cough, so much dust. Probably no one's come in years. Dust falling from the doorframe choked me into coughing. The dust inside was thick too. Crude as the shed was, it actually had furniture. A small stool and small table roughly made of wood, extremely crude, and a few broken boards laid on the ground as a bed. Crude as it was after all a shelter, far better than the open air. What a thick layer of dust. Dolly touched the floorboards, and his hand instantly went black. I set down the basket, preparing to dig things out. The moment I set it down, I'd already quietly transferred many things from the space into the basket. First, I took out the earthen crock, which held seasonings, small bowls, and chopsticks. The down quilt I gave up on outright. Pulling such a big quilt out of the basket would be too absurd. I took out the down-filled garment Grandma Zheng had made. Wearing it to sleep at night, I wouldn't catch a chill. Then I took out tree-climbing spikes, a small hoe, matches, a knife, woven plastic sacks, and such. Dolly's face was full of concern. How'd you carry so much? You should have shared some with me. Or it's too tiring. I smiled and took out a rag. It's fine, I can carry it. Come, let's wipe down the room so we can sleep well tonight. Dolly swept his eyes around. But there's no water here. How do we wipe it down?